두개죠.
그쵸.
그래도 여기랑 왕의 길.
그쵸.
미리아리를 적극적으로 기용하는 편인데
네.
바이올렛 선수가 왕의 길에서만큼 여기 이가
오!
야! 바이올렛! 근데 이게 한두 번이 아니거든요?
아이 박민기! 그냥 들어오는 거 위주로 그냥 디바 받아치고 그런 전략 많이 쓰잖아요. 근데 칼리오 선수가 그게 안 되냐, 디바가 안 되냐.
그렇게 해서도 3강까지 갔습니까?
네, 아, 이 장면!
아, 여기 다립니다. 류재홍
이야.
류재홍 맵이 두 개죠.
그쵸.
그래도 여기랑 왕의 길.
그쵸.
또 3점 그 자리에 있습니다. 왕의 길.
노우키를 한번 미니 선수가 한번 보여줬었는데 적외선 투시
혹은 구름에 강착으로 중력 공격했을?
볼까요? 중력 두개
근데
태양
태양
장렬 뒷점! 여기서 터집니다!
태양 장렬을 의식해서 키네틱을 켰는데 서바이 선수가
어이구.
일부러 늦게 눌러가지고
뭐 물론 지각 충격으로 지금 아스가 필드를 보내긴 했거든요.
아,
하지만
케어.
맞아야
이러면 됐죠?
탱은 1대1의 부족이니까.
그쵸.
아니, 이렇게 힘들어야 돼요?
어쩔 수 없어요. 저 조합으로 초반에 저렇게 많이 밀리면
네.
뭐예요?
빅패스가 왔는데요?
너네 조합 느리잖아, 너네 조합 느리잖아!
절방편!
소리방벽 찍으면 어떡할래, 탱커 없는데!
너의 조합 발이 세상에서 가장 느리다며.
그리고 태양장이 가져왔어요.
엔딩 요정 왔네요.
그렇죠, 이거 그냥 들어와,
태양을 맛봐라! 여기다!
아, 맞았어요.
여기도 프로펜 잡힙니다. 자, 끝나겠는데요. 이렇게 경기가 마무리되면서 프라틱이 2대 0으로 경기 잡아냅니다.
프라우드 벤처
프라운드 왼쪽
자
알파이 돌아와요.
미는데
자리가
다리가 리장 타워
자, 이런 식의
이것들.
양각 이걸 만들어야 되는데 눈보라까지
0m.
0m 마무리.
그때 007이었는데
네.
오리사가 3초기 돌리니까 끝났는데
그랬던 적이 있죠.
이게 무조건 밟아야 되거든요.
저는 이 흔하지 않은 기회 0m 대 0m만 보고
무조건 밟으면서 해야 돼요. 살짝 밟더라도 끝나. 근데 0m가 지금 앞쪽 있는데
네.
0.09까지 멈춰 있더라고요. 네.
저는 그냥 무승부 나와서 자, 과연 자 갑니다. 됐다. 끝! 제타 디비전이 경기를 마무리하면서 이거 어떻게 된 거예요? 3대2 풀세트 끝에 승리로 가져갑니다.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last day of week 3. In fact, last day of the regular season as we round out the regular round robin for all the teams in Korea. I'm G Clef. With me, we have Hex to finish off the round robin. And depending on the result, very likely not, but things might get a little... we might need some math at the end, depending on how the tiebreakers go and back. I haven't done all the math, but in case, we will let you guys know how things actually come down. How are you doing, Hex?
I'm doing good. You must have just seen the wall of text that I did, provided by our amazing producers, production, and comp ops. There are some crazy scenarios that could happen, and one of them being a 3-way tie at the end of the evening, which would mean having to do a tiebreaker match. A lot of things have to happen for us to get there. Our first couple of matches largely are, kind of set in stone where these teams are going to end up. Crazy Raccoon has pretty much locked in the first seed overall going into the seeding next week. So, I mean, how it is that the top 4 are going to go and play a seeding round robin to see where they end up in the playoffs. The bottom 4 are going to duke it out. 2 of those teams will be eliminated, and only 6 teams will make the actual playoffs. So it all makes sense as we go forward here, but there's still a couple of teams trying to hit to that 4 spot. Like, even if you think you're better than the teams that are at 7 and 8, you don't want to risk having to play another game when you don't have to. And then also with the seeding next week, and we'll talk about it all throughout, those top 2 seeds after the round robin seedings will get a bye in the playoffs. So there's a ton still left to play for. But first off, Crazy Raccoon trying to get the golden stage done.
Yeah, they do have to, because that's the team that we're starting with against VC. DAEJEON, that will be our first matchup of the night. As we have a quad... for the first time, I think, in Korea, we never have really had a quad. We had first to three, and the first to 4. Those days with a triple. But because we had 8 teams, not 9 teams, we have to have one more for today. And it seems like my mic is a lot better tonight, so no more echo issue. Thanks for bearing with us on that. Raccoon's about to record a perfect streak for the entire season of their +8 and +20. Wait. +7 and +21. That's what I can't
Dude,
do
why
math.
are you trying to do math?
That's why we have to teach me on the tiebreaker situation. I'm reading the situations and I'm going, what's going on, man?
A lot of it comes down to, so Crazy Raccoon are going to be the number 1 seed overall. That was decided when they beat ZETA division, right? So they're just they haven't lost a single map. So pretty much the first matches really are kind of set. Like when we get down to Falcons and Fnatic, that's when a lot of the math comes in, poker face. So we have 3 teams trying to make sure that they're in the spots 3, 4, and 5, 3 and 4. Right, so someone's going to be in 5. One of those teams is going to have to play into the play-ins. Not ideal. I mean, we'll get to all the stakes as we get through these 4 matches. I told everyone last night, like, we're starting 2 hours earlier. So if you didn't set your alarm, you're gonna, miss Crazy Raccoon playing against Vec, and Vec has a chance to do the funniest thing ever. Like to beat Crazy Raccoon and take a map off of them would be.
No.
For all the trials and tribulations that Vec has been through in stage 1 of OWCS Korea, didn't win a map, didn't win a match, a complete offer, to be the team that would steal a map off of Crazy Raccoon would be hilarious. I think now that it's in sight for Crazy Raccoon, it's kind of a little bit different. They were toying around the other night and almost cost themselves a couple of maps, but just have this kind of 5th gear clutch factor that they can pull it off. I don't think we're going to see them do that tonight against Vec. I think it does mean at least something for them to go through an entire stage without dropping a map before we get to the seeding, because then you're looking at like, oh, can we just run this whole gamut and never drop a map? Because their biggest competition had been Falcons in stage 1. Not really the case right now. And now their biggest competition is ZETA division. And we just saw like what the gulf between those 2 teams ends up being as well. So they have a chance to just kind of really put their stamp on the year overall. And it starts tonight with trying to 3-0 Vec.
I think that result will certainly go down in history also as one of the best team. And I saw some good arguments. Is Crazy Raccoon the best Korean team that's ever been? I think that's a pretty good argument to see, but maybe not.
Yeah.
But maybe yes, at current state, within the last few years, maybe.
It's
but
always hard
they
to
look
compare
unstoppable.
eras.
Yeah, it's hard. It's very
The
tough.
the competition is different.
For now.
Yeah, they look fantastic. There's no doubt about it. And on the international stage, they also look fantastic as well. So we're going to have to see it when they end up fighting teams from Europe and North America, the competition's a little lesser in those regions, in my opinion, overall, and they've been dominating the Korean region. Anyway, so that's the seeding decider. We kind of talked through it. So how it's going to work is next week we have 3 days of matches. There's going to be 3 matches a day. We're going to do seeding deciding round robins. Those are the top 4 teams fighting each other. And then at the end of every day, we're going to do kind of a decider match. And that's going to be the lower bracket. So 5 and 6 are going to fight it out. Yeah, you qualify if you win it. And then 7 and 8 are going to fight it out, and then we'll see. So 2 teams after next week will be completely out of this tournament from the stage.
Yeah, that's the drill. You have to get into at least top 6. If you're in that top 4, just have to go through the seeding. Raccoon's very likely to take that first place even after the seeding. This is the standing, of course, after yesterday. 6 wins plus 18 has a perfect record so far. Can they finish out with the perfect record again? 3-0 score. We'll see. And ZETA Division, if they lose, there's a chance the Falcons might actually go up because their map differential is only 2.
Right. Well, here's the thing. So 1 and 2 are locked in to play for the seeding, right? They're locked in. They're going to be in top 4 no matter what. 7 and 8 are locked in to play in the lower bracket, the qualifiers rounds, the LCQ. So it's really 3, 4, 5, and 6 fighting out to make sure that they stay in the top 4. That's what you want to do. You don't want to have to play the extra matches. You don't want to have a chance at knockouts. So how those maps go down is going to be really critical because you could have teams end up at 3 and 4. Then our first tiebreaker is map differential. Then the second tiebreaker is head-to-head, which you should get most things done. But the problem is if you have a 3-way tie in those scenarios, but that one is so mathematically hilarious that we'll talk about it if we get there. It's the 4th bullet point on my wall of text list. But yeah, first things first, we got a couple of matches to make sure that everything is set up and seating wise, but 4 teams fighting for 2 spots really essentially is how this night is going to be broken down.
Yep, exactly. And some records will be recorded after, especially for the Raccoons, or what DAEJEON, BC DAEJEON can do. So it's a quad day, 4 matches tonight. Crazy Raccoon, BC DAEJEON up first. Old Ocean versus ZETA. Fnatic versus Team Falcons, and HaeJeokDan, the Pirates versus Poker Face, the 4th. I think one of the most interesting one right there. And depending on the result of Fnatic and the Falcons, things might change a little bit. But I think there are some heavy favorites, especially for the first 2 matches. I think I can feel the big favorites coming in to these matches.
Absolutely. So we have appetizers, a amuse-bouche, if you will, but it's still kind of cool to see if Raccoon can run through this whole thing without dropping a map. And Beck obviously has some work to do. They've improved this stage, but not to a great degree. Old Ocean's looked a little better, played new players last night, but first things first, can Crazy Raccoon go undefeated in the round robin stage?
That's going to be the mission that they want to accomplish here. Are the Raccoons certainly undefeated, but yesterday against ZETA Division, that King's Row, they almost dropped it, and the day before against HaeJeokDan, there were a couple of seconds where we almost thought, are they going to drop the map? So they weren't perfectly clean, but at the end they delivered the 3-0 somehow, some way, even with a lot less ultimates. That's the team that we're talking about when they just gear up and everyone focus. When they're in danger, they can certainly deliver that perfect score.
Yeah, well, against HaeJeokDan, or HaeJeokDan rather, they kind of threw a little bit. They were testing out new heroes, and they put themselves in a hole a couple of different times. The ZETA Division 1 was just a little bit different. That's their closest competition, but they found that extra gear, were able to clutch it out. In fact, still a team super self-aware of where they stand right now and always having fun. You gotta kind of root for these guys.
Having fun on stage, some ready to go 3-2-1 with the glasses. I think other than Old Ocean, VC DAEJEON has been having a rough time. Only 1 map, except for that matchup, actually getting that a lot of in 5 losses in a row after the first win against Old Ocean. So here's Raccoon, Junbin starting. We'll be seeing Max maybe later. This has been one of the best. We've been saying Lit just so good on that Tracer. Hisang can just go back and forth between Echo and the other heroes. And Junbin, Chorong, Shu, you name it. And Shuzana has been just absolute beauty. The sleep darts, the bio nades just on target, making a perfect dive all the time.
Might see a little Max. It'd be good to see Max. Hasn't got a ton of playtime this stage, and even on Circuit Royale, which is a Max map that you would expect him to come in and play the Sigma, I believe was dealing with a minor injury, so they didn't really want to risk it. But speaking of Circuit Royale, that's pretty much Vec's pocket pick, so it's very possible that we could see that map and then Max come in and play that. But Dart, Minute, Gurum, Lego, and Jinsung will be the round out. This team has improved, especially on the back line, was where they made big changes with Lego and Jinsung coming in. We know that Dart and Minute can have their moments and go off. Gurum actually, I think, played one of their better matches yesterday. The Junker Queen had some huge clutch moments. I thought Minute had really nice moments, and then we know that what the Venture can do for Dart.
Yep, we do have the team rep interview. Quest, take it away.
2024 OWCS Korea Stage 2.
Thank you very much, Clef. We are here with the first team rep interview of the day. Of course,
네,
today
반갑습니다. 자,
there
오늘
being 4 matches, so instead of 3, so
마무리가 됩니다.
first we have Crazy Raccoon facing off Vec
VC 대전과 크레이지
against
라쿤
Vec.
경기 시작 전에
And we have
팀의
two team
대표분들
reps on
한 분씩
stage.
모시고 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 크레이지 라쿤 팀 만나볼까요?
And on Crazy Raccoon,
안녕하세요.
have
시아에서
Heesung
딜러를 맡고 있는 희상입니다.
representing his team.
네, 희상 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 VC 대전 팀도
And on Vec side,
만나보겠습니다.
안녕하세요. VC 대전에서 서베일러를 하고 있는
we have
진성입니다.
Jinsung rocking those
네,
cute
진성
heart
선수
glasses.
귀여운 하트 선글라스를 쓰셨네요. 자, 먼저
The
희상
first
선수에게
question goes to
여쭤볼게요.
Heesung.
항상 형들이
The
희상이만
quote
잘하면
unquote big
된다라는
bros of the
이야기를
team always said
했었는데
that, okay,
형들
Heesung
말에
needs to be the one
동의하시나요?
always
어느
needs to play better. So
정도
do you agree?
하는 것 같습니다.
오,
And he
자,
says, yeah,
형들 말에 동의를
somewhat, I
하시는군요. 자, 그렇다면 형들에게 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Can you say a few words to your
네,
teammates?
저 열심히 잘할 테니까 이제 나이 먹었다고
I'll play
못해지지
better.
말고 계속 항상
I'll work
잘했으면
hard
좋겠어요.
and play better. So
자,
you know,
막내
please don't
따끔한
always scold
한마디
me.
들어봤습니다. 다음으로 진상 선수에게도
please be nice to me.
여쭤볼게요. 저번에 김정민 캐스터님께서
The next question
VC에
goes to
쳤을
Vec.
때 꿈을 꾸는
course,
소년들이다라고 별명을
during
붙여주셨는데요.
when they won the first match,
진성 선수
Caster Marine on the Korea side, he said that okay, so these are the
저희 팀의
these are the
꿈은
dreamers.
이제
So
당연히
what is the
OWCS
team
우승이고 아시아까지
dream?
가서 우승을
And what's your
하는
own
게 저희
dream?
목표고요. 제
The goal
개인적인
is to make it to
목표는
OWCS Asia
유재용
and to play
또나
well.
큐 선수 같은 세계
And my own
최고의
personal
서브일러가 되는
dream
게 제 목표입니다.
is to become a flex support on the caliber of
멋진 꿈을 가지고
Yu
있는 진성
and
선수입니다. 그
슈.
꿈 저도 함께 응원해 보도록 할게요. 자, 라운드 로빈 마지막 경기를 앞두고 있는데요.
this
30분
is
동안
the
응원해
last
주신
round robin
팬분들에게도
match.
한 말씀씩 부탁드립니다.
So please say a few words to the fans.
3주 좀 긴 시간이었던 것 같은데 열심히 응원해 주셔서
3 weeks felt very long,
감사드리고요.
so we'll
다음
make sure to
주부터도 또
repay
대회
you
하는데
with the victory
열심히
today.
응원 많이 해주세요.
And
감사합니다.
please continue to cheer us on for
네,
the
앞으로도
next
많은
week's
응원
matches and beyond.
부탁드립니다라고 말씀을 해주셨고요. 그렇다면 진성 선수는요?
And for Jinsung,
저희가 처음 빼고는 다 지긴 했는데
we lost
저희는
every
포텐셜이 항상 있는
match
팀이라 생각하고
except for the first one.
다음 주
I do
경기랑
believe
오늘
that we still
경기에서
have potential
보여드리고
that's yet to be
앞으로 좋은 모습
untapped.
보여드리겠습니다.
And
항상
we'll
감사합니다.
make sure to play well from next week's matches and on.
네, 지금까지 크레이지 라쿤의 희상 선수,
And that was the
VC
team
대전의
rep interview
진성 선수와 인터뷰
between Chris
나눠봤습니다.
Raccoon and
자,
Vec.
오늘
And
승리를
before we head
통해서
into the
꿈의
first
한
match of the
발짝
day,
가까이 갈 팀은
I'm going to send it
어떤
back
팀이 될까요?
to G-Clef and
자,
Hex.
첫 번째 경기 많은 기대 부탁드리면서
Thanks, Quest,
첫
for the
번째 또
translations.
확인해보시죠.
And let's see what these two players will show today on stage. We're starting things on Lijiang Tower. Oh, I thought we'll have a lot more Samoa since we just had so much Samoa. That's what I dressed
still-
up for.
Still random. You got ready for Smo. This is a good role for Vec. It's one of the only control maps that they have won. It's actually only one of the 4 maps that they've won all stage. And they looked pretty solid on it yesterday versus HaeJeokDan. And it was running the Junker Queen that kind of put a little wrench in the side of HaeJeokDan. And they were able to, I think they won a stage out of it. We went to 3 on it, and there was a couple moments where Gurum got a lot of value out of Rampage.
Yeah.
So, if you're going to roll a control map, they're 0-2 on Nepal, 0-2 on Samoa, 1-1 on Lijiang Tower. So I always look for the silver lining here, and this is, if you're Vec, you got to be pretty happy you're on Lijiang Tower. At least you've won this map.
Yep. Having some good memories will certainly help. Those rampages hitting at least 2, I believe. And those 2 will instantly focus fired. And Rampage is a ultimate where you can actually just isolate yourself so far away from the team. Sometimes you just end up not doing as much. You hit 4, but you surround yourself with the enemies around you.
Yeah.
So it's one of the harder ultimates, I think, where you have to kind of look for the wall to stop yourself. and also hit a couple members. I think that's one of the best way to use it. And Gurum has been known for his Jungle Queen play for such a long time that even against Crazy Raccoon, I think he can show show some bright moments today.
It's a nice skill shot ultimate, which I really like that tanks have. I mean, there's some tanks that don't really have that ability. You know, I think of like Ramatra, it's just like hit Q and walk. Like that doesn't feel like the same kind of level as like maybe hitting an Earthshatter or hitting a Rampage. So I really like the design of it. And you're right, you need that backstop. You know, you always have to know where you're going to end up in those situations. But I mean, there were a couple times where they were just down like 3 players, so Gurum just is like, well, let her rip, just kind of flies it through there and ends up getting a couple, brings his team back. So I think Vec, we talk about it with some of these teams that are not at the same level as the highest level teams, and you kind of get up for this one because, you know, playing spoiler would be super fun for this team, and this is a team that, you know, has a good time. They're pretty self-aware of where they are in the standings, where they are talent-wise, and they're just trying to improve every single week. And I think already for the stage, they've improved. They're not like this really easy out that I think they were in stage 1, because even though their map records aren't great, these maps themselves have been closer.
Yeah, I think VC is going to put up a challenge. And Raccoon, I don't think they will try to play around after HaeJeokDan matches at all. And we will also continue our story on the Pharah. Of course, from EMEA and NA, we don't see as much Pharah from what I checked in the morning. It's Overwatch all day. I literally go to sleep watching EU and NA, and I wake up watching EU and NA, and in a couple of hours I'm back on the casting desk. It's Overwatch time 24/7. I love it. But I've been seeing a lot less Pharah, just a lot more from Korea, especially coming out from the DPS lineup.
Yeah, I mean, so I haven't watched a ton of those regions, to be dead honest. I usually scrub through the YouTubes later, you know, so I can skip around a little bit. But I saw a lot more Brawl, a lot more Ramatra. I saw some Eichenwald being played a little bit more. We've only seen, I think, 1 or 2 maps of Eichenwalde so far in this region. So every region ends up developing its own very specific meta, and that's almost always been the case. And until you end up kind of clashing styles at big LAN events and international events, and you know, it's good when teams can get there like a week before and that facilities have set up for like practice stations, because it's really cool to see what happens when these styles clash and merge, and then people are scrimming each other all over the place, and you kind of see what develops there too. But there's been kind of it's been a pretty solid and kind of standardized meta here in OWCS Korea, but it's not stale because it's so map dependent and different, and you have seen several different tanks being played. I mean, we saw some Maga coming out yesterday from this Crazy Raccoon team, which we hadn't seen before. I think the map that's almost the most stable for the top teams has been Sarabasa, of just that super rush Pharah, like Pharah dive. It's hard to describe what it is, but it's a dive comp with a Pharah in it that just ends up raining death on people. So that's been really fun to watch. But even beforehand, in the like week 1, we saw a ton of Orisa on that map and Alari. So to say the meta's settled isn't fair, but I think there's definitely heroes that are stronger, and we see them played more often.
Yeah, certainly, especially from Korea. Even Japan and Pacific, they oftentimes pick up those newest and best tier heroes after the weekend of Korea, so we'll see how things go for Japan next week even. But we're gonna round things out, starting with this matchup: Crazy Raccoon versus VEC DAEJEON. First map is Lijiang Tower. Yep, likely going to see that ball.
I'm just not hearing the chants as loud as I used to. It's been my complaint all season, but I actually talked to some production about it. They're like, sorry, we have the microphones are close to the speakers, we can't really turn them up, but that's why we're usually laying out there to hear the fans chant for their team, get some fighting chants. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon, I don't think you're going to see them really mess around. I think it is kind of a, well, never mind. What do I know?
Chorong.
Yeah.
Lifeweaver it is. Okay.
Lifeweaver is
and
Zen,
Sigma.
because why not? Yeah, and Vec is throwing the curveball at him. Sigma and
Bastion.
a Bastion. Very first Bastion sighting.
Bastion with the Baptiste, always a good pair. When you talk about the Matrix potential.
Oddly enough, Life Grip came in clutch there. So, you know, we're clearly now we're in a Bastion Lifeweaver
They're all the way in the back getting contest. And that's one good push. Jinsung, Chorong, the big backline trade, 1 for 2. A lot more low HP members from BDC, but no kill potential here as Lego's still there. Put it down. Lispin doing some work. Off of the camera. Tank battle in the middle.
Well, now that the Bastion's down, all the kill potential for Vesta is just gone. There's really nothing they can do. I mean, maybe Symmetra beam somebody down, and you know, with the way that supports play, that's fine. It's kind of a composition that you would love to win that first point and get set up and play defensively, but now it's like, how do you establish yourself back onto the point is going to be the question. And actually, it works out really well for the support line that Crazy Raccoon is running, because there's not really flanker potential unless a teleporter gets set up, but that's telegraphed. So they can just sit back and heal in spines, and you know, like, this is perfect for Zed.
Oh, look at the back line. Chorong immediately found great teleport there. Rotation finally worked for BC. DAEJEON they're using to put their team comp to the maximum. Heesang already locked in with the barrage, and the mine is coming soon enough. Already with the pulse bomb. Teleporter all the way up. Knew that was coming 100%. There is thought it was going to be the moment of barrage, but instead he does not. Lip's still there on that Bastion. Continue. The MVP, the POTM of last night. Let go with the sound barrier early. Teleports in on Sigma. Perfect target. This guy's just delivering everything on his own.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Heesang on Pharah and Lip on Tracer, you can play whatever you want on support. And like I said, actually the support line ended up being pretty solid for what they were playing against, because they didn't really have to worry about, you know, as I said, Yada, you're worried about the flankers, you're worried about a Tracer coming in and deleting you, but wasn't going to be the case with the setup that Beck was going with. They're going to stick on this sim because the ultimate is up and they should wall it off.
Minefield, the photon barrier right in the middle. Cutting the field in half. Even with the Matrix, the Transcendence, everything used, the tree right in the middle. As soon as they have a lot of tools just to sustain right on the point. Chorong, of course, will be the first to fall, along with Jinsung. Still members up in the air. A minute down, I think we're talking again. Raccoon just taking this 100 to 0, 99%. Heesang is down from Raj, and the turret actually taking out both DPS, and the flip comes through. Gas to curse this.
Good old auto aim turrets.
The turrets double kill.
I like both ultimates out from the DPS there too. I mean, Beck is, look, it's interesting. Like, I think staying on the sim was really smart there, because you are going to use the ults. It did at least buy you time to get the capture. So now if you can get some stall in too, but now it's gonna be a pretty much full on switch. It starts over to the Genji. They're off of their very first initial composition at least. Mines will be coming in momentarily for Jundin. How is Beck going to navigate that?
Worth a try. Lip eventually found. There's a headshot from Kiriko. And Chorong went down for the pedal. He was staying up there for such a long time. I thought he was going to stay there forever, basically. Right in the middle. After the flip, about 44%. Coming back into this game. Heesang still controlling the airspace. Minute taken down immediately. Sound barrier not catching that Tracer for V5. And Genji, do it. Dart is here. Chorong's the target. Shu taken down. Still overtime. The flip came through within that time. Junbin on the point. Lip, Heesang. One each. And we'll get more for the third. But that's the new Lucio.
He's also sitting in Kitsune Rush too, so that damage is going to be absolutely crucial. Chorong has moved over to the Lucio themselves, come back on. This should just be all over. I don't see a way for any touchers to come in, so Crazy Raccoon still trying to figure out, is Life Weaver viable? You know, got a lot of buffs, some quality of life improvements, definitely. The healing charges up more passively now. The pedal has a bunch of different mechanics as far as where it activates and where it doesn't, so still trying it out, but yeah. That was nice. The Discord's on that tank too, so you know they're going down, being patient with the grasp.
I wish we just see Chorong's highlights. He was just staying up in the pedal and just shooting at targets, not really doing his job.
Well, you know, it's
That's
subjective.
Life Weaver.
Yeah. It's subject. I mean, it's kind of auto aim heals anyway, right? So you just kind of it's a little bit like
Echo Farah. crazy comp coming out from the Raccoons.
Well, it's not that crazy though, because they know that Vec kind of has run this type of composition before with the Symmetra and May. And, you know, I talk about, like, well, what are you going to do against the Pharah? Well, what are you going to do against the Pharah and the Echo? No one is really shooting up here. Like, it's Baptiste or, yeah, you got your Ramatra shooting the Cheeto stick at you.
Yep, with this, I think the answer is teleport into Chorong and Shu. I think Shu should be the target. There it is, teleport. Immediately found the sleep darts. It's good on Gurum with the purple. Take it down. Well read. You know you have to be the target. Those teammates not keeping you up. And Chorong, of course, can sustain himself with the wall ride. Raccoon sustaining. Hisang went low, but immediately healed back up. 3 down from BC. DAEJEON have to regroup now.
Gurum's has to switch. The Ramatra's just not going to get anything done. There's almost no one on the ground to even go after, right? Junbin's going to be off doing Junbin things. Both of the DPS are in the air, so you have to go to D.Va here just to even get back in.
You get all... Good change from Gurum, though, right after the first death.
Yeah, I mean, they're off of that comp. That comp is we need to win the first point and have control on the ground and maybe even get first door holds. But once you don't have control of that, like the Mei sim is pretty much not going to happen. You're going to go in and you're just going to get rained on from above.
Shu hiding himself, and after checking the comp, no more Symmetra. Dart is back on Echo. Should be just stalling BC from coming in 51% already. Looking for that 2-0. Raccoon moving fast on the side. Chorong minute traded. But it's not to let that go into an equal trade, of course. Duplicate here into next D.Va. Forcing D-Mech on Gurum. Everyone's dead except for this D.Va and Lego, I believe. Oh!
Yeah, it's actually like it's a pretty short floor on this map when you're off of it, right? So it's not like you have a ton of time to try to get out of that mech and get your wings back, really. So a little bit funny there from Lip. It was actually funny too because he had the Curie if he just wanted to hit a try-shot, but he chose to dupe the D.Va instead and kill the Curie with the D.Va. Just a little insult to injury, a little bit of flexing happening right now.
I'm having fun, and Lego with a beat. With minute down already. Dart takes Hisang down, so that's matching. Chorong hits the barrier. They're still in the air. Junbin feels safe with the mines around. 99% overtime. DAEJEON has to pull everything. There's a nano on lift. The beam is good. Room taken down. Anagon. But we can take lift. And the extra members joining into the fight overtime. No one else touching. That's a straight 2-0 victory. First Lijiang Tower.
It was like stage 1 was like, okay, healers, you guys get to play whatever you want. Stage 2, DPS, you get to play whatever you want. And then Junbin, you get to play whatever you want. Oh, it's still ball? Okay, then just keep playing ball, I guess. No problems. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, a little bit of toying around a little bit, but do eventually just come through with it there. They're so talented. The gulf between Crazy Raccoon and even second place in this region is pretty wide. So the gulf between Crazy Raccoon and you know, what is essentially right now a 7th place team, going to be pretty big too. So my question is, do we go to Circuit Royale next? That is the Vec pocket pick. Vesta loves Circuit Royale.
I think yes. Unless we go to some weird map choices, like we have seen, like some like out of nowhere Kings Row, like we have seen yesterday. I think that is certainly the map. Other than Circuit Royale, we hit something else like Suravasa or some other flashpoint or push, then go into Circuit Royale if they lose again. I think that's usually the pattern that VC has been showing. You had a really good question yesterday. Since we never really had a map loss from Crazy Raccoon, I wonder what map they will end up choosing if they even lose a single map.
That's going to be a question that... Yeah, we don't really know at this point in time. You know what? We will find out though, because they're going to be the 1 seed going into the round robin of seedings, right? The top 4 teams are going to play, and the top seeds do get to choose the control maps.
Oh yes, they do.
Yeah,
the control
so
starter.
it won't be randomized anymore because we will have some seeding. Yeah. So we will find out which control map, but control is also variable, but who knows? I mean, like this is kind of the result we expected. I didn't expect them to really kind of mess around, but I mean, when you're that talented too, but it was oddly serendipitous that they were playing this Lightweaver and Zen against a composition that had no flankers. And so like the Lightweaver Zen actually ended up working out against a composition that we hadn't seen Vec run all season so far.
Yeah, but after that, they gave no break. Just going back to Lucio Ana, that was it. And Lijiang Tower, they will score one more on the board, starting with 1-0. After a short break, we come back. We will have that map number 2. Welcome back, everyone, after 1-0 victory for Crazy Raccoon on Lijiang Tower. We're going to move things into Runasapi, a map that VC DAEJEON does not choose to. They only have one loss on this map, not too many times played even, and they're willing to test this out against the strongest team from Korea. Wonder what's up.
It is a map that Crazy Raccoon has tried some stuff on. If you recall, this is the map that Shu had to pull off heroics to bring it back from the brink. It was because they started running Lip onto Sojourn. So they've been experimenting with some stuff since the most recent patch. Lifeweaver obviously comes to mind. We saw that on the previous map. And then the Sojourn being played by Lip. And they got pretty hard countered a lot during that and just not really getting much done with the Sojourn. Again, like the spread has been tightened up, which is good. The critical shots give you more energy on the railgun, but the problem is like the railgun just not doing the same burst damage it used to when Sojourn was meta for like what was that, 8 months? It was a long time.
It was basically the entire year, and plus half of this year.
I enjoyed watching it personally because
It was fun.
it's a high skill expression hero.
It is.
But I don't think we even got to see Lip get the ultimate off. I think he ultimated once and then was Death Blossomed immediately. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see something different there. But it's not like, you know, it's a map that we've seen Crazy Raccoon look like they can have some struggles on. And an interesting little tidbit: we've got Junbin out and Max is coming in.
Yeah, Max in. We've seen it from the stage camera during the break. Everyone noticed that Max was setting his things alone on the stage with no one else, just with the refs on the back. Setting stuff. As we talk about Sojourn, we've seen a little bit of her being tested from Japan also on the first day of the patch. She's okay. Her gauge, the energy, stays up a lot longer than before. It's easier to build. But it's about the right click. Can you get that long distance headshot and just kill everything that the enemy is trying to do with just one click from miles away? That's been the strength of her. But without that, I still don't think she's... I think she's above a tier 2, like 1.75, maybe even 1.5. But not at S tier, not at A+ tier list yet.
Right.
Even with the buff.
It'll be interesting to see if they go back to it again and just try it out. I mean, if anyone's going to make it work, it's going to be Lip, right? So
yeah.
it's not out of this realm of possibility. I don't know that necessarily that they have a composition that they had planned for Runasapi. My feeling is, and I have no confirmation about this, so we're just going to go on my feelings because that's important, that Max was going to play map 2 no matter what because he hasn't been able to play much, right? So you want to get Max some work before you go into... That is just baller. That is amazing. I'm always impressed. But, so, I mean, you could try to run a Sigma here. We've seen Ramatra run on this map. Largely, it has been Winston-dominated map for the most part, still running Dive with an Echo and then a Tracer as well. Ana Brig has been very popular here, but also Lucio and Kiri as a combination works well together. Kind of depends on if you want to play your own offensive, aggressive style, or if you're going to play a little bit further back, then you kind of have a Brig Ana Diva is more a defensive play here. So could see anything come out. I wouldn't, you know, at this point, I'm not surprised anything with Crazy Raccoon, but you know, Max could end up playing the Winston if they feel that they have to bring it out. But I think like they probably just wanted to get Max in. It's been a while since he's been on stage.
Yeah, and likely he might have to play for the seeding matches or later into the tournament of Stage 2. I think it's a really good stage for him to kick it in. Maybe we'll see his signature.
By the way.
Yep.
I like that there's been two words I've been
C.
able to read on signs like all year.
Yeah, Raccoon is a hard war. People don't expect the double C and the double O. It's either one C or one O. But
People
it's
have
the
also,
double.
you know, have been pluralizing it too, calling Crazy Raccoons. You know, the organization is Crazy Raccoon, the insane trash panda, if you will. But yeah, double C, double O.
Yep, double C, double O. A huge organization from Japan. Not just the esports, of course, but if you include all the streamers, the influencers that they have as an org together, they're huge. They have concert on their own. That's how huge the org is in Japan. And finally, we hit that stab. Max must be ready. Let's go into Runasapi, our second map of the day. BC DAEJEON, let's see their comp. Whoa.
Well, you don't know until they leave spawn, right? Also, Max on
Not
the
yet.
Junker Queen would be cool too.
To match up with Broom, Hog, unlikely. Oh, Jungle Queen versus JQ. Nice.
Yeah, Lip's been trying out this Sombra as well. Obviously,
Sombra
largely
Tracer?
regarded as the best Sombra in the world. Yeah, Sombra Tracer is infuriating to play against.
I'm having flashbacks of end of 23. And we will go. Dart staying on that Genji. And Cassidy for minutes for the hit scan. Let's see. Lip around the back.
Gets hacked
Holy shout.
immediately. Yeah.
It's two. Gurum. Dart still in near Sombra. Try to translocate away, but it's not too close. And the first fight actually ends up going to BC DAEJEON quickly. Really well done.
Okay.
Just losing minute there.
Yeah, toying with second for going to the Tracer of deciding, like, you're kind of a sitting duck in this composition as the Cass. and you're going to be a pretty solid hack target and kind of dope upon, but just decides to go with it. I mean, he got hacked early, and that just shows you how frustrating it is to play against Sombra, that he died once, and he's like, I'm off this hero. Yeah, nice first fight from Beck, and the Junker Queen looks good for Gurm again.
Missing shot from both. Checking in, Kisang. On the Tracer, Jinsung on the back, taken down quickly with low HP, and this time, yeah, as the fight goes longer, certainly Crazy Raccoons will chase a lot more targets. Minutes next to fall. Chorong just on point. Somehow he just teleports with the Lucio.
Yeah, they will pull this back and win this fight. There is a chance, though, that Beck can get back here and fight this down. Minute is going to switch off of the cast now, just not getting enough damage, not enough really great immediate targets for cast to deal with there, because one of them's going to be invisible, and Tracer just hard to hit, especially how HeSung was playing that too. Like, he was thinking about doing the 1v1, why not, but then decided to switch the team, rushes out.
From Jinsung, sound barrier coming in from Chorong. There it is, just in time. And the chase is on. Lip ready with the EMP. There we go, 5-minute EMP. Perfect hit. And the Ajax from Lego. Could have been really good, but didn't hit the ground in time.
I have
Even
never
better.
seen,
I've
never seen anyone
what?
Ajax on this map before. I've never seen an Ajax come from a Lucio at this point on Runesapi before. Not once, not never.
Man. Just has to be an Ajax.
I'm sorry, that's what this map is going to be known for at least the next year, until something worse happens. Like,
There's the first cap from Crazy Raccoon. And Lego will pay for it. Hacked away, dart. Gotta be careful now. Doesn't have the sound barrier anymore, just with the blade. Might be a little weaker of a Genji, even with the blade. Oh, he's gonna pull it out, 53 HP. Immediately found Max, what a hit. He had the blade up, but he couldn't go out.
The target selection was going to be kind of tricky there too, because, well, one, Lip's probably invisible, you don't know where they're at. HeSung is going to be a difficult target to hit. Chorong, unless you know that the displacement ability's been used already, you can't really jump on the Lucio, and then if you try to jump Shu, it's just going to disappearing act on you. So the Genji, not with a great deal of targets, you kind of want to wait for it as a finishing move, and starting it out with 53 HP, not the best look from Dart.
Yeah, zero blade. 3v2 Arhan, long time ago. Here's Gurum, ready with the rampage. Oh, Chorong immediately found. Good catch by Dart. Neutral. Straight line, you want to go for it. Hacked away. Quick hack from Lip. Gurum still stays alive. There it is. On Max.
They should clean this up, yeah. Ooh, the
Even with the rush.
also burns. They get nothing out of that, so... Gurum pulls the trigger first.
Nothing else, Max. Eventually taken down in the room. It's a good push from the Raccoons. All the way into 95.
And 95, and they're gonna be able to get up to
EMP?
their own.
That quickly? Lip?
Well,
Out of your
it's
mind?
Lip.
Was that fat finger?
No, I just think it's Lip.
Okay.
See, maybe Lip swapping, it's possible.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the idea. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Echo.
Yeah, so you see if you get anything out of it. I mean, EMP is not the fight-winning ultimate that it used to be. It used to be hit
That is
win a
more.
fight.
Rush from Jinsung. A tool that Shu doesn't have anymore. Backing up into the room. Gurum actually found quick focus by the Raccoon.
Max doesn't get much out of that rampage either, but it should be enough just taking down the opposing tank. I was waiting for that rampage to come out because Lego with the barrier was going to be a nice little micro game there. Can you negate the rampage with the barrier? No need to use it there. As Crazy Raccoon come back and clean up most of this fight. Still with the 40-meter lead. 5 minutes left.
Lots of time bank still. Raccoon, so you do have the seed. Both with Lucio and the mobile comp. Certainly with HeSung on Tracer. Shu with the teleport. So both ready with the sound barrier for the next fight. And the blade.
Probably holding. You're holding for the blade here. I mean, it's still, I just don't think there's a ton of great targets for Dart on this Genji. But
you can air blade
need...
that Echo.
Yeah.
I think that's might be really good. But only that's a low chance. Boom, taking a big chunk of damage. Can't really peek out. Minute taken down.
I mean, it's got HeSung a couple times in a row. Like I said, these best as supports or
Blade?
damage dealers.
A threatening blade into their face. But no real damage. Lego this time does hit that sound barrier. Toro, no response yet. There it comes down. A few seconds after. A better response. You have the extra barrier for that long. Dart trying to do what he can without the teammates. But the fight seemed like it was already over when that second beat came down.
The Genji's been fine in the neutral. It's just not good enough against what Crazy Raccoon are running right now. I mean, you're 0 for 2 on Blades and with absolutely zero value out of both of them. So Dart is finally switched off. Gonna go to the Echo. Dart's struggle on the Echo, so I would like to see some improvement from just Dart's Echo straight up.
Sang has the extra pulse. One front. Yeah, without Liv, Raccoon's just backing up all the way, but chasing targets. Torung just dove in for a quicker respawn. VC actually handling this map a lot better than I thought, and Raccoon's...
Yeah, I mean, they look okay. It's just the problem is that they're so far behind that they're going to have to be able to win fights with the ult disadvantages, and they're going to have to get ahead on economy. And it's just not been something that Beck has been able to do this stage, is win, you know, with a single ultimate. I think maybe that was the idea behind the Blade, is it's supposed to be able to win you a fight just by itself, and it charges pretty quick. But yeah, I mean, right now you're waiting for Gurm to be able to line him up and win a fight.
It's a Rampage.
Rampage.
Target. Lee-Sang fires back with the double pulse. Gurm steps back into mid-it. Hold on. As Hee-Sang's gonna find the third. Maybe an entire team if he ends up chasing everyone. Yeah, with max cleanup, Jin-Sung, there is the team kill from Crazy Raccoon. One pulse with a double.
Yeah, very nice. And now we're at 2 minutes, so VC just has to win like the rest of the fights, pretty much. They're down 60-something meters. Crazy Raccoon's just gonna have to get team killed and do absolutely nothing for VC to stand a chance here. I don't see it happening. I thought their best chance was that Rampage. It hit a couple, but the follow-up simply wasn't there.
Get there. Early barrier from Chorong. Lego can't use his. He's down. Quickly, Bart. Easy DAEJEON, they have to hold without the sound barrier, duplicate, and the Rampage. Pulse bomb, everything used already. And they haven't won that fight. That's a major problem as we hit 130.
Finishing move a possibility here with duplicate up. He's saying we've already seen the work get done with the pulse bomb. Everything else out for Crazy Raccoon. So VC, if they don't get a good barrier here, they might just lose this.
Lego might just hit it to end up.
I think it's Sune first.
Down?
Yeah. They don't need it anymore. So that's a good hold. But minute left.
Pretty good neutral hold without the use of much coming down from both.
Minute left. They're going to have to kind of piecemeal these out. You need to win a fight with just Rush. You need to win a fight with Barrier after. You need to win 3 fights in a row decisively. Because it's going to be in overtime.
Yep, we're talking less than 40 seconds now. He's on. Traveling back. Found by Echo. Dart there. On the robot. But one fight lost for DAEJEON will basically be the game. They have to step up big time. They do have some big toes coming soon enough. Only Live with the duplicate available from Crazy Raccoon. Up the slope. Some neutral. You can see the tension between VC Gurm slightly going uphill. Live taken down. Quick kill there. Sound, Lego, no sound barrier. Gurm has been turning these fights so many times. A minute adding the extra sauce. That's 1 fight win. Overtime. They deliver a couple more.
And they're reaching 5 checkmark city here too. So
That's crazy.
Again, they need to, like, I think once you round this corner, you can probably drop the rush. There's going to be forward spawns now for VEC.
Still have the barrier. All the ultimates. Duplicate coming soon. Gurm just chasing the right target. Rushing in.
Dupe.
Rushes back with a duplicate. Extra jungle queen from Liv. Sound barrier does hit from both. Makes his team better. Nice one first. Without the Lucio, no.
Did he just Ajax? Did he just Ajax?
No, that was both. Both was used already.
Okay, sorry.
We're ready with the Rampage. Don't want to use it to take it down. Wanted to save it for such a long time. Bit of a trade. Minutes still here.
Still there.
Pushing it. Overtime. Forward spawn. VC, that's a second team fight win after all the tools.
Okay, here's the thing though. Still need to win 2 more.
Torong?
Still have to be perfect.
Just to pull? Okay.
Well, he was on Moira for a second. Yeah. Heesung's gonna go over. They're gonna hit double flyer now.
Just to pull a couple meters on his teammates. I like that move. He saved the Rampage, but a lot of air targets. You can't Rampage those. Wasn't straight, only on max. Heesung taken down. Torong quickly. Seems like this fight is over already with 3 men taken down. No one on the robot. Crazy Raccoon. They will deliver it once again in Runasapi, making it a 2-0 map score.
Adding a little excitement of Crazy Raccoon. Like I said, this VEC team is not the easy out that they once were. They are definitely much improved from stage 1, where they didn't win a single map. They came in strong for this stage, were able to win a map first overall, or win a match against Old Ocean. Have been improved. The support line is much better. You just see it throughout the economy. They don't overlap support ultimates like I've seen before from this squad. They've got good players on damage dealers. I still do have concerns about maybe Dart's pool overall and Dart's Echo, I think. And Echo is so critical right now in the meta that I think that's holding them back just a little bit. But yeah, some interesting stuff. Lip is still playing around with some of the new changes with the damage dealers, coming out and playing the Sombra. So yeah, expected result, but hey, made it exciting at least.
Yeah, made it very exciting, especially with Gurum's Jungle Queen, as you have pointed out. And we've said it multiple times, as this guy can certainly deliver on the Jungle Queen. He did. There were moments where they just rushed in. Gurum just find instant 1-2. And then they start winning team fights easily after that 10 seconds. Even Crazy Raccoon, they sometimes look like they're the weaker team. At that moment, just not really knowing how to handle Gurum whenever there was a commanding shout with a quick rush in with from the Kiriko. So there was some bright light of hope for VC DAEJEON, and it's Crazy Raccoon that we're talking about. If you can win team fight over and over like this, it's gotta be a confidence booster going into the next map, even if you drop a map.
I'm not certain how much to take away from Crazy Raccoon on Runasapi the last 2 times we've seen them here, because they are playing off meta, they are switching heroes a lot, and it does seem like they're just like, okay, well, we'll win, we'll be fine. They get a lead, and then they play a little sloppier than I'm used to them playing, and it's just not perfect. So it's been interesting, like, can Crazy Raccoon keep their mental focus here? I don't think it's a problem right now, but like going forward, if you are playing around a little bit and you're not like locked in to win every single time, I wonder if that affects them down the road. I don't think so. I'm just trying to jazz up this matchup.
Let's see if Raccoons jazz up a little more, because with one more win, they're about to have a perfect season record with the +21. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will find out if they are able to complete it with a perfect score. It's time for the Raccoons to go for that perfect record, and the map will be Kings Row, a map they had some weaknesses against yesterday against ZETA Division. Of course, they ended up winning it. It came down to the wire. They almost lost the map, and I think VEC, having that same idea, must have chose this map because finally they're not playing Circuit Royale today.
Yeah, it's an interesting call for them. I think also, VEC is in the same boat of they're locked into having to play in the qualifiers rather than the seeding matchup. So they're just trying to round out kind of maps that they might be good on. They kind of have their plan set for Circuit Royale, so they're trying different things. And we're going to see a tank swap actually here come in for Vesta Esports Club. It's going to be Farmer coming in. Hasn't played a lot this stage. So yeah, Gurram out, Farmer in. I would imagine that if VEC is picking this map, they really want to try out and see can they match the pretty locked-in meta of Kings Row right now, which is the Winston Pharah Tracer, or Winston Pharah Ashe dive. So yeah, we'll see. Supports can be malleable. We've seen people run different support lines here. Anna Brig has been probably the biggest go-to, but yeah, you can still run different types of supports. Most notably is you put a Curie into the mix. Violet likes to run the Kiriko on this map. So yeah, I think that's what we'll see. We'll probably see Winston Anna dive, and then you have to imagine Minute will be playing Ashe, and then can Dart play the Pharah, because we saw yesterday trying to run like Ashe Tracer is not as good. You have to have an answer for the Pharah because it's run like 100% of the time on this map.
Yeah, that's a good question. VEC, it's their map choice, but can you really outplay the DPS lineup from Crazy Raccoon unless they really fool around? I don't think they will. They certainly want to have the perfect record of all 3-0s, all 8 matches. They're about to complete it with just one map more.
Well, interestingly enough as well, Max is staying in. And so, you wonder what tank that Crazy Raccoon is going to run, because Junbin is usually going to be their Ball or their Winston player, but doesn't mean Max doesn't have it in their kit. And I do think, though, because Max is their only sub-possibility for Crazy Raccoon, I think it was probably predetermined that no matter where they go, what they're playing, that Max was going to get some playtime.
Some more playtime going into the future. I think both teams might be thinking about the seeding matches or the playoffs, play-ins, and even the playoffs in the future. The potential last map for the matchup, Crazy Raccoon, as you can see, going for the attack, and VEC chose defense first. Brig Ana, Tracer Ashe, Farmer on Winston.
Well, I mean, they got 4/5 of it correct. Dart was on the Pharah momentarily. He's going to play the Tracer here. Usually the Tracer's going to go over and hold these stairs. Yeah, and he's actually going to hit the emote to get a little bit of vision. That sit-down emote. It's an option. We've seen teams run the Tracer here before. I don't think it's the best option. I think the Pharah is just far better on this map. But if you're going to run the Tracer, you're holding stairs early on, you're getting vision, and then you try to dive the support line and try to get as much damage up as possible, because really no one's going to be able to deal with the Pharah in the sky. Lip running a nice sprinkle as well. The Genji.
Looking forward to this Genji play. Haven't seen that too often. Max in a better position, forcing them all the way back. Already climbing into the window. Purple. And some good catch for a minute. 1-1 trade with Lego down. Max still alive somehow after all that damage. Choro. There's Lip. Let's see his Genji. Slept.
Sleep.
Shoo. What a god. This Ana god. And that will be at least 2 ticks. Or after one tick, they can come and contest.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to get in there. The Pharah is going to be able to hold this window up top, so they're never going to be able to take up top, and instead just diving in with the Pharah. Why not?
Yep, before the entire team joins in. Give them a bad angle for the backline support to really join the fight and deliver all the healing. So that's the cap. 520. Quite early for the first point. Already Raccoon not really using anyone else, but might as well jump for it. But Max is going to pay his life. They trade better. Minute down. Dart seems to be the second target. And good shot from Hisang.
Max has gone over to the Cass. I've yet to see Cass be ultra impactful, except Lip's Cass on Surabasa. But it's an okay idea to put some pressure on the Pharah. It's just not what it used to be. The range-wise, the fall-off is not great. It can be pretty good against a Winston, you know, to get the fan the hammer and get your flashback hinder so that the Winston can't leave. Woo! But what Crazy Raccoon is good about their Winston play, and it's not been Max generally, but they're okay if their Winston is actually just beating everything, just getting slept and whatnot.
away.
They're fine with trades.
Max here with the rampage. Was purple. Had the nano on Brig, so a lose-lose situation for VEC. And Shu again.
We're pretty one-sided here so far. You know, Farmer went in with the Primal, just ate up everything and ended up getting absolutely deleted. Crazy Raccoon in a good spot. The Barrage was used, the Primal was used, but they're in a really good spot to be able to pull this off. Let's see if we get a Nano Blade. It's been a bit. There it is.
Is it a bubble? Don't want to go all the way in as it was going to be contested anyhow. And Hisang's going to secure +1. They're coming back hard. Chorong, no sound barrier. Might have not used it anyhow.
But they get the point. Some late cleanup from Dart is pretty nice there. Finally show up on the board for Vec, who it felt like for a moment had just not gotten any kills going through there. But the Nano Blade's interesting, nice to see. I mean, you burn through it and now Liv's gonna switch. He was on the Ash for a second, going to the Venture. Liv is just playing Mystery Heroes today.
Yeah. Probably noticing that Widowmaker on the back. Going for that snipe on the Widow. On minutes all the way in the back into spawn. As electricity taken down. Early barrier from Chorong to engage. And Raccoon's just diving in hard. Going for the quick 3-0 score. Still 4 minutes plus. But this payload's pushing. Nisang's right in front of the gates.
Doors.
3 meters, they might actually do it, just barely touched. And taking so much damage. Minute back on Sombra now. Jinsung, Zenyatta. Max with the rage. Keeping everyone off the payload, 2 meters to go. Zenyatta down. The back line. And the pulse is not going to save them, and that is it, 3-0. With 3:43, some good time back on that payload. Crazy Raccoon's going to secure A3.
The Venture pick is interesting. It's kind of funny how Venture has become this weird de facto Widow counter. And you see it mostly on Circuit Royale, which is probably the map we see the most Widow on. Anyway, you see a little bit of Widow on Blizzard World, but it's just really funny because the Venture can get in the face and go in and make the team fall back, but they didn't even need it. We didn't even get to see any Venture interesting play from Lip, just because they just go with Winston at the Widow. But yeah, I mean, like Hisang didn't light everything up, but just the consistent damage of rockets is almost insurmountable for a team. I just think that Pharah is so strong right now. And then the dominoes fall in the meta where Pharah is really strong, so that Echo is now really strong. It would not surprise me if Liv just plays this Torb. Crazy Raccoon on the verge of not dropping a single map in the round robin stage of Stage 2 OWCS Korea. And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they could beat you 4v5 most teams. So yeah, Torb it up. Torb time.
Yep, why not? Get that turret in, and if VC
okay,
has a
so
turret,
here's what we need. We need a hammer kill. We haven't had a hammer kill in quite a while.
that was only allowed in the wild card match, and it was an unfair moment. The hammer 1v1, or maybe in an event match. Some shots from Minute, no direct kills. Where's that Tor?
Okay.
Over here. You get that distance headshot.
Yeah, Torb got a minor buff, I believe. Got some of his health converted to armor.
But he stays the same with 300. But it's with the armor, so it is a buff. And Isang's still here. Liking his angles. Oh, Farmer going very low. Already taken down. That's a step. Lego! And of course, Lip is the first to fall. No Torbjorn on the field.
I've said it before, like, Torb he's just a head on stumpy legs. Like, you're gonna get killed pretty easily. He's such an easy target, but...
Max, bit of a trade. But certainly VC will have better spawns coming. And there's no Lucio for Crazy Raccoon.
Heesang's movement on far is so clean. He was in the wrong side of the wall and still able to come back and get himself out of that predicament.
But the team
Hotel is
joins
being
in rather
locked down.
quickly. Take them that long since Anna and Heesang was still there.
Farmer lives, nice cleanse.
After that many trading kills, no pick yet. Farmer nanoed up, Max the same. Heesang was the target, shoot taken down. 4v5. Gold off, Max and Jorong. The entire team
Dark should be able to clean this up. They did get 2 kills, did Crazy Raccoon, on the flip side of this. So if Max can stay alive, he will give Chorong a target to teleport to. That's exactly what happens.
Still, members of DC coming back much sooner because of the spawn. Still, no Tig after all that. Alright, ready with the barrage, but can't go in.
Able to capitalize.
And because of the bubble, because Bill's up for it. Trade
This
Farmer.
should be it, yeah.
It's a lot
Nice
more done in the
Kitsune rush.
choke point.
Gets onto the point. I mean, look, what's Crazy Raccoon doing? Like,
sound.
why are they over here? They're mucking about a bit.
Finally, there's a Tig. Whew. I think the idea is just to delay and burn time.
Yeah.
Still
maybe.
back.
I mean, yeah, they get on the point. You're going to get Molten Cord here, but actually pretty nice barrier stops a lot from going down at the point.
And the Molten Core is slap.
Yeah, they have to.
It's not really
commit
on the
bomb.
point.
Yeah, no, but I mean the Winston shield came down and blocked most of it.
3 minutes. Finally got one, but still about 3 minutes to go. A lot of time banked used. Defending the first. Pushing for the first. Lip going to stay on that Torbjorn? Okay. I guess you're free to do whatever.
They don't call him Sane Raccoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is for sure.
Chorong goes over to that Ilari too, so kind of playing around with the double flex here. Probably to put some more pressure onto both Dart and Minute, since Torb is not going to be reliable.
And even nanoed. Good trade.
Yeah. I feel like she was holding on to that anti for a while.
Yeah, I thought so too. No bio coming down, and that's because on the other side slept, but taken down. Torong ready with the captive sun now. Extra nano for Crazy Raccoon. He's holding the first payload in the choke point.
So it's like Vec is playing like the correct composition, and they're trying to like get some good practice on it for this map. And Crazy Raccoon is just not playing along with it. Like it's not. I wouldn't even consider this like very good practice because you're playing against a Torb and you're playing against an Ilari, both of which have almost a 0 pick rate on this map.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, I mean, we're trying to figure out like how this comp works and how this would match up on this map. And Crazy Raccoon's just like, yeah, but we're gonna play weird stuff, so it doesn't really help.
Got this done in the cafe. And Max tried to go in to add some damage. Not really want to be finding too much as the Pharah duel here in the air, all the way in the back of the corner. And the barrage just has to come down. That 1-1, rush in. Farmer rages out all the way back, pushing the payload. Now finally, Crazy Raccoon members falling down. Isang, wings broken.
Minute left. VSC needs to commit everything here too, because if they don't get it here, they're actually pretty well. I mean, they still have a long ways to go to even get to the point. The progress on the card is not there. But I would imagine that this is a Nano, this is Bob, this is everything you got, because this is your last best chance.
It has to be.
Otherwise, Raccoon is going to push all the way back and make you take 2 fights to get here again.
Still, there'll be Molten Gore. Barrage from Heesung. If you can take it down, there's Lego. That's a good starter. Stop out.
And a
payload. Up all the way down, Lego. Teleports back, survives. Taking back the cart. 0.54. Raccoons put a stop to this. Only 16 seconds left now. Farmer trying to do what he can to hit the bubble, but not going to be enough with the members down on the back. Doesn't hit 2. Less than a meter away.
Kill. Yes, hammer kill.
Yeah, we have it, Lip. So we have the bingo check mark. That's a bingo from Lip. And a win.
Just say bingo.
And perfect record from Crazy Raccoon for the season. He just stomped it down with the hammer. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon for leaving a mark in history for OWCS Korea, at least.
Not only do they end up going undefeated in the stage, they didn't drop a map in this stage in the round robin so far. There's still plenty of Overwatch to be played, but they did it with style. They did it with a plume. And what a way to get the last kill for your round robin perfect golden run here than a hammer kill from Torb. So Crazy Raccoon the last couple of matches playing with their food a little bit, but they are just that good. Let's see who's player of the match. It is going to be Heesung.
Yeah, his Pharah was not really being stopped. And he was shooting at
great.
least 4 out of 5 rockets all the time on target. It was insane. Pharah,
the combination, right now. The combination of Heesung and Lip is just crazy because, like, you know, when Lip is not on the Tracer, then Heesung will pick it up, and he played it mostly on Runasapi, and you know they'll swap pretty often. Where it's weird. I actually remember on Runasapi they were playing Echo Tracer, and then they just swap heroes. And it was fine, because they're both really good at Echo and Tracer. There's no gaps in their game at all. Heesung definitely the better Pharah, and he's been crushing it. If you want to see Pharah masterclasses, look up his Suravasa from the other day. Just really good at the movement, excellent, hits directs, and the Pharah has been great for him, but also can pick up anything else. It allows Lip to play the ideal hero for every situation, including Torb on King's Row. But yeah, I've been a huge Heesung fan for a long time. Maybe Hanzo comes back in the meta at some point in time and we get to see him on that, because Heesung's Hanzo is actually insane as well. But yeah, just another great piece for this roster that can play everything, and the versatility of this team, even with only 6 players on the roster, is unmatched.
It is, and Max also got some of his play time on mostly on Winston.
Yep.
Some Jungle Queen that we have seen from Runasapi. Looking forward to his play. And let's hear from the legend himself, Heesung, on the stage. Quest, take it away for the translations.
We are here with the first POTM interview of the day. I don't know why that last little bit where Pharah died, the noise that she made me laugh for some reason. But anyways, we are here with the first POTM interview of the day. Of course, the POTM going to Heesung. So please introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. CR에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 희상입니다.
And this is Heesung from Crazy Raccoon.
네, 희상 선수 축하드립니다. 자, 오늘 크레이지 라쿤 3대0
So
무실
today's
세트로
victory,
모든 세트
they have
가져가면서
now completed the undefeated map streak for at least for the round robin.
이렇게 좀 완벽한 마무리를 한 소감도 들어볼까요?
So can you hear your thoughts on
무실
it?
세트를 해서 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
It's I'm really thrilled.
네,
I'm
기분
really
좋은 거
happy
맞나요?
that.
오늘은 뭔가 그렇게 좀 당연했던 것 같아서.
And today's match
저번
was an
경기들 좀
expected win.
기뻤던 것 같아요.
네, 정말
But I think I
당당하게
was a
너무
little
기분
bit happier
좋다라고 말씀을
in the last
해주셨어요. 자,
matches.
오늘 정말 아무도 막을 수 없는 크레이지 라쿤이었습니다. 오죽하면 오늘 라쿤 상대로 잘했다라고 VC
Crazy
내전을
Raccoon obviously
칭찬하는 말까지
very
있었을
unstoppable
정도니까요. 자,
to the
그렇다면
point
오늘
where
경기 좀 전반적으로 어땠나요?
okay, well they played well against
전반적으로
the
그냥
Crazy Raccoon. So
하던
can you
대로
talk to us
늘
about your match today?
스무스하게 했던 것 같아요.
And
네, 스무스하게
Hisak
하던
says,
대로
"Hey, I just
했는데
played my own
오늘 또
game
위버가
and we stuck to the game
재등장했어요.
plan."
희성 선수의 코멘트가 궁금한데요.
저희가
Life
스크림에서도
Weaver
좀 몇 번
came up again.
시도를
We saw a
했었던
little bit of it.
조합이었는데
So
저번에
can
제대로
you
안 먹힌
comment
것
on it?
같아서 다시 해봤습니다.
It's a pick that we've been practicing in
어떤 것 같나요?
scrims, but
좋아 보이진
it didn't
않고요.
work out last time. But I think
힐러들이
it
좀
worked out this time as well.
심심해해서 하는 것 같아요.
And
네,
I think I think support players play Life Weaver because I think they're bored.
오랜만에 보는 얼굴이 등장했어요. 토르비온도 나왔는데 이거 무슨 전략이었나요?
Can you talk to us about the
사실
Torb
이게
as well?
전략이라기보다는 이제 재현이 형이 자기 멋대로 하고 싶은 거 하는 것 같아요.
Torb is a pick
네,
that doesn't
이렇게
really, it's
영웅을
not
선택을 하면
necessarily included in the game plan,
웅성웅성하는
but
소리가 없나요? 팀원들끼리?
Lip just wanted to play him, to be honest with
저희
you. So.
팀은 딱히 다 믿어서 그런 소리 안 나오는 것 같아요.
야, 뭘
but
하든지
again,
간에
we trust
캐리할
each other,
거니까
so
그 뭐라고
you
안
know,
하는
we don't
모습,
call him
정말
a troll or
얼마나 크레이지
anything.
라쿤이
We just leave him to
강팀인지
do
보여주는
what he
모먼트인 것
wants to do.
같습니다. 자, 오늘 또 POTM 희상 선수가 차지하게 됐는데 펄스로 더블킬에 또 연속킬까지
So on Tracer, you obviously got the double kill and the multi-kill.
에코파라로 정말 무자비한 장면들을
Showed
많이
incredible
연출을
gameplay on
했어요.
Tracer
자, 제가
and
또
Pharah.
궁금한 게 그렇다면 파라를 할 때
So thoughts?
가장 신경 써야
So
될
what's the
것은
one thing that
뭘까요?
you need to really look out for when
파라 할
playing Pharah?
때 저는 직격 좀 잘 맞추는 거.
For me, I need to hit all the directs.
직격을 잘
hitting the
맞추는 거를
directs is what
신경을
I
모두가
look
쓰지만
out the
그렇게
most.
하지 못하고 있습니다. 자, 그렇다면 궁 잘 쓰는 방법이 있을까요?
Any tips on how to use her Pharah
궁은 요즘
ults
저는 그냥
effectively?
시원시원하게 이제 쓰고 싶을 때.
아, 쓰고 싶을 때. 자,
Hey, I
저는
just
모든
use it whenever I
파라
want to.
유저분들 궁을
which-
쓰고 싶을 때 쓰면 된답니다. 자,
He,
그리고
credit to him,
오늘
he saw
정말 무서울
incredible
경우
angles
크레이지
on
라쿤의
the
모먼트가
Pharah ults.
펼쳐졌는데 모든 팀을 상대로 전승을 거뒀기 때문에 또 다음은 어떤
So
팀하고
now
붙고
that you've
싶을지 얘기도
gotten
들어보고
all the
싶어요.
wins against everyone, which team do you want to play next?
제타랑 또 다시 하고 싶어요.
야, 오늘
and
이제
Hisak says, "Hey, I want to play against ZETA again."
다음에 이제 제타랑 붙게 되는데 제타 디비전 팀에게도 한마디
Can
부탁드립니다.
you please say a few words to ZETA division?
저희는 아마 이기실 수 없겠지만 다른 팀은 다 이기시고
I
저희한테
think
또
that
져주세요.
well, you might not be able to beat us, but I hope that you beat everyone else just to lose again to us.
굉장히 겸손하지만
Strong words coming out of Hisak.
날카롭게 말씀을 전달해 주셨어요. 자, 그리고 마지막까지 응원해 주신 팬분들께도
And lastly,
말씀
please say a few
부탁드립니다.
words to the fans cheering you on.
오늘 날씨 더운데 이렇게
And
와주셔서
it's a very hot day
감사하고요.
outside, so but
다음에 또
despite that,
와주세요.
thank you so much for coming here to support us.
네, 오늘 덥지만 시원한 경기 보여준 크레이지 라쿤의 희상 선수 만나봤습니다.
And that was the
승리 다시
POTM
한번
interview
축하드립니다.
with Hisang from Crazy Raccoon. And before we head into the
네,
next
자,
match, I'm going to
이렇게
send
첫
it
번째
back
경기가
to
마무리가 됐습니다.
G-Clef and
두
Hex.
번째 경기가 기다리고 있는데요.
Thank you,
올드오션과
thank you,
제타
Quest,
디비전의 경기가
for the
기다리고
interview
있으니까요.
translation.
자,
Hisang
한번
from
쳐주세요.
the pre-match interview, post-match interview. It's only one out of the 4 matches that we have ready for us. Next up, Old Ocean versus ZETA Division. Up next, don't go anywhere.
안녕하세요. 올드오션에서 힐러 포지션을 맡고 있는 류재홍이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션을 맡고 있는 태종이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 힐러 포지션을 맡고 있는 페이스 김홍기라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 포지션 맡고 있는 백희 김이라라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 딜러 맡고 있는 프로비라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 포지션 맡고 있는 룰러 김이건이라고 합니다.
올드오션에서 탱커 맡고 있는 칼리오스 신우열이라고 합니다.
솔직히 좀 제 바램으로 한 건데 한 번 더 이런 경기장을 와보고 싶어서 근데 마침 팀원들도 다 한다고 해줘가지고 저는 고맙게 어떻게 보면 제 이기적인 생각으로 시작된 거긴 해요. 기대감이 더 크긴 해요. 다시 뭔가 무대 느낌 그거를 느끼니까 기대감이 더 크긴 해요.
좋은 멤버들과 이렇게 같이 오프라인을 할 수 있어서 너무 큰 영광이라고 생각하고 저도 열심히 할 거고 저희 팀도 모두 열심히 해서 꼭 좋은 성적 내도록 노력하겠습니다.
잘하는 형들과 함께해서 정말 기쁘고 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
저는 페이스 선수 좀 눈여겨봐 주셨으면 좋겠는데 펄스를 너무 못 막아가지고 얼마나 펄스에 죽는지 좀 세주셨으면 좋겠어요. 비트 끊기는 거. 네, 비트 끊기는 것도요.
전 저라고 생각합니다. 전 잘해요.
저도 저라고 생각합니다. 저도 잘해요.
새로운 멤버들과 최선을 다해서 좋은 추억, 좋은 결과 만들도록 해보겠습니다.
저는 그냥 열심히 말고 열심히 잘해보겠습니다.
어쨌든 본선 무대에 왔으니까 제가 좀 팀에 민폐 끼치지 않도록 열심히 하고 완전 좋은 성적은 못 거둘 수 있겠지만은 그래도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다.
응원해주셔서 감사하고 좋은 경기력 보여드릴 테니까 재홍이 형 보러 많이 와주세요.
현장에 오셔서 저 보시면 무섭다고 말 안 거시는 분들 많으신데 그냥 말 거십시오. 별로 무서운 사람 아닙니다.
항상 응원해 주셔서 감사드리고 저희도 그 환호성에 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 최선을 다하겠습니다. 저희가 좀 멀리들 살아가지고 팀원들이 좀 경비를 충당할 수 있도록 스폰서를 구하고 있습니다. 저희가 도와드릴 수 있는 거 도와드리고 저희도 도움을 받고 싶은 상황이라 많은 관심 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다. 제발 부탁드립니다.
저 왔다 갔다 버스비만 60 드는데
KTX 경비 다 합치면 한 40 조금 넘게 나오는데 도와주시면 감사하겠습니다.
비행기 값 너무 비싸요. 도와주세요.
저는 별로 안 드는데 다들 힘들다고 하니까 도와주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
올드오션 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 탱커 포지션을 맡고 있는 베르나르라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 바이올렛이라고 합니다.
필러를 맡고 있는 핀이라고 합니다.
메인 DPS 맡고 있는 플로라라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 희성이라고 합니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 알파이라고 합니다.
열심히 해서 이런 좋은 팀 오게 돼서 좋고 신입의 패기가 뭔지 보여드리겠습니다.
좋은 팀에 좋은 스폰이 들어와가지고 저희가 좀 연습할 환경이 좀 좋아진 것 같아서 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
스폰이 생겨가지고 이제 합숙을 하게 됐는데 이제 그러면서 더 선수들끼리 친해지고 좋은 성적을 거둘 것 같습니다.
솔직히 좀 만족하지 못한 성적이고 꼭 이번 OWCS에서는 우승하고 스웨덴 가서도 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 코리아랑 아시아 둘 다 3위 했는데 좀 아쉽다고 생각을 하고 좀 더 잘할 수 있는 팀이었다고 생각을 하는데 이제 합숙도 해서 더 좋은 연습 환경 갖췄으니까 우승할 수 있도록 노력하면 될 것 같습니다.
아무래도 같은 탱커라서 저를 항상 이제 좀 이해를 해주고 항상 POTM 투표도 항상 저를 해준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 고맙고요. 탱커가 사실 진짜 힘든 포지션이거든요. 항상 못하면 티도 많이 나고 잘해도 티가 안 나고 그런 포지션인데 다들 화이팅 하셨으면 좋겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 1등이고
이번 각오는 절대 3등은 안 하겠습니다.
당연히 우승이라고 생각하고요. 제가 항상 각오로 이제 3등을 안 하고 싶다고 했는데 이번에는 꼭 안 하도록 하겠습니다.
일단 저희가 지금 사우디 대회까지 해가지고 3등을 거의 3번 해가지고 저 홍진호급이 돼서 이제 1위 들어갈 때가 되지 않았나 싶어요.
스웨덴 가고 싶고요. 진짜 3등만 하기 싫습니다. 3등 말고 1, 2등 하겠습니다. 3등만 하기 싫어.
저희 팀 응원해 주시는 분들이 자부심 가질 수 있게 이번에는 꼭 우승해 보도록 하겠습니다.
저희를 이제 항상 응원해 주시고 이제 경기도 보러 와 주시고 하는 팬분들 덕분에 이렇게 저희가 좋은 환경이나 이제 좋은 팀도 구할 수 있고 하게 되는 건데 그에 보답할 수 있도록 저희도 노력도 많이 해서 좋은 경기를 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
日本で応援してくれてる方に感謝します。ありがとうございます。
今 OWCS コリアにクレイジーラクーンとゼタっていう日本のチームが2つあるんですが、ラクーンが今まで優勝もう3回取っちゃったんで、今ゼタが入ってからは優勝はゼタが取ろうと思います。頑張ります。
ゼタ
ファイティング。
Welcome back, everyone. Zeta is back with Old Ocean. It's going to be the second matchup here. Hope everyone got some food, got some extra drink, because we have a long night to go. Still second match of the 4. But this one It's the second versus the lowest. Old Ocean haven't found a win, and this is not really an opponent that you can really find an easy win against. Certainly not the last match of your groups. And HaeJeokDan and the squad, I think they really have to find the glory inside. It's going to be a very hard uphill climb against ZETA Division. If they can get a map, even a series win, very low chance, but that will be the dream that they want to go for. But it'll take a miracle.
And you wonder, like, what does ZETA have to play for? And actually, a little bit. I won't say a lot, but there's still a chance that Team Falcons can overtake them for the second seed. They would have to kind of punt this one. They would have to, I believe, lose this, but I think they can lock in the second seed with a victory and kind of make sure that the Falcons cannot catch them, because the Falcons would not be able to get to 6 wins. So if they lose and they lose poorly, then it opens a window for the Falcons to take over that second spot from them, and it would put them in third place. And if you watch that match interview or that interview with the squad, third place and this team do not want to be mentioned in the same sentence with each other anymore. There's kind of been the curse for this squad to be that third place team. Obviously, the third place didn't get invited to the Dallas Major. So they just kind of want to avoid that entirely, and you avoid that by locking in your second spot and just taking care of business against Old Ocean, who's been just on the struggle bus, the entire season. They went to 5 maps against Vec to open it up, but it's been pretty poor showings ever since.
Yeah, it's been rough for the entire squad. And ZETA Division, I believe they finished with at least 3-1 because they already won against the Falcons because of the map differential, which they have already +2. So if they have +4, they already beat Falcons, and Falcons even if they have 3-0, they can't catch up to 4. So as long as ZETA Division wins with a 3-1 or better, I think they secure their second place spot. I think that's a quick math that I can just do on camera.
If they win at all, then they have 6 wins, and Team Falcons can't get to 6 wins. So just winning it all should be fine. Sorry to correct you, but my math was actually right for once.
Oh yes. You have to double check, always. You have to double check each other on what we say when we talk about numbers, okay? And talking numbers, Old Ocean haven't really got that many map wins. I believe 4 maps in total of the entire season. And to have their jerseys, didn't really have those jerseys until this week, I believe, or the end of last week.
I could have sworn they had different jerseys the first night of this week, but I could be misremembering. But you're right. Old Ocean. Let's see. Maybe 4 maps. Yeah. Well, yeah, because they won 2 against Vec. They took 1 against HaeJeokDan, and then they took 1 against Poker Face. So, I mean, Poker Face is not no slouch of a team either. So, but other than that, 0-3s. It's been a tough road for them. They're just trying to get some stuff going together. Last evening, they played Ruler and DAEJEON a little bit more than they had previously. And, same result kind of against a strong Falcons team. And we'll see if they get some more playtime tonight for those newer players.
That looked a lot better. This could be one of the last showing, certainly for the regular season, and maybe their last next week. If they finish with the last place, they will have to play in the play-in, or you lose. If you lose 7th versus 8th, you're just gone for the entire season. Your journey might just be put a stop to that. Probably Becky, Kalios, Fate, HaeJeokDan, some good old names in this roster, but they haven't really proved too much. I do like the improvement. I can certainly see their improvement in the teamwork, their better placements, where they're going in, they're coordinated together. It's a lot better compared to week 1. They're so much better. But this team just formed not too long ago compared to teams like the ZETA Division, the Falcons, Crazy Raccoons, and even against the other teams, there is a pretty big power gap, and that's ZETA Division on this roster. Alpha E Flora, Heesung, Finn, Violet, I don't think they will even play around against the Old Oceans, and they should just come up with a solid victory tonight.
Yeah, a lot of names that we're familiar with. Heesung, of course, let's give some props to this player. A new pickup, picking up pretty much where Fearless left off. Fearless was their Winston specialist. They pick up Heesung pretty much off of the ladder for the most part, and comes in and plays well.
네, 오늘 준비된 두
Let's take it
번째
away.
경기 제타 디비전과 올드오션의
Thank you very
경기가
much,
기다리고
G-Clef.
있는데요.
We are here with the second
대표분들
team rep interview of the day. Of course, we have the two team reps on
먼저
stage.
올드오션 팀
The first
만나볼까요?
introductions. On Overwatch side,
올드오션의 류정이라고 합니다.
we have the man himself, Ryu
네,
Jae-hong.
류재영 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 제타 디비전도
A lot of
만나보도록
fans here for
하겠습니다.
Ryu Jae-hong. And on ZETA side,
제타 디비전 핀입니다.
we have Finn.
네, 핀 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저 올드오션 팀 이번
First question goes to
올드오션
Old Ocean.
팀에게 또 새 유니폼이 생긴 것
Of course,
같아요.
this
어떻게
it feels like you have a new uniform. So can you talk to us a little bit about that? And they said we have a small sponsor that are helping us out and gave us uniforms. And the next question goes to Finn. Of course, their win streak came to an end by losing to CR in the last match. But are you confident in your victory today?
네, 오늘은 당연히 이길 것 같고.
Today, I think we can definitely win.
라쿤도 이제 플레이오프 가면은
Of course,
저희가
in
이길
the
수
playoffs,
있다는 생각입니다.
I believe that we will be able to beat Crazy
아까
Raccoon.
인터뷰할 때 희상 선수가 제타 디비전 다 이기고 올라와서 우리한테 또 다시 져줘라 이런
And
말을
Hee-Sung actually
했거든요.
said, okay, so we'll beat everyone else but lose to
상이가
us.
귀엽긴 해요.
What's your response? And
가볍게
Finn says,
받아치는 모습이
he's cute.
있습니다.
Okay.
자, 또 오늘 라운드 로빈 마지막 경기가 펼쳐지는데
And
3주
of
동안
course,
응원해주신
today is the last
팬분들에게도
round robin
말씀
match.
부탁드립니다.
So can you please say a few words to the fans that have been cheering you on?
모두한테 감사드리고요.
I want to thank everyone that has been supporting us. And since this is the last match of the round robins, we will work hard to
네,
put on a
자,
good
오늘 라운드 로빈
showing
멋진
for
경기
today's
결과
match.
기대하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 제타 디비전도
And on
들어볼까요?
ZETA side,
이렇게 더우신데 멀리까지
it's
와주셔서
very hot
다들
outside, so thank you
감사하고
for coming all this way to watch us and support us.
감사합니다.
And I appreciate all the support as
네,
always.
이렇게 팬분들께 한마디씩 하는 시간도 가져봤습니다. 자, 과연 두 번째
And that
경기
was the
승리는
team
누가
rep interview
가져가게 될까요?
of the second
두 팀의
match.
경기
And
많은
before we
기대
head into it, I'm
부탁드리면서
going to send
두
it
팀의
back
경기가
to
펼쳐질
G-Clef and Hex.
먼저 확인해 보시죠.
Thanks, Quest. Once again for the pre-match interview, Samoa. We have to have Samoa in one of the control map. I'm dressed up for it. We have to have Samoa.
Well, Old Ocean has yet to win control, so no great data for them on Samoa. So on the flip side, maybe it is good for Old Ocean because this is the only control map that ZETA Division have lost. Reaching for whatever I can find here. Like, these teams are completely mismatched. It's just as bad as the first matchup. You know, you've got the two teams that have locked in their top four versus two teams that have locked in their bottom four. You know, everything else is up in the air for four teams fighting over the last couple of slots. So we'll get to those matches eventually. I think a lot of this is Old Ocean's probably just going to keep trying to hammer in and practice the things that they've been practicing. It's going to be Winston Ana for like almost 100% of the time. And, you know, I hate to always repeat myself on this squad, but if they're going to take stages, take maps, I think it's going to be Proby and Becky to pull it off. I think they're the most consistent part of this team, the most, I guess, veteran part of this team, although Callie has been around for a while as well. But Proby and Becky, have played at the highest levels, and they've been really good players on some poor teams before, so they kind of are used to this right now. I thought Faith actually played one of his better Brig games yesterday. Got a lot of value, did a lot of good protecting, but it just wasn't enough. And I think they're going to keep running that back, although yesterday they did defy some of my expectations by going to different maps, because this team had been like 100% pick rate on Paiso and Servasa. Like, it was pretty much that's what they were going to run. And yesterday they were trying out some different stuff, and they gave different players some playtime. But right now we're back to the old starting five and on Samoa.
I think that's just the massage or the eye warmer or the massage before you actually go in. I believe you have to take it off before. You can't play Overwatch blindfolded. There's no way.
It's just like you're just looking at Old Ocean. We're like, well, there's your problem. You've been playing with blindfolds
on. Yeah, I think that's like the eye warmer, so you loosen up before you go in because you have to focus really hard during the games.
Okay. Sure.
I've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure that it is the case. The Old Ocean, ZETA Division, all the cheer placards. of course, also for Becky, all the way on top. Becky, just do it. You're the best sub DPS.
What's the sign say next to it? I think it's the second time we've seen that portrait. I'm trying to figure out who it's supposed to be, what it is.
Becky? Becky, do it for me. The yellow drawing, the orange?
Yeah, yeah.
And Becky is just saying, yeah, that's supposed to be Becky with the glasses.
Okay.
And he just says yes.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is those aren't glasses. There's like no bridge between them.
I know.
Anyway.
Come on, we all have artistic talents, but some
I
just forget
do
to
not.
do the details.
Yeah.
We put a paint on the paper and we call it art, okay?
I think what we're looking for Old Ocean is that continued improvements. They're a team that I don't think anyone is expecting to make noise in the playoffs, but if they can, maybe it might end up being the 7 and 8 match between them and Vec, which did go to 5. I think overall, no one wants to see a team go completely winless throughout a whole stage. So I think, as if Old Ocean needed more fans or a bigger reason to root for them, that'd be one of them. But ZETA Division, I think, is just probably going to try to get in here and take care of business and just move on and look ahead. They have higher goals, higher aspirations here. Are we just giving free advertisements to whatever that is?
Yeah, that's call 1-800 blah 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 if you want to root for Old Ocean. Heal ban, healing, nano. You get healed immediately. Do you know DAEJEON? Shocking advertisement.
So it's a clever sign. It's not just someone
shilling
their pizza business or something.
No. If that is the case, we won't show on camera very likely. And certainly that's a fake number, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, in Hollywood, they used 555 as always the determination of if it's a fake number or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's some really clever sign, well made from the fans. Always, it's especially for Old Ocean. The ticketing offline ticketing is so hard because of DAEJEON's team. Just instantly sold out so quickly. We do open seats a week beforehand, and I tried a couple times and I failed both times. So hard.
Yeah, DAEJEON is a legend. It's got to feel good for Shu. Earlier in the pre-match interview of our first match, being mentioned in the same sentence as DAEJEON. I didn't note that at the time, but the Vex Flex support said I want to be as good as DAEJEON and Shu, and I think we've all felt that way for a while. But that's got to feel some good validation.
Yep, and we'll go into it. ZETA Division coming back from a loss against Crazy Raccoon, and Old Ocean looking for what they can do at the end. Samoa is the map, and beach time.
So you're going to run Ashe here like 100% of the time on beach. It's always been the case, and it's really just, you're going to get dove on by Winston, you're going to try to back up through the house. Who can catch the dive better? I think both of these Sims are very likely going to go to Tracer as well. This stage on Samoa, the meta is pretty settled.
It certainly is.
Yeah, the only difference is going to be Violet is going to play the Kiri, because he's just been favoring the Kiri over the Brig, over Lucio. The damage output's great, and so it's going to be the difference between like cleansing or just trying to sustain through.
There's a dive at the back. Brig will certainly help so much more for the Old Ocean. Unless faced is instantly picked by Alpha E. Taken down without much of a fight with the Kiri. Violet certainly aggressive, taken down immediately. Alpha E strikes back. That's 2 for 1. Old Ocean. They really come down here and even put up a contest. No one around the point. First cap from ZETA.
Violet just goes with this Tracer, and they take a 2v2, but then they take down Faith really quickly. Violet hit a shot, and then Alfie was there with them, and then it's a 2v1 against Becky. I don't care how good of a Tracer you are, not winning that 2v1 versus Kiri and another Tracer.
Yeah, if you hit even one kunai on Tracer, it adds so much damage after the buff. On Kiriko, bit of a trade. Kisung finds 2. That's back line down from Old Ocean. You have to be careful. Still has the Winston Tracer up and Proby somewhere.
Well, there's no healing for Old Ocean, so I'm a little surprised that is not pressing the issue. Okay, they will now.
Bubble off. from Heesung. Kalio's still playing a lot more defensive in this case. I think Kalio's struggling a little bit on Winston on this specific map, Beach. There's Nano, quick cash on the Violet. Bit of a trade. As Heesung goes in himself. Tracer with the Winston on the back. Laura's trying to do what he can to survive. Will go down with the dynamite. Has Finn on the back, covering him up. All the way going to the waters. Will eventually be found, but that took a long time.
Goes to the water, ends up getting knocked off there. This is just, they're just going to primal just to stall this out. But if you're going to primal, you got to stay on the point to stall it out. But maybe it's just a survivability thing. Heesung wants to make sure that he lives. But they trade out. There's no support line for Old Ocean again.
He just trade a lot better. Even with that, Brig has the rally coming soon enough. They flip 13%. But ZETA, they will have a lot more team members back earlier. Bot pass to come down on the low ground. Just to buy some more percentage, and that will just be it. Not really leading into a team fight.
No, ZETA's just kind of chilling back right now. They're going to have a Kitsune, and they're just going to
teleports in. Quick pick, Jae-Hong, Proby down. And they can make a lot of things work. Either it's Alpha E with Violet, or Heesung with Violet. The Dio's just coming. Violet's not even moving an inch.
I was going to say, just a hand off the keyboard? What was that?
Maybe he was scratching with his left hand.
I feel
on the same
like
spot.
The Kiriko's a little more volatile. Like it's I think it's more difficult to play, but you can't tell me that Kitsune Rush is not the way more valuable ultimate than Rally. Rallies have just been really struggling to get the enormous amount of value that you need. You're never really getting a 4 or 5 person rally. It's always on 1 or 2 people, and it's just to keep yourself alive. Usually trouble. Heesung is ulted in. The Nano comes in. This should be all she wrote.
And on the bop. Also the bop. On point. 99%. Evolution has no one else. Kalios very low next to the point, but cannot come in. Eventually does fall at the end. And that's ZETA Division grabbing the first 100 to 40.
So Brigler works a little bit in dive. In the way that, you know, you send in the health packs over the top, or the cookie, as some players refer to it as, and Winston gets some healing from the long distance. But Kiri works in the dive of, I'm gonna Kitsune Rush, and whoever goes in ahead of me, I'm gonna teleport to, and I'm in. And you're just doing so much damage, and the survivability is great. So even when you dive in, say that you get antied, which is almost always gonna happen with the Winston, you just cleanse it too. Like, I think the utility is just so much stronger from Kiri than Brig. Brig is more consistent, more sustainable, more reliable, I guess. But I just, you know, I think it's why we see Violet just really favoring the Kiri too. It's much more of a playmaker support, and Violet shows you why.
We've seen a lot more teams bringing Mei for the Volcano. Not
yeah,
again.
It's a small map. It's very much like Control Center for Lijiang Tower. You can cut people off. You can kind of just really jam it in there. And that's the Mei Sim, then the Vermatra. And really, you're just looking to isolate somebody or get a boost.
Tried it this time, but will be just over the wall. They didn't force out a jump from Kalios. Controlling the side seems okay. Turrets taken down. That's the first thing that you have to take care of. A quick isolation onto Kalios, leaving the back line, so he can't be healed up.
The immortality field comes in huge because obviously because they don't have cleanse this time, but they have an answer to the anti every time, because that was a big nade, hit 3 people.
The back line off to the side. Heesung taken down. No tanks. Becky in the air has been having the stickies. Perfect stick there.
Should see some changes here eventually. They might give it another go as ZETA Division on this composition and try to feel it out and see comfortable. See if they maybe get a window in. But you're going to be outclassed from a distance and trying to retake this point. And Becky in the sky is going to be a problem. But you're close to getting ultimates. You're close to getting some stuff up. A wall can still get you into the point. It's not as bad of a choke as Control Center trying to enter. So they will find entrance here.
Becky from the side. Pushed off the field early on. Pick. Great call. Coming from the Old Ocean with the Nano. Kalios still alive. Just Jae-Hong falls without the use of any other tools. Seems like a pretty clean.
Completely clean up. It's a beautiful flank to come around that backside too. It forces out the immortality field really early, and then they just burn it down. The window gets no value. The Baptiste can't do anything about it. Just completely nuked. So they did the hammer and anvil dive, where someone's on the back, someone's on the front, and then just absolutely collapse on them.
Quick rush again. ZETA this time. Even the Primal not enough to keep him inside. The pop out. Barrier early up from Flora. Just isolating that pop on the other side. Up Becky. The beat comes down from Violet. Waiting for that 4v5. Faith with the rally. Becky extra mate. Now Legion has to be popped. They need extra. I thought so, but not required. Seems like they were willing to just let this go, but it's coming to an end soon enough. 80% for Old Ocean.
They're being very stubborn on this composition, and they will end up just being punished for it because Becky's going to get just unfettered, just free damage going on constantly. ZETA Division going to stick with it. It's their last good grasp. Annihilation should come out immediately. Alpha Yi has to get this Blizzard off. Almost dies on the way in.
99 Kalios, good pick. Flora back on Cassidy. That's their answer against this Echo.
You don't need the Blizzard now too, so it's really nice. Actually, they win that without any single ultimates. Flora, he's been trying to make the cast work. This is one of the stages that you can make the cast work, so of course he's going to go to it. Now the chase, it's going to disengage.
Yeah, ZETA Division find some solution. Having some issues against this Echo. Becky is just really good with the flank, the angle, the timing with Kalios. At the flip, they extend this into their win for that 2-0.
It's going to be Nano Winston.
Becky on the back pin, caught! No Nano available. Blizzard has to be tossed. Sung in sleep? Would that be enough? No Monkey. Becky's still in the air. Has the beam and the extra damage. Old Ocean?
Yeah, they're going to... should be able to pull this one off. I mean, the Annihilation fades. Just the tank trying to get to the point, almost blocked out.
Song?
Great stall here.
So much damage. Finds so much time alone with the Nano. And Old Ocean couldn't finish it. Oh man, that's
been grounded.
Huge fumble.
You almost forget that ability sucks you from the sky. When Becky pulled down to the ground and taken out. Alright, now we're down to the last fight, and it's Proby's going to be able to toss out on the point. Faith is going to have rally. But if Violet can stay alive, you can get the beats. You can also get some good work in from the Deadeye.
About quickly, Violet dead. Oh, this is a chance. Old Ocean with the rally. He secured the victory on Volcano, and Ramatra go to sleep, and that's a quick team wipe.
It looked like
with the ultimates in Old Ocean.
They were going for this kind of like team flank on the right-hand side, and they try to get in there and just get completely caught out, isolated yet again. Becky with a great life on the Echo. ZETA Division, this is something that's happened to them many times on different maps, like maps that they've lost or stages that they've lost, is that they'll run a composition and just really go with their gut, and they kind of outplay themselves. This is a fine composition for this point, but at some point when Becky's going nuts on you, you got to figure things out. And then they got really aggressive towards the end and just got caught. But Becky won fight single-handedly 2, maybe 3 times.
Insane moments from Becky. Taking down at least 2 or more in the team fight. That was insane. Also, some late decision making on the change of comp from ZETA. Maybe they thought they just could do it with the Mace and Metra, but it was not close. Especially when Becky was just popping off like that. So 1-1 time. Some interesting games coming out from Old Ocean. That's what they can do if they can get a map off of ZETA. Proby again. Laura taken down. Early with side damage. Not really taken care of. Becky falls up on the chase. Old Ocean grabs the first. Very likely, unless Alpha E turns around and huge.
It's a good chase. Capping first on this point is really critical to it. It's a map that's very similar to Oasis City Center, where being able to stall out the point is pretty nice. It's actually just a smaller version of Oasis City Center. but it's really hard to. You have to full on win a team fight to be able to flip this point back. So first capture ends up being really critical on this stage in particular. ZETA Division, I mean, it's a decent map for Echo too, because you can play around the center spire. HaeJeokDan has dove in twice, and he has gotten completely no value out of it, and been almost dead both times.
Just pop that bubble before going down, buys the time for the extra jump, and soaks in all the damage from Becky. That's not a bad idea, unless you're doing a lot more work from the back line. Chasing a target, that's Tracer. Recalls away. Kalios low.
Oh,
that
no.
nano was just gone. A little too late. Kalios jumping for that nano for the save. It's gonna be painful for Old Ocean. It was going to be the moment if that Winston really was alive. Good sleep dart, but the entire team is already gone.
I mean, there's pain and there's whatever that was, because that's brutal. It puts you so far behind.
But the game's not over. Still 3 ultimates, about 4 as Proby. That Bob will be online soon enough. Against 5 ultimates potentially from ZETA. Oh, good pick. Playing some overextension here in the room. Early from Becky in sleep. Kalios. Go for the flip. ZETA holding on to all the tools.
Yeah, they're going to use it to stall. The rally's going to come out just to try to keep Violet alive. That's the rally it does, but it's just not very good.
Pop in, rally out.
Yeah, this is just stall. They're just trying to get as much on the point as possible and keep people alive. They're going to have to try to pull this back with Nano. It's a little surprising they didn't get aggressive with Nano, knowing that they had that lapped. And you'd have to think that Finn was going to be confident in the ability to recharge it, knowing what just happened to the opposing Nano, but trying to use it a little more defensively, not going to be the case. Right now, Old Ocean's damage dealers are outclassing ZETA in the 1v1s that they end up taking.
I certainly think that is the case. Binate. Waiting for that pulse.
Just a bit outside.
On the ground, good dodge. But eventually, with that many, can't dodge everything. DAEJEON take him down. But in the meantime, can Becky do a lot more HaeJeokDan on the screen? The point flip. And not as much delivered. Must have been chasing a different target on the back from Becky Proby. Or shot Flora just waited. Proby jumped into his crosshair. Nasty shots right there. Good wait. Good prediction. Is HaeJeokDan jumping after knowing that there's less damage from the other side?
And they finally
only do so much.
Yeah, they finally realized Becky can flank, and it's been in the sky. Philadelphia Fusion spray sighting. R.I.P.
HaeJeokDan. The bubble dodges the sleep dart. Rage up. Top of purple. Kalios taken down on the other side. Winston gone. Anyone touch, pushed all the way back. That will be ZETA Division securing 2 after Old Ocean. Putting up a good fight on Samoa. I think that one nano. I think that could have been a different story potentially, but it was close. Closer than we thought.
It's the same old story kind of for Old Ocean. The damage players play really well. They can have really good games and they're stout. And eventually it comes down to nano value. And I know it's you know, beating a dead horse here, but it has come bite them again and again. And you saw it there, not only the first time where they try to nano Kalios and he dies immediately, that's one nano that gets 0 value, but also in the final fight, another nano gets 0 value. They've had to nano the Brig to stay alive, you know, for Faith. And the switch of mentality that happened there was essentially just ZETA Division realizing, oh yeah, we just need to jump Rujehong. And that's what every team has done against them, and it's worked out pretty consistently. Maybe not every single time, but if you just keep going back to the well, you're going to be fine. Also, ZETA Division did a really nice job of squatting up towards the end and having 3 people with their supports, and even Tracer coming back to help out, and that's denied Becky's last flank. But it's just been the same old story with Old Ocean. You can't throw away nanos on this composition. It's one of your most valuable tools, and they never got it done, despite good performances from both damage players.
Yeah, they certainly did. Becky Proby, I think they really had a fantastic showing in the first. But compared to that, I think lined up pretty good reasons why they couldn't really handle Samoa. On the other side, ZETA, some shaky moments in the first map, but eventually they came down. I think Volcano, they were trying this comp that a lot of other teams actually try that, at least with the Mei. Maybe not with the Symmetra, but in the Ramatra does show up. Even this morning, there were some of those comps showing up from NA and EU. But that'll be it for the first map. Let's go ahead, take a short break, and when we come back, we will have the second map of the match. Welcome back to OWCS Korea, final day of the not the playoffs yet, the group stage. Excuse me, there. Paraiso.
Yeah.
Always the map that Old Ocean is going to bring us to.
Except yesterday, throwing in curveballs yesterday, but this is very, very much the Old Ocean playbook. As Paraiso, they have played it 5 total times. They have won it once, lost 4. If they lose this, I know I'm going to bet money that will go to Surabasa. I mean, this Evolution's been pretty predictable. They're really trying to figure out, like, how do we fix this? Yesterday, they made some different map picks, and I think that was largely because they were just subbing in players, which was the first time they'd done that either. So they put in new tanks and new damage dealers, and we're trying different things out. Didn't go great yesterday either, but going back to the good old Paiso, again, a map where the meta has been largely figured out for the most part. It's going to be this Winston, Ana, Dive, Brig, Ashe, and hopefully an Echo or Pharah, but also some teams will run the Tracer into it. But this is, yeah, standard, same old stuff. I mean, I was saying during the break, I'm like, I don't know if, I keep saying the same thing about Old Ocean, and here's the reason. They keep doing the same thing.
Yeah,
nice Florida Mayhem jersey, by the way.
Same maps, same comps. Oh, great drawing on both. Ooh. That's
yeah, that person's been here before. They've got 3 jerseys. Yeah, of some of the players on this this ZETA division team.
And they keep on bringing the same. HaeJeokDan is stuck on Ana. I don't think he's been playing any other hero. Was there a moment where he was on any other hero?
Yeah, there was I think very early on there was a map where it played a little Baptiste. Okay. But that was about it. Otherwise, I mean, it's been pretty much the same story for Old Ocean throughout these 3 weeks. They are locked into either 7th or 8th place. To get 7th place, they would have to win out 3-1 against ZETA. So why worry about something that's not going to happen? And also, 7th and 8th are going to be playing each other anyway, and it doesn't really matter what your seeding is. So not a whole lot on the line for Old Ocean. Again, just treating this like practice, going back to the same old maps, trying to figure out what they're going to be good at. And it's not been great, and it's really just, it comes down to damage players are fine. Damage players end up having to really try to carry, try to win matches, try to, win 1v1s and then win another 1v1 to put them in position to win, because right now the Kalios and Rouge Hong, Ana, Winston synergy dives are not always good, and they're just not always getting value. And it's not just that, it's like, there's some dives where you're nanoing the Winston, and it's like, okay, well, that was cool, that was good positioning. But, like, there's way too many where they get no kills, no positioning, and just absolutely nothing done with it. So they're crushed. They keep working on it. God bless them. So, well, let's go to Paiso.
It's a new map, it's a new team, so they're taking baby steps, but already other teams have been taking that baby step years ago, and been forming that teamwork years ago. So Old Ocean, they've got long ways compared to all the other teams. And another map selection from them, Paraiso. Let's see if they will bring any change. No subs whatsoever from both sides. It's Paraiso, second map. Let's see if Old Ocean can get a map win. And they're defending first.
Well, think about it this way. Old Ocean is now in their 7th match. They have played Paiso 6 times. So it was only yesterday's match that they did not play Paiso. And the same thing can be said for Saravasa. They've already played Saravasa 6 times, so if we get it as the next map, they would have played Saravasa in every single one of their series.
Certainly looking like a pattern to me, except for yesterday where they actually brought us to Kings Row.
Yeah,
and
but they were
playing
a different roster yesterday.
Yep. And here's ZETA attacking Pharah, Ashe, Winston. Nothing out of the ordinary as Apai in the air, Becky. Let's see what he can do on Paraiso. Some less angles to be freed up in the air because of how the buildings are placed on this map. Oh, that's a good output with the team. Right on Hisang, taken down early. Fight against Apai will continue until that monkey comes back. ZETA division just having this neutral, looking for that Flora. Has to be careful against this Ashe. It's close, Proby. Little Becky falls.
Well, that opens things up for Alpha Yi. Alpha Yi should be able to take whatever angle he wants. Now Flora gets a second piece. Hisong's down, but it doesn't really matter. They're going to be pushing in this.
Unless Kalios has a huge moment from the Winston. Be some line push. Ooh, Faith. Good whip. What a better trade. Kalios finds back.
Dead though.
Some kick calls and capturing starts. ZETA. Still a few members up.
They just got the wave respawn. Proby and Kalios just respawned back alive.
Only with Becky. Shouldn't be able to contest.
No, they're gonna come in. They're gonna touch this. They're gonna try to go through doorway.
Oh, just before. Immediately found. Violet treated.
It's crazy. I mean, they're gonna primal. They're gonna they're at least gonna rally. Him,
Oh, the
right?
purple. And the nano from Finn. Without all the tools, the rage, the nano from ZETA Kalios. Yeah, that might provide some extra tools. And eventually Old Ocean, after using all the tools that they had in their hands, grab their ground. Violet rallies in. What an aggressive player. Of course, we all know him.
What a great observation.
And a duplicate in your face from Becky.
Still though, both supports now dead for ZETA. Alfie is sleeping and Anti, he's dead. Flora throws in the Bob. It's been kind of a bloodbath here. HaeJeokDan is hanging around a little too long, and well, he does force out the Bob. Primal comes out, but you're just gonna have to leave. That was weird.
Yeah, weird moment as I think Finn and Violet, they're still so far away that he couldn't be healed. They couldn't come in.
Yeah, he gets back up this team though. Yeah. We don't want to give up too much ground. You don't want to let the defense reestablish themselves on this platform, so it does make sense in that aspect.
That's opening up so much. Alpha E locking down the entrance right on top. Second floor, there it is.
It's not enough. HaeJeok's gonna be careful. He's in too deep. Was maybe hoping about getting up a nano there, but a nice flank from Alpha E comes around the backside. We'll get a lot of work done there. So both we're gonna be evened up on support ultimates. So who gets better value out of the nano? It's very possible that ZETA Division nanos Alpha E though. They really like that. If Alpha E has an angle, it just adds the survivability and the damage.
This barrage with the nano, we've seen that. Holding from the side, Proby. Some big shots from Rockets. DAEJEON off to the side. Kalios not trying to step outside.
No, is that
a rotation on the back with the purple? On the back line. There's Becky. Great teamwork there from Old Ocean with the nano. With a 2-2 trade, Proby does one more.
Yeah, but ZETA's making the call right there. Like once the nano comes in and they lose, I think they lost Finn right away of don't burn anything. They're just like, okay, that was a nano, whatever. Let's come back with our own nano and swing it back. So rather than trying to fight a 4v5 under not fortuitous circumstances and having burn like your rally or something to try to bring it back, you're just being like, well, we're gonna have our own nano, and that's kind of how the timing on this map works. Laura's gotta be careful.
Yeah, contested. Does have Violet covering up. Alpha E nano. For the barrage, there it is. Basically on the ground. Great connections with Isang. But Kalios. Becky's still there.
Oh, the last second. The last second. Alright, so they lived through it.
Yeah. Good call, good clutch coming off from Old Ocean. Will cover. And 110 to go, ZETA Division. Can't really push anything further. They burned so much time at the first point. Has to get through. Alpha E trying to flank angle.
I mean, their best shot was their last best shot, and they threw everything in with it together, and the HaeJeokDan Alpha E kind of combination was really nice, but they lose faith in the neutral, but Nano has to come out on Kali as it does.
Becky finds Alpha E. That's 1-1 trade of Isang. ZETA, I thought he escaped. Eventually Isang found him. Becky coming down from the air.
Great peel from
Tried to go for
Violet,
the assassinate. Couldn't have enough
Yeah.
damage. Still contest, less than 30 seconds now, ZETA Division. There's a couple of tools, Bob and Nano coming soon. Flora pushing the payload with the team. Pop out, purple. He's trying to do what he can. Double kill on the back. No sustain anymore for the Zeta.
But the cap!
And it touched? No way! OWCS, they were right there! Oh man, Hex.
Becky's used to stuff like this. Becky, you know.
They're too busy fighting, handling the back line. The time extends. And Zeta, they're just collapsing on top. They will go even further. They have all the members back now. Isang trying to go for the rage. Nana Violet down. Becky has been playing so well today.
Yeah, he's the best player on a struggling team. I mean, Becky's been on Valiant before. He knows what this is all about. But it's not on the Echo to contest card. And Becky's doing exactly what Becky should be doing, getting in the back line, double killing, triple killing, and it's on someone else touched card. They don't. You're unable to contest.
Take it down. Kalios. Sustaining with the rage. Angry Monkey is on both. 25 seconds. I'm coming to the last corner soon enough. Alpha E. After the Bionade, Pulse in the back. Not gonna land. Kalios falling back. Becky in the air, ready with the duplicate. Lots of targets on the bottom. Extra Ana with the Bio purple on 2.
They live through that anti though, and now the swing back's gonna come. Finn's gonna have a nano of his own.
HaeJeokDan down, but Hisong, no Winston for Zeta Division. Can they really pull it through with the DPS? Flora down. I think that's about it. Overtime. OWCS will hold. It's a bit of a last contest from Violet. But with the late respawn, it's not going to be able to get that 3 points. But 81 meters out with the 2.
It's a very good push. It's a hard map to finish. Alpha E obviously had to get off of Farah to get into the last fight, but you want to get off of the Farah going into third point anyway. The ceiling's just not high enough. Becky did their damnedest to keep OWCS into that. There were a couple of late nanos that didn't necessarily connect, but I mean, Becky has done everything you could ask for on Echo in these first 2 maps.
Fully agree. Just trolling with the whenever there is purple on the back, picking out both Finn and Violet alone by himself, and also keeping himself alive, doing a lot more work. I think he's actually doing a lot more kill feed and damage compared to Alpha E and Flora, even on Zeta.
Yeah, I think OWCS, you really have to start thinking about, if you really look at the top teams, so like the top teams don't always nano their Winston. Sometimes, like it almost feels like a foregone conclusion at some of the, like for OWCS, of course, like they almost always nano Kalios unless he's dead, and they have to nano Faith at the end or something like that. But rarely have they really gone after it by nanoing their damage dealers. And at the very highest ends, you're nanoing Farahs for a lot of the time, and you're nanoing Echoes. You'll even see a nano Tracer here and there. And I think like OWCS, the problem is like they almost play scared a lot of the times. So on defense, and when they won that very first fight on defense, a lot of teams would chase down and hold the spawn. The top teams do that, and then they get value and they get out, but they're afraid of making a mistake by jumping in and trying to chase down kills. And so they just almost are never getting the full value out of fights, because even fights they win by killing 2 people instead of going to chase down and kill the full 5.
Yeah, exactly. And now, as they're on the attack, OWCS, let's see if they can break through that defensive line on Zeta. Everyone on the high ground, placed well. No follow-up. Flora back to full health. Oh, probably taking a chunk of damage from Flora, and then dies to Dynamite. Burn. Kicks in for the kill. Going the stairs, Flora backs out. Quickly in safe position. In the meantime, Finn, Hisong, Kalios just jumps down. Maybe want to switch off of the Winston.
I know Becky's behind. At least they finally tracked Becky. Oh yeah, meanwhile, Violet's on the Illari. This might just be in response to the fact that they need more stuff to shoot Becky out of the sky.
We're seeing a lot more, even with the nerf, we're seeing a lot more Illari as a lot more aggressive, just putting out extra damage with the DPS. Also finding some better spots for the pylon on a map like this.
Hey, ZETA Division is, in my opinion, the most well prepared to play a double flex support lineup of any of the teams that we have. Even the very top teams, with Violet being the jack of all trades on support that he is, can play everything. And I think this is definitely pressured on Becky. It just gets down to a very simple thing. Yeah, Becky gets to Violet real quick, but gives his life for it. Gets to a very simple thing of, let's not let Becky beat us. If anyone else wants to step up for Old Ocean and carry them to victory, go ahead. But we're not letting Becky just kind of crush us, because that's it's been the problem. The answer to the problem is we're going to run a support that can snipe.
Support plus Flora has been having some good shots. There's Nano and Kalios. Quick entrance. Since there's no rage available, Primal Rage coming soon enough. Jumps back. Well, not much with the Nano.
It doesn't even get them first platform, and like this map is very much like dictated of Winston has to jump onto this platform, and then you take away this room.
He's just gonna do
the next platform.
His own part. There's a pulse from Alpha E.
Yeah, it's being
Purpled
aggressive.
away, but the damage is not landing up because they're all scattered apart. Old Ocean, they're holding so much, but this is not the timing after losing Proby. And Becky falls later. It's not gonna help with the wave. Now we're talking about a minute. Can't use it yet. There's a rage. Kalios just run away.
Well, he forced it off. Violet hit him with a captive sun. Violet sat inside the bubble and hit him with a captive sun, so he had to leave.
Nano and Alpha E on the DPS. Bop down. Violet taken down. The start for Old Ocean, but the rally has been really gone. This could be the opening up, but he's still there. Heesong. Low HP, no sustain, so has to run back.
They're so low. Yeah, I
It's
think
close.
they're gonna give this up, I think. I don't see if they're in position. I don't have eyes on the silhouettes.
Too many coming from the spawn, plus no ultimates to stay on it.
What a great first defense. 242 left, that's pretty big.
Yeah, it wasn't a full hole, but still a lot of time bank burnt away. Becky's the target, forces up duplicate, extra Winston. He's gonna pay for it. Let's see what the other four can do. Becky trying to jump on top. And Alpha E somewhere on the back finds that pulse.
Draws their attention, and then Flora hits 2 shots too. So offense completely negated, completely pushed back. Old Ocean's gonna have 2 more shots at this, and they really have to win a couple fights. Like, payload's not moving right now. That's the limiting factor at this moment, is that the payload has gotten no progress because ZETA Division's holding forward. Nice shot by Proby, wins his 1v1.
Shot. Could be the start. Kalios. This one for the Primal. No Nano even used. That's not too far away from the spawn. Might as well just save it.
Which is, look at the difference of where, like, how aggressive they were on defense, ZETA Division versus Old Ocean, and where ZETA Division is holding versus where Old
Captive Sun, Violet on the back. Did it hit? Not much. Just handling this 1v1 does win out against the DPS, but burns down to the ground. With Dynamite, Becky recalls all the way in the back. After losing one, there's Rally, a couple more tools. Available from both Nanos, Primal.
Rally used to, like, get out of spawn, though. It's not ideal.
Yeah, 1 minute to go from Old Ocean. Adios jumping back and forward. Flora. Target Becky. Back on Tracer. That took so long. And Proby will be found on the other side. Sleep. Straight from Finn. And the hold. Okay, Becky coming back slowly.
Old Ocean has to win this next
Primal.
fight. There's 30 seconds left. The cart needs all the progress they can get, so this is it. Old Ocean has to win this fight or they've lost.
HaeJeokDan. Still alive somehow. Took so long. Bob's out. 15 seconds.
It's just not enough healing.
Yeah, that pulse. I think that's just secures off of E. With the Winston down, Bob's not going to be enough with just 3 members up, and that's probably dead after the wave. Becky's going to touch with a blink. But the members are so far away. And Dynamite's going to secure extra overtime from the touch. Anyone else come for the touch? Kalia's immediately taken down. Probably back on Sojourn. But can't power slide into the payload. That is a 2-0 map score now for ZETA Division.
So it doesn't even come down to necessarily the nanos as it had before. It's a lot of it is, and you can notice this going back and back and back. The top teams are aggressive teams. The top teams take everything that you give them, whether that be a kill on the chase back. Say like the offense's dive doesn't work and they lose 2 people. Well, the defense is coming in and they're gonna kill the Ana before Ana can get back and spawn. And this holds up on this map a lot. So if you want to just see what happens on this map, just I guess watch all of Old Ocean because they're the ones who always pick this map. But it's just chasing them back. And Old Ocean never takes advantage of these kind of things. And you can actually look at Old Ocean on. We'll probably go to Saravasa next, so it'll happen. But look at where they fight, where other teams force you to fight. And that's the best teams on Saravasa are forcing you to fight in spots that you don't want to be, that you're not set up, you're not ready. They cut you in half. And right now, Old Ocean is missing that kind of killer instinct that the best teams in this division have, where, yeah, we won the fight, but we didn't win it enough. Like, I don't remember a time... Obviously, I'm sure it's happened once or twice where a team kill happens for Old Ocean, whereas other teams will kill full 5. Old Ocean gets a couple, and then they just don't get all of it. They're like, it feels like they're operating at like 70% capacity of the other teams.
Yeah, still a bit of small signs of disjointed moment from the team. Of course, their DPS, Proby, Becky playing to their maximum, I think, of what they can do, but still they need a lot more to beat ZETA Division of the day. Still 0-2. They have long ways to go. ZETA Division leading the way. We'll take a short break. When we come back, is it going to be Saravasa? We'll see. ZETA up 2-0. Old Ocean putting up some fight. But having a tough time, of course, against the second place team in the current standings. In Korea, Surabasa it is. They're going into their favorite Paraiso Surabasa pattern. I want to see something else. I want to see some more flashy picks. Maybe not flashy picks, but some more coordination along with the EPS lineup. I think they've been doing. I think Kalios, Faith, HaeJeokDan has been doing okay, but don't really see the big problem in this roster. But this overall, just ZETA just seems slightly better.
Old Ocean, 7 matches played, 6 Paisos, 7 Cervasas. they are really sticking to their guns, getting ready to, just trying their best on it. This has been my favorite map lately, watching the top teams play it. Like, I really love the Pharah, Winston, or Pharah Ball dive compositions that go in and with a Lucio to really just speed around the map and kind of take people down and take these fights out of nowhere. I think ZETA is going to try to run that. But also ZETA does have the double flex option too, so it's really a matter of like, can you talk Violet into playing Lucio on this map or not? Because that's what you need to enable that composition. Or is Violet going to play the Illari so that you can have that long poke battle at mid, which always happens on this map? It's really just a question of like, are you going to run an Ashe and Illari and play longer range and slower poke, or are you going to run like the Pharah and Lucio and just run them down? So, I mean, there's a couple options of composition. Personally, I love watching the Pharah composition. I find it way more interesting and just more hectic and fast-paced. And I think, like, the best teams in the world always play at a really fast pace. If you watch Korean Overwatch versus some other regions, you'll understand it is noticeably faster play. It just is. And then you watch even the best teams in Korea against some of the not so best teams in Korea, it is just noticeably faster paced. So it's just about speed and tempo for these best teams. And I think Surabasa is a great example of that. When a team gets that Pharah and Lucio comp churning, it is just a thing of beauty. It's like watching F1.
Yeah. I wonder what they were talking about from ZETA Division. They had all the crew members coming up the stage. I think they were talking to Alpha E. Potentially about some dive. It seemed like from the gestures they were talking about, like, when you dive in, you do this, you do that, and you cover up. That should have been the comms. No issues no issues on tech. It was, I think, just they wanted to have some extra talk time between the teammates. And all ready to go. As the fan sign said, the old man in the sea, the old ocean. Let's grab one win at least. It's looking like it's going to be very tough after getting 2 maps down against ZETA Division. One of the tougher opponents right after Crazy Raccoon, right after the Falcons that they had to play yesterday. Let's see what they can do. Round robin, the final match. This could be the last map. Ready to go with the dubstep. Hex again. Survasa. Let's see what they can do. Potentially different comp or exactly the same.
For the moment, it looks like the slower composition. Mostly just because they're not running a Lucio.
Never really do.
Yeah, it's not a team that I think of like, when I look at the damage line, I'm like, oh, this is a top-tier Pharah player. So, that's more of a Crazy Raccoon and Falcons kind of thing. So it makes a little sense. Okay, they are going to run the Pharah. It's a Pharah without the Lucio, so it is still pokey. It's a pokey Pharah because they're not going to be chasing down. Maybe it changes after this first fight. We'll see.
Helios up first with jump. Both will come down from the high ground. Flora all the way on the back. Ashe fight. We've seen some of these. Really cool landing. Oh, Becky! I wonder what happened there. Must have been hit by the rocket straight up. First to fall, and that gives an easy opening for ZETA Division to just go straight in. Kalios has to jump all the way. It's dangerous. Easy first cap. And focus fires on Kalios in the bubble for now. Fire needed. So good cover by HaeJeokDan there. Saw that damage coming. Forced off the rotation to the side. Becky back in the fight.
They're going to be pressuring the point here. I mean, Alpha E's been operating with impunity, but now that's Proby's back in the mix. Have to be a little bit careful, but jump comes in. I mean, just look at the characters who combine with that. You can't tell me that this Pharah is not part of the dive comp. It's just non-traditional, but it's Pharah's mobility. The Pharah Winston working together. It's, you know, it's different because like it used to be Winston dives in and then Tracer comes and cleans it up, and now it's Pharah just hit a long-range rocket where there was no damage fall off. Winston come clean it up. Like it works the same way, kind of, but it's just this weird variation. 85% Old Ocean has to do something. They're gonna have Nano.
They better come in. There's Nano. Lee-Sung. Going for the back. Catches Proby. Just isolated on the back. DAEJEON has Nano. Has to use it on Kalios.
Yeah, but now they're gonna get primaled
Bit
out.
late.
Like,
Ooh! Not even a touch.
Not even primaled out. Like, so Kalios goes in, and HaeJeokDan's like, later, I'm going to hang out back here with your supports and make sure that you get absolutely no follow-up healing, and nothing good happens for you when you jump in. And so he jumps in. We didn't see it. We're not on SPV, but I imagine whip shot or coach gun, and then they can't even get the touch.
I'm sure. Kalios had some distance go, but on the second point, Pulse missed. Rage this time is available. Fade down. No rally for this fight. Again, a member down. Start for the Old Ocean for the second point. And will be even more. HaeJeokDan just pops that Rage with a lot of tools that they have. Maybe. Because you can see that Nano used not too long ago. Forces out the enemy Primal. The pop out from Flora. He handled it with the extra sleep. Secures the kill. Nice catch from Finn.
Well, to start that fight, HaeJeokDan was slept and antied as well, and then primaled out of it, so the follow-up is just the difference here. You know, ZETA Division is following up on these sleeps and kills and killing the opposing Winston, whereas, you know, HaeJeokDan lives through those things and is able to fight another day and get back onto the backline.
Certainly looking rough with the Old Ocean every time. Everyone back in fight. Flora. Okay, Flora caught. You're looking for Alpha E. Has Barrage. Not really close enough to use it yet. Rally forced out. HaeJeokDan down. Now that's a good
Interesting that they commit here. The commitment would be a Nano onto Alpha E. There it is. And just gets
even the
completely
stick.
shut down. Yeah.
A lot of tools just to get Alpha E down for the Barrage. What a purple on the back line. Flora's just gonna clean the two. Finn. Oh, hold up, Proby. Still alive and well. HaeJeokDan back in fight.
It's a low numbers fight, but some pressure on the point. Alfie's back in the mix here, trying to get some damage going. Becky's not really found much, but he's been alive enough and annoying enough that it's keeping the damage dealers for ZETA back by their back line rather than the angles that they want to take.
Kalios on the back. Finds Violet early. This is with the Nano. Expected win. You don't really want to use anything else other than the Nano for this win because ZETA Division not really using any big tools. It was just a neutral. The sleep dart's good.
Late kills too. I mean, both the DPS died late. I think they will get wave respawn here. No, Flora doesn't. Flora died late enough that won't get the wave respawn. And not even going to contest it. HaeJeokDan would have been the only one. You would have to primal and double jump into it, so they're just going to give up that point. And finally, a good dive from Old Ocean. I mean, that's how the dive is supposed to look. You get on that back line, you take out the opposing Brig, then you've got a free path to everybody else, and they actually make it work there. So that's how the Nano dive is supposed to work. Old Ocean just needs those a bunch more times.
Yeah, much more coordinated teamwork, especially against Flora. Going down early, though well coordinated. Alpha E, dangerous moment there, was focused. Pop out first. Old Ocean trying to get this capture. Quick dive. Been loving it. Becky ready with the pulse. Just gonna recall with their first capture.
Good follow-up.
Extra onto Finn would be lovely. What looking for, but the teammates covering him now, all the way back to the spawn. He'll jump away, but Becky's still looking for something on his own off to the side. Must have just recalled out. Becky still looking for the Poke from behind.
It's Nano Alpha.
He delivered after the bio, bit of a trade. Proby down on the other side. Alpha is still here. His Pharah delivers so much on top on the jump.
Primal's going on as well. Becky is getting a lot done, but it's just not going to be enough. I mean, Kaleo should be able to get out at the very least, so not going to die. Flip should be coming in, though.
Good contest. Finding a lot of
back
time.
in.
85. She survives. As long as he survives with the team. Rally comes in. 93% still contested. Don't flip. Oh, Becky falls. That's a big move. Force stop barrage. 2 for 1. Song still up in the air for the rage. We'll win the there's the flip and we'll win the team fight eventually, but that's already Old Ocean 99. The wave comes in for all 4. Yuji Hong with the nano.
They're ready
willing
to,
to come quickly.
Yeah, they nano brig. It's an Old Ocean specialty. They'd pull it off a lot more times. Bob's gonna come in. Floor's gonna die.
That's a huge move. Old Ocean looking for the second score. Becky on target. Alpha from the side. Contest it, and Winston will bring him down. Becky forces off the other 2 on the other side overtime. Can anyone touch? That's a second. Old Ocean leading Flashpoint.
I mean, don't get me wrong, when I was like stunned that Kalios was back in, that was the right play. He should have gone back in. It's just that that's not what Old Ocean does. Kalios is usually, if he's below 50 HP, he is out of there. Like, he's getting the first flight, first class
Kalios again!
Yeah,
he's been playing one of the best games so far, I think.
Finally, like, trusting that his supports are going to keep him alive, but that trust a little bit deteriorated there. Does get anti-ing cleaned up.
Away from the pulse, Hisung stays alive. Target, Yu Jae-ong once again has been the winning strategy against a lot of the other team. Coming to the third point, contest right before the capture. Alios purple, don't want to rage yet. Fate's still alive, force. Not quite, the rally forces out by Rylet. Alios still here, raged up. After losing 2 members, let's see if they can sustain. Becky will provide that missing damage. And the Cav eventually Old Ocean. Is this happening, Hex?
It is. I think Zed has made the right decision, though, to put Alpha E on this Tracer. Alpha E's Pharah has been somewhat uninspired compared to how other Pharahs are playing on this map. The composition doesn't necessarily work with a slow Pharah kind of rotating around and getting to the point. I don't think he has the same type of movement mechanics that some of the other Pharahs do on this map, so I think him on Tracer is the better move.
Alias purples. And jumps into safety just in case. Nano in. Hisung, that's raged up. Forced all the way back. ZETA Division will stay alive at least with all 5. Alpha E contesting for the Tracer duel on the Becky. There's a stick! And it's good, Becky. The Nano comes down.
It's Nano Hisung.
And 75!
There's not much for him.
Old Ocean!
Gonna die.
Hisung's gone! And if they can push the rotation all the way back, Old Ocean, they're feeling it. They have the tempo. Alpha is gonna come around and go for the touch. Overtime, recalls. So it buys a bit of time. But it's gonna take a while for the Winston to come. Alpha E down, that's a huge! Good catch by Becky. Going around with Kalios. On the back, bobs out from Flora. Fate taken down, goodbye nade. With the catch from Finn. There's a flip, they back out from the point. Old Ocean, they have some time. With ultimates coming back soon enough. Becky probably down.
Just don't burn anything here. It's fine. Just leave. Get out with your lives. Completely fine. You can come in. You're going to have Primal. Very likely you're going to have Nano. And also Becky could just win this for you. Becky's been by far and away the best player in the server. Like this series. Even on the losses. Like we were joking. We wanted to vote for Becky for player of the match.
I can second that. For sure. Kalios has the rage. Gonna pop it. The Primal's there. Nano coming back from 15. So he does have Bob if he wants to commit all the way, but no one in the point active. There it is. Off to the side, going for the flip. ZETA has the comfort contest. The stick is good! Becky, out of his mind! All this crazy Tracer! And Isong does that primal for the extra push.
Alpha E answers back though.
This is huge. Alpha E with the piss. And Hisong's still there. The entire team of Old Ocean going down 99 to 99. The second point is there 2-2. Tight score with everything burnt.
Now I'm
down
thinking
to the wire.
What they were telling Alpha E before this map is like, well, just try the Pharah. Try the Pharah for a while, and if it's going bad, go to the Tracer, because it's been a world of difference. That Pharah was like fine early on, playing long range and playing poke with it, but it was absolutely getting bodied. Secondly, Alpha E comes back on this Tracer, and the Tracer is going to be really important to find Becky, so that Becky can't run wild on this Tracer. Tracers are really good at checking each other and keeping each other in check, almost like a Widow duel.
It all comes down to this. 2-2 tied. Let's see who grabs the first. Point unlocking in 2 seconds. Long dynamite all the way in. Hisong with the purple. Taking a big chunk.
That's going to slow him down.
Yeah, nothing coming online in a while. So this neutral fight is going to go for some time. Alpha E take it down. Becky again and again. Extra Tracer on the board. Pulse bomb if needed. Ruby on the back stick. Oh my goodness! I'm getting chills, Hex.
I mean, this has been a masterclass. He's hit everything, and killing the opposing Tracer it's exactly what I said before. Once that other Tracer's down, there's no one who can really deal with you. The mobility is way too high. So as long as you don't screw up your blinks and your recalls, you should never die in those situations. Gets in great position, and another,
getting contest on the back. Yeah, no sleep dart with the nano. Hisong. This should be the team fight going for ZETA. Yeah, with just a nano. So bit of an eco push with just one. Old Ocean, I think they still have to contest with the nano and the primal later on. It'll be tough. Let's see what Becky can do. The lifesaver for the team. Can you do it again and again?
So Alpha E just needs to stay alive and keep eyes on where Becky is. Like, that's kind of it. I think you should just be playing Bouncer, and wherever Becky goes, you go too. Don't try to take the one-on-one. Don't even like try to clip and melee in. Just keep eyes. Make sure you know where Becky is at all times. If Becky blinks past you and you see a window for a pulse bomb stick, go for it. But right now, you just cannot let Becky beat you.
Yeah, nano on. That's an extra tool that Old Ocean has. Pop out early from Proby. On the point, and Flora finds it back. First primal, some tools being delayed by ZETA, just reacting against what they have to deal with. Still Rally Nano available from Fate 3 Jaehong. Both teams stalling this one out. Rally is in. Alpha E, the stick on the side. Not good enough. Nano to Kalios. Becky, not this time. But still good to go with the damage with Kalios nanoed. 99% for ZETA Division. They have to come up clutch. Becky, Kalios. But against the 4, it's looking like there's way too much. And Becky will be brought down with Kalios at the end. They tried their hardest, but ZETA Division will come out on top with a 3-0.
I was rooting for him. So ZETA Division,
In my heart, yes, I was too.
will win that. Old Ocean, 7 Ceravasas, 3 and 4. It is by far their best map. Like, it is not even close. They look so much better on that map. They know what they want to run team-wise. Here's the one thing I really liked for Old Ocean in that map. Well, we'll give ZETA their flowers in a moment. Is even early on when I was saying, like, Kalios, why are you back in? That's how you should be playing. And then, you know, obviously it works out for them. And then towards the end, I thought that Rujeong was really holding that nano, like, almost too long. But that's kind of how you should be playing. You should have the confidence that you're going to get the nano off. Unfortunately, there was a big anti-heal that hit him and Faith in the back line.
Yes.
The nano has to come in late. They end up losing a couple. Becky can't hit every single pulse bomb, which is probably what they needed. So, I mean, I've said it about this team that their damage players can win you matches. They can take over maps. As long as everyone else plays consistently and doesn't make mistakes and up to a level, I think they can beat some of these good teams. Probably not a match-wise thing when you have someone on a heater like that. Becky almost pulls it off, but on the other side of things, Flora was the more consistent damage dealer for the ZETA Division.
Yeah, Flora, Alpha E. Got some votes, I believe, but Flora will come on top again and again. ZETA Division does win the match with a 3-0, but came really close on Ceravasa. I really want to give... If I can give my medal, I would give it to Becky. If I had the flowers, I would give it to Kalios.
Yeah.
Throughout the season, they just did so much. We could see their improvement step by step, and this is the last match of the round robin, and then we have this much of an upgrade. The entire team just playing out of their mind.
Yeah, and here's the thing too: is it was nice to see Kalios stay with the Winston and have the confidence in it, because there's been so many times where Kalios will get killed a couple times or something bad happens, and then he'll switch to the D.Va. Has played a lot of D.Va on that Sarabasa map, and I thought maybe they had Alpha Yi put in more pressure on the Pharah and gotten more done with it early on. We might have forced that switch. Didn't happen. I think that Pharah it just operates differently when you don't have the speed boost of a Lucio to go in. When you're not really diving with it, it operates kind of on its own. There were too many times where Alpha Yi was at like half HP and he's not playing inside the Winston bubble because he's not like with his brig or getting anything done there. So some work to be done on that flyer for ZETA division going forward, because I think Pharah is that important. But yeah, Flora just kind of, you know what Flora does. And again, props to Flora for not forcing the cast in situations where it didn't work, which was one of their issues earlier. So, I mean, I think if this team plays the meta, they can be just as good as anyone else. A little bit concerning how Sarabasa went, considering how good Crazy Raccoon and Falcons have been on Sarabasa. It's a map that I think ZETA needs to put some time into, and maybe that's why the coaching was coming out before they entered that map.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to try something else. The Pharah was in for a long time. Don't exactly know what they talked about. But here's Flora, the player of the match. Oh, this Ashe, the hit scan, as you can tell, right on the target. And we will hear from Flora. Quest, I believe you're ready. Take it away, please.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are here with the second POTM interview of the day for ZETA Division taking the 3-0 victory against OWCS. It's a result that maybe many of you have expected, maybe not, but the man of the hour himself is on stage. And again, making the introductions, this is Flora.
반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 3대 0으로 모든 세트 잡아내면서 승리를 거머쥐게 됐는데요. 승리 소감도
So, can you tell us about your thoughts on the victory?
오늘 잘 이기긴 했는데
We did win.
몰랐고
I didn't think that we would struggle. We didn't play as well.
메인 콜을 맡기는 전략을
Today,
썼는데
we left our main shot calling to Heesung for the first time, and I think I think he did well, and I think we gained a lot of experience. Of course, there were moments where ZETA Division was in a bit of a pickle, bit of a struggle. So, can you tell us about the momentum? Our opponent's DPS lineup rotated very well. I think they played well as well.
좀 수면이나 힐벤이 좀 잘 날카롭게 들어왔던 것
And
같아요.
I think Anna's sleep dart and their nano was on point as well.
까다로웠다라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 그렇지만 오늘 POTM은 플로라 선수가 차지하게 됐죠. 애쉬로 캐리하는 모습을 보여줬는데
he had a stellar performance on Ashe.
자, 오늘 좀 딜러 대결도 굉장히 치열했잖아요.
And the DPS matchup was fierce. What would you say was the highlight reel moment of the match?
개인적으로는 명장면은 잘 모르겠고.
I don't know about a highlight reel, but
희성이가 저희 제일 막내거든요.
Heesung is the youngest of our team.
얘가 브리핑을 하면서 자신감이 붙었나 봐요.
And I think he gained confidence when he was breaking down the scenarios for us.
그게 제일 재밌었던 것 같아요.
Seeing that confidence was fun to watch.
그런 것 같아요. 얘가 좀 정신교육 해야 될 것 같아요.
But I do think that he needs a little bit of mental coaching.
자, 오늘
Says the
승리로
pick pro
2위를
Flora.
확정하게 됐어요. 스테이지 1 때는 이제 3위였는데 한 발짝 더
Of course, in stage 1, ZETA finished third, but now they are now finishing second with this victory. So, can you talk to us about the improvements? Our scrim results have been good. And I think the biggest reason was behind us moving into a team house where we were able to communicate more freely, and of course under a better practice environment, our performance is bound to improve. And now you'll be facing Crazy Raccoon again. And in an earlier interview, they said that ZETA hopes that ZETA make it, so that CR can beat them. So
다음에는
your response?
해드리겠습니다.
And
패드리겠나요?
패요.
아, 패요?
next time we'll beat you guys up.
패드리겠다라고 그리고 또 점잖게 또 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자 그리고 마지막까지 라운드 로빈 2위 마무리할 수 있도록 응원해 주신
And lastly, please say some words to the fans that have been
라운드
supporting you.
로빈 저희 마무리했는데
We finished our round
많이
robins,
와주셔서 감사드리고
and we appreciate everyone that came out.
봐주는 분들 너무 다 감사하고요.
And also to those watching at home or wherever you may
감사합니다.
be. So thank you very much.
네, 자 이렇게 지금까지 제타 디비전
And that was the POTM interview of the day, or of the second match with Flora. And before we head into the third match, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
다음 경기도 굉장히 치열할 예정인데요.
Thank you, Quest. We have a couple more matches before we finish. We certainly do, because we're only halfway in. We have 2 more matches to go through. Next up will be Fnatic versus Team Falcons. Stay tuned.
안녕하세요. 푸나틱에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 나이프입니다.
푸나틱에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재곤입니다.
푸나틱 탱커 동학입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 딜러 맡고 있는 체크메이트입니다.
푸나틱에서 서브 힐러를 맡고 있는 이재키입니다.
사실 저는 한국이랑 외국이랑 크게 차이는 없다고 생각해서 늘 하던 대로 열심히 하지만 그래도 관객분들이 한국 분들이다 보니까 좀 더 파이팅을 잘 받아서 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
한국에서 대화할 수 있는 계기로 한국 팬들을 만날 수 있으니까 그거를 이제 목표 삼아서 제가 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
좀 늙었고요. 좀 못해진 것 같고요. 저도 포함이고 이제 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였기 때문에 이제 앞으로 이제 남은 길은 더 열심히 해서 유종의 미를 좀 거둬야지 않나.
저는 저를 눈여겨보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제가 히트 스캔을 주로 안 했다가 이번 연도부터 하기 시작했는데 다른 메인딜 선수보다도 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 눈여겨보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 전 제가 1등이라 생각합니다. 이번에는 더 열심히 해서 더 높은 곳으로 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이번이 좀 마지막 대회일 수도 있다는 생각이 들어서 마지막까지 좀 후회 없이 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
우승 아니면 의미가 없다 생각해서 우승하겠습니다.
재밌게 잘 해보겠습니다.
항상 팬분들이 있기에 선수가 존재한다고 생각을 해요. 만약에 팬분들이 없었다면 이 직업이나 선수들 자체도 없지 않나. 그래서 항상 찾아오고 응원해주시는 팬분들한테 너무 리스펙하고 너무 감사하다는 말 전하고 싶습니다.
매번 찾아와주시고 이제 부시는 팬분들한테 항상 감사하고 응원을 빌미로 다시 일어날 수 있게 해주셔서 감사하고 진짜 마지막으로 생각하고 열심히 하겠습니다.
We are very thank you for fans who always supporting us. I really want to say thanks.
Cheer up, Fnatic. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고 합니다.
This is Sir Majid from Team Falcons. I play flex support.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 필더라고 합니다.
팔콘에서 덱을 맡고 있는 스토커입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 치오입니다.
팀 팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 한빈이라고 합니다.
팀 팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로퍼라고 합니다.
아무래도 일단 저희 팀의 주장인 한빈 형이 요즘 폼이 많이 좋은 것 같더라고요. 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
A player that got better in our team, I think it's Stalker from last season.
필더 선수가 요즘 먹는 폼이 장난 아니어가지고 이제 먹는 폼만큼 게임 폼도 좀 오를 거라 생각하기 때문에 전 필더를 하겠습니다.
당연히 1, 2팀은 저희 팀이고 2위 라쿤, 3위 제타, 4위 아래는 뭐 또이또이 할 것 같아요.
1등은 당연히 팔콘이고 2등은 라쿤, 3등까지는 제타, 나머지는 다 몰라가지고
이번에도 라이벌 팀은 라쿤밖에 없을 것 같습니다.
I think just Raccoons and ZETA maybe. What do you think?
No, your opinion.
I wanna see your opinion. Because you're a coach.
전적은 라쿤이 더 앞서긴 하는데 기량은 저희가 더 앞서는 것 같다고 생각해요.
지금까지는 라쿤이 더 우세하고 있지만 마지막까지도 똑같이 생각할지는 잘 모르겠어요.
지난번에 2번 준우승했을 때는 솔직히 실력도 실력이지만 운이 안 좋았다 생각했어가지고 이번엔 좀 운만 따라주면은 이길 수 있다 생각합니다.
이번에는 정말로 진짜 이길 수 있을 것 같고 그만큼 자신 있습니다.
앞으로의 남은 경기들은 저희가 이길 테니까 너무 속상해하지 않으셨으면 합니다.
계속 이기셔가지고 많이 자만들 하고 계실 텐데 이번엔 다시 죽여버리도록 하겠습니다.
재현이 형 기대하고 있어. 혼내주러 갈게. 이번에야말로 우승 한번 다시 해보도록 하겠습니다.
I need more playtime. That's my goal. Our goal this season is just qualify for Sweden and win, hopefully.
이번에는 스웨덴까지 우승 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
열심히 해서 스스로 만족할 수 있는 그런 경기들을 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주시고 최근에는 좀 많이 응원보다는 위로를 많이 듣게 됐었는데 응원으로 바뀌도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번에는 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
저희 팔콘 팬이신 거에 대한 뿌듯함을 느끼게 하실 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you guys for supporting us and 감사합니다.
팔콘
파이팅!
Welcome back, everyone. It's a third match, and we have until the fourth match to go until we are done with the round robin. It's going to be Fnatic versus the Falcons. Very close up together. One team with a 3-3-1 win, one team with a 4-2. So we do have to talk a little bit about the tiebreak potential situation. And I'm pretty sure I'm just going to leave it down to you, Hex. Hex is going to break it down for you.
Thanks a lot. I think we're going to have a graphic come up here. Essentially, like what happens in this match and then what happens in the next match is going to determine the two teams that finish in the top four. One of the three teams between Fnatic, Falcons, and Poker Face will finish in the bottom four and have to play into the play-ins, not automatically qualifiers. So it's going to be critical. These two teams specifically, they match up really well. They are kind of very similar results. They've both lost against ZETA Division and Crazy Raccoon. The difference is, I mean, Fnatic, if you remember, I think it was one of our very first matches, played against ZETA Division and went all the way to 5. It could have gone either way. Fnatic also dropped to Poker Face, and that's where a lot of the questions started coming in about which is this Fnatic team. Then they had an easy run of games where they played HaeJeokDan, Vec, and Old Ocean. Obviously, they won all three of those, dropped a map to Vec, dropped a map to HaeJeokDan. So this Fnatic team is still a lot of questions about them, only a 5-person roster. On the other side of things, Falcons, they've actually been doing some interesting stuff with their roster very recently. Stalker has come off of the bench after Happy got acclimated to this team. Happy's now in that pure hit scan role. Stalker has come in and played very well on Tracer, so they're cycling in all of their pieces. I had to guess, I'd say Falcons are slightly favored, but yeah, I mean, depending on the results of this one, and it comes down to map wins and differentials, and then it's going to come down on what Poker Face does in their next match against HaeJeokDan. So still a lot to be decided, but these are where the rubber meets the road here. I mean, no matter which team ends up in 5th place, it's going to be kind of heartbreaking because it's just tough. You expect to be in that top 4. But yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. A lot of scenarios, and we're not even going to know who qualifies necessarily until we get to that final match. But this is what they're playing for.
And that's exactly why we have to talk about the seeding decider. Crazy Raccoon up there first, guaranteed. Second, ZETA Division, guaranteed. Third, fourth. And third, I think we're very likely Falcons, but you have to wait until this match. And also Fnatic, they do have a chance of getting into it, so it's going to be the big deal. The top 4 will play their own round robin between the 4 teams, and on the other side, we'll have from the bottom LCQ. If you drop from here, you're gone from the bottom. 5th, 6th, you'd have an extra life. But the 7th, 8th, VC DAEJEON, Old Ocean locked in for that game 2. If they lose, they're gone. And if they can only come up, only 2 teams out of the 4 from LCQ will come up on top. So you certainly do not want to go down. From the seeding decider, you don't get knocked out from Korea at least.
Yeah, you'll still probably be in it. So I think even the teams, I don't see a world in which Vac and Old Ocean end up upsetting and making sure that they get into the playoffs. So most of these teams should get through it. But you're also giving up the opportunity to make a good run in the round robin and get yourself one of those 1 or 2 seeds after the seeding round robin happens. And those 1 and 2 seeds get a first round bye in the playoffs. So that's going to be critical. Yeah, Fnatic 3-3 with a +1. Poker Face 3-3 +1. Falcons just looking to just lock it up and be done with it and move on. If they win, they will be guaranteed top 4 because they'll have 5 wins, and obviously no way that anyone else can get to 5 wins. So it's as tight as can be. But really, this is the time where the Falcons have to just show up and show who they are, because this is a team that's been, you know, underperformed so far. I know they're 4-2 and they've only lost to the 2 best teams, but they just haven't looked stout. They haven't looked sound. But if you're losing to a team like Fnatic, who's had their own troubles recently, then the questions are going to start all over again for this squad. So yeah, it's as tight as can be, and Poker Face still has to play up next. So Fnatic needs a good showing so that they don't stick in that 5 spot. It could not be more on the line, but going down to that lower bracket means that you don't get a chance. So instead of reading it all out, everyone here can enjoy it. Possible outcomes if Fnatic wins. We have a follow-up graphic of if Falcons win, but you can see it. Here's what I'm rooting for. I'll just say it. I want Fnatic. I want the second one. I want Fnatic to win 3-1, and then I want Poker Face to win 3-1, so that we have a 3-way tie for third. because that tiebreaker can't even be done with head-to-heads because they've all beaten each other in different ways. So I think we would have to have another match to break that tie. So it would be bonus Overwatch.
So we'll have 5 matches tonight. If that
I don't know.
case?
I don't think it'd be tonight. I'm not certain actually. Because it seems so unlikely. But I don't know. I don't know. I literally don't know.
We do have all 3 teams, but to break the tie, we have to at least play 2 or more, right? We can't just play 1 because it's a 3-way tie.
You're asking the wrong person. I'm just rooting for chaos as always.
I think there's another tiebreak, but if it's a 3-way, I think we just have to. Yeah, tiebreaker match will consist 1 map from the control pool. So
okay.
That will be the tiebreak. So it'll just be 1 map tiebreak. We have all the teams in WTG Studio. I'm sure since we started early, I think there's still time for the extra if it comes to case with a tiebreak, and that requires Fnatic to win or the Falcons to get it down later. Falcons, if they win, likely they will just stick to top 3. And as you can see here, we do have the page. So strength of victory evaluated by combining records of all teams beaten. And based on final standings, of course, that makes a lot more sense. And tiebreaker match, 1 map of the control. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we would get to strength of standings there too, because it goes map differential, then head-to-head, and then strength of victory. Way too much to figure out. Let's just play the games and have.
Let's just leave it to the admins to sort that out if it comes to case.
Yeah, much props to them. It is one of the most overlooked part of esports in general tournaments is the comp ops, and you know, I've spent some time in the Overwatch League and just trying to figure out between every map. Like when I was working as a producer for it, it was always trying to get with comp ops and try to figure it out. And sometimes it'd be on their 6th and 7th tiebreaker, and they're running through all the scenarios. And just as good of a administration here at WDG. And yeah, so we could go through the what ifs all day long. Let's just get into it. Here's Fnatic.
We'll see what happens. Fnatic certainly need a win if they want to tie things at least. Force us into some wild situations. If they can bounce back. 5-man roster, as you can see. A bit less member on stage. Feels empty compared to some of the other rosters that we're about to have. Falcons having 8 men. A lot more. Oh, 7. Excuse me there. And Falcons will have 7. Has all the placards ready. Even using the fan. Alright, here's Team Falcons looking a lot better. Should be. That's. See, where's the channel points? Falcons 85% to Fnatic 15. That's the fan prediction at the moment, just from the global.
I would agree with that.
At the moment.
Both of these teams with a lot of questions about them throughout, but I think Fnatic has been more inconsistent and just more questions about them. We've seen Falcons at their peak. Falcons are a team that beat Crazy Raccoon on the biggest stage in Dallas. They just ended up getting run back by Crazy Raccoon. So of the Crazy Raccoon hasn't really lost matches or maps in about 3 or 4 months, except to Falcons, and I believe they might have dropped a map to Ultra. But yeah, here's Fnatic. Only 5. These are the 5 you're going to see. Real easy. Don't have to keep track of subs or anything. Checkmate has been on an absolute tear with how good Pharah has been. Checkmate has been perhaps the best Pharah in all of this tournament. Obviously, the damage line is very, very strong with the Lucio buffs. I mean, when DAEJEON and Checkmate are working well together, they get this Pharah dive crazily. Knife can go off. Donghack obviously wants to play Doom, but can play a very good Winston, very good Ball. And Izayaki kind of, don't say his name a ton, but can be a good playmaker, but a very solid support. And here's the Falcons starting 5. It is going to be the Guild standbys, and Smurf is in, so very likely a Winston composition.
Yeah. And Smurf in. Seems like we are starting, of course we're starting in control, but if we go into some off maps, I think we'll see maybe even Thermajet kicking in, Hanbin coming back, depending on where we go into the future maps. But this is a huge roster, and they have been testing a lot, and it all comes down to this, the very important match that they should win. Quest,
세
take it
번째
away for the
경기 이제 곧
translations.
시작됩니다. 팀8콩과 푸나틱의
Thank you very much,
경기인데요.
G-Clef.
자,
We are
경기
here
시작
with
전에
the third
대표분들
team rep
한
interview
분씩
of the
모시고
day
인터뷰 진행해
between
보도록
Fnatic and
하겠습니다.
Team Falcons.
먼저 푸나틱 팀 만나볼까요?
And on Fnatic side,
네, 자기 소개 부탁드립니다.
we have Checkmate.
맡고 있는 체크메이트라고 합니다.
네, 체크메이트 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 팀8콩
And on Team Falcons side,
안녕하세요. 팔콘에서 힐러를 맡고
we have
있는
Chio
치오라고
representing his team.
네, 치오 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 지금까지 푸나틱은 또 3연승,
Of course, Fnatic now on a 3-week match win streak. Team Falcons with the 2-match win streak.
자, 그만큼 두 팀의 순위 경쟁도 굉장히
They have the momentum.
오늘 경기
So
승리가 되게 간절한데 오늘 경기 어떻게
the win
보시나요?
today is critical for them. So how do you see the win, or how do you see the match today?
합을 얼마나 맞췄는지 확인할 수 있는
I think that today will be a good indicator match of whether
how
far we came in to figure out to see how far our team synergy came. Sorry, I'm getting a little tongue tied here.
저희도 일단은
And he just says, "Let's go, good luck, fighting." To his
그럼에도
team.
불구하고 일단은 확실히 이겨야기
And on
때문에
Team Falcon side,
3대 0으로 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I think that
대
we will
0으로
win 3-0 today.
끝내겠다라고
And
말씀을 해주셨는데,
again, for us too,
팀원들에게
it'll be a
화이팅
good
한번
indicator
보내볼까요?
for us.
얘들아 화이팅.
And he cheers his team
네,
on by saying,
화이팅이라고
"Let's
또
go, boys!
자상하게 말씀을
Fighting, boys!"
해주셨습니다. 자, 오늘 라운드 로빈 마지막 경기를 앞두고 있는데요.
And this is the last round robin match. So can you please say a few words to the fans cheering you
같은
on?
말이지만 응원해 주셔서 감사하고요.
Again, as I always say, thank you very much for supporting us, and we will make sure to put on a
네,
good
응원해
performance
주셔서
for you all
감사하다.
today.
좋은 결과로 보답해드리겠다라고 하셨고요. 그렇다면 치우
And as for Team Falcon side,
저도 늘 응원해 주셔서 정말
and
감사드리고
again for me as well, as always, thank you for supporting us, and we will put on a good performance for all of
오늘
you.
경기 승리는 누가 차지하게 될까요?
So who will take the win today? That was the team rep interview between Fnatic and Team Falcons. And before we head into the match, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
Thank you, Quest, for the translations. Both players a bit stubborn on stage. Maybe they just want to focus in game. We're not really talking too much from the pre-match interview. We do have Nepal. Haven't seen Nepal for a while. This could be the starting map for Fnatic and Falcons.
Yeah, that's so very ball oriented map. I mean, it's Nepal is one of those weird ones where the stages are so different, village plays so differently than everything else. I think throughout the matchup here today, I'm really focusing on the damage lines and kind of the individual matchups. If we do see teams following pretty standard metas, like Stalker versus Knife is likely going to be the Tracer matchup that you're going to see, and I think Stalker probably gets the better end of that. Checkmate versus Proper. Checkmate wants to run the Pharah a lot of times. Can Proper run an Echo to shut that down? So like these little micro matchups are going to be happening. Other than that, I think they're pretty even on support lines. I think they're pretty even on tank lines, but I think the damage play, as it so often does, will be one of the differences. It's definitely a match within the match to keep an eye on.
Yep. See an empty seat. Maybe you have to run to
That's
wash
the
his
tank.
hands.
It's the tank seat, I believe.
Maybe Donghak, I believe, is the missing player.
He's back there telling the coaches to let him play Doomfist.
He's trying to convey the team, maybe just to stay extra hydrated before the match goes. Don't
So
see
I
any
think-
tech issues. Oh, I have another
Yeah.
player on the other side. That must be Chio, or was it Fielder? I couldn't tell. Yeah, Hex, what were you gonna say?
I think there's the Falcons. If they win, they're always in. Like they'll always take at least they'll qualify if they win. The only way in which the Falcons don't qualify for top 4 is if they get 3-0'd and then Poker Face has to. There's still other things that have to happen, but I'm pretty sure. Well, actually 3-0'd or 3-1. So if the Falcons can take a couple of maps here, then even losing they should be okay. But yeah, let's just let it play out, and then we'll revisit this before we go into the next match and tell you what Poker Face has to do to move on.
Certainly some time for drinks and popcorn, especially for this last 2 matches of the night.
What a sick format that it still matters when we get to, like, our very final match is still going to matter. There's been some tournaments and events I've been a part of where you get down to the last day or so and it's just like, oh man, how are we going to sell these matches? But yeah, all of these actually have huge implications going forward. You need to be in that top 4. And these two teams expect to be in the top 4. I think the resurgence of Poker Face and the upgrades that they have made have kind of thrown a wrench in the plans of everyone. Because I think if you looked at it on paper, you would expect that these two teams would have been top 4 no matter what. So it's Crazy Raccoon, ZETA, Falcons, Fnatic. Those are the teams that you expected to be top 4. But Poker Face has done so well that's kind of screwing everything up. But you know, we'll give Poker Face their flowers when we get there. Retooled roster has really changed the landscape of qualifying for the top 4 here.
Yeah, and Fnatic can certainly do the same. Looking like there's a low chance, but it seems like it's possible compared to the other 2 matches that we just had. Fnatic should have the best chance of at least winning against the Falcons. Falcons still with the roster should be winning this one at least with a 3-1, maybe even with a 3-0. But there's been a lot of shaking, especially starting with the control. There's been some weird moments from control from the Falcons. So I think, of course, you should be winning control from both teams, but it's really a big question. They have been struggling so hard, just not really having the best team comp. Not just the team comp, teamwork in the game, and also just getting cut off before the team fight breaks open. That's been most of the story for the Falcons on control, whether it's Nepal or mostly a lot more for Lijiang especially.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're going to Nepal might be a better sign for them to start.
The Falcons are just terrible at control, and there's really been like almost no rhyme or reason. It's just kind of resetting, and they're not able to get there. I think they even struggled against Old Ocean on control. But I think control was the map that they ended up losing to HaeJeokDan really early on. So this has been a thing all year on control. They're 2-4 on it. On Nepal specifically, they're 1-1, same record as Fnatic on Nepal, so no RNG advantage for control map for either of these squads. But yeah, Falcons look pretty lost on control for the most part. It's been their worst map type by a mile at 2-4. So just trying to figure out what the delay is while we hang out here.
I think that's maybe
it's still hot in the studio.
Toilet issue. Potentially, we'll see.
See, you have no idea. I saw you put that.
No,
in Discord.
it's not a toilet issue. I've heard it from the production. Oh, he's back. Okay, he was back. I've seen him back on the seats.
Okay, good. So everyone's just checking their mouths and we get going. But yeah, I think I would say that this match is more important for the Falcons. I just think expectation-wise, organizationally, you know, the Falcons were one of the first teams in the OWCS era to, especially in Korea, to sign with a big organization. You know, the expectations were mile high, and they've since then, yes, they won OWCS Korea, but then they lost OWCS Asia. They lost the major. They weren't able to win at EWC. Like, it's not been the expectations haven't been met for the Falcons. Then they add players in. You know, you've got Sir Majed trying to figure out their spot on the team. And I think they're starting to figure that out a little bit over the last couple of games of how they're going to handle the roster. But I think the expectations are higher for Falcons. Fnatic had a really bad tournament in between splits here. So like they were having trouble. That was adjusting to the new support line because this roster has been retooled. Yeah, a lot at stake for both teams, but I would say that people kind of wouldn't be as surprised if Fnatic doesn't make top 4 or they end up losing this, whereas I think people would be pretty stunned if something goes horribly wrong for the Falcons.
Yes, expected win for the Falcons. Fnatic, it seems like all 10 players ready in their seats. Final come check. HaeJeokDan looking left, right. Oh, good to go, team. Looking like so, both teams ready to go. Thanks for the wait, everyone. Final check before we go into Nepal. First map of the series. Time to cool things down. It's for the last few days, it hasn't been this hot, but just today, it's been quite warm. Still over 30 degrees Celsius.
Imagine going outside.
6:30 p.m. Yeah, it's plus humid. Of course, the theater has AC, but it's just extra hot today. I mean, WTD studio. It's in a big theater building.
Okay, we're on Village, I think, if I saw out the window. Yeah.
Yep.
So Fnatic is going to run Sim May. Really critical mid-fight here. And wow.
Pharah damage! Oh my god! 35% already from Proper! Did you see the HP bars going down?
Yeah, Smurf rolled into him too. Like, they just absolutely knew what that rollout was going to look like. You know that if the team wants to run a bar
back off! We
time,
don't stand a chance. That was
54%.
nasty. Holy Proper. How quickly did you get to the right place?
Fnatic is lucky that they were running a Baptiste. The Immortality field came out and saved their lives. So Fnatic can make some changes here. Checkmates on the Echo to deal with the Pharah. So interesting that I thought it was going to be the other way around. And the difference is we have an Ana for Falcons. Izayaki is going to run the Kiri.
Chains coming through. Fnatic checkmate, very low. We'll be going back. Just hiding away from this ball. Getting harassed. Smurf still feels safe. Extra heal pack. Good to go. Even fighting mid-air. The ball fight will be quite interesting in the middle. Donghak Smurf. Both on the ball proper. Flying back to safety. He thought. Checkmate. Both air units down. 4v4. Ball fight in the middle. Knife and Tracer.
This guy is clear. Fnatic stole away the point at a certain point there, so they're getting percentage. The fights have occurred nowhere near the point so far. Maybe a flip back here, it seems like.
Flip. Falcons back. 4 ultimates already. Locked and loaded. Fielder gone. Make that 3. Smurf. Yeah, without the sound barrier, I don't think anyone wants to really commit. Falcon just letting this go.
Trades all over the place. Now we're finally entering the ultimate phase of the game, so this one's going to be interesting. The big difference between a Kiri ult and a Nano is just kind of the single target versus a team fight target. So Fnatic would like to brawl on the ground, get everybody in it. They'd rather have control of the point to drop it in defensively, to use that Kitsune rush and make sure that Falcons can engage. Meanwhile, Falcons, you wonder who the target's going to be. Perhaps Smurf, but you've seen mostly if you're running a Pharah comp that the Pharah is going to get the Nano.
Mine all the way from top. Delaying rotation, pushing them back. After Smurf going down, 5 ultimates for Falcons. Nothing committed big time yet.
I love where where Fnatic is fighting here too. They're just not letting Falcons get set up. They're not letting them get in position to set up a big pile drive to initiate. They're not getting in position to set up a good Nano over the top. So holding this doorway, very aggressive defense. Preempted mines on the point.
Knife. The pulse.
Fielders died first about 3 fights in a row. They're using Fielder.
If Fnatic just not fighting on point, the mine's still there. It flipped. Flip did come through. But still with the 5 members, they should be in theory winning the team fight with a lot more tools. Has extra sound barrier if they need it now with Geo dead. Fnatic is just going for the single target focus and then worrying about... Wait, hold on. 3-1 for trade. Falcons coming back hard. The flip came through.
Yeah, Falcons should be able to take this back pretty easily, though. That's post-support style. There's no healing. As long as they don't completely botch this, Knife is going to have to leave. Falcons should be able to flip this one back over 88%.
Yeah, we thought Fnatic just fighting off the point. Buying some time. Quick rush from Izayaki.
Yeah, you can't do anything into that now. You have to leave a little bit. You have to wait for the rush to go away.
The sound barrier and the Nano from Field Geo held forever until this moment. There it is. Now the proper. The extra barrier. Just backing off with the sound barrier from DAEJEON. Did that even hit?
Yeah, DAEJEON got 4. It was just that Checkmate had already died, so it was 4v5. But now, again, Fielder said they are all over this Ana. Yeah, he's going to change. There's just not been enough defensibility.
Minefield, 99%. Oh, Smurf eating that 9. Takes a big chunk of damage. Beams through. Checkmate! Almost! Extra heal pack. Stays alive for extra second, but that's 99. And Stalker. Can you do the lone duplicate? On top. He's eventually going to be found and dead. Contesting for a couple seconds. Extra overtime. But no one's close by, and that will be Fnatic. securing the first.
I'm not.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'd have to go back and look and just see was Fielder alone on the Ana? Was it not getting any peel from Chio? I mean, you can't really expect peel from your tank necessarily in these ball compositions. Your ball is a disruptor. You're not going to get the jump back usually from your squad. But Fielder got rocked a bunch of times on the Ana. That ended up being the difference. But yeah, here's the opening salvo.
Ooh. Nasty what Farah can do. Look, catching Fielder off of the location. The Falcons lost a lot of their team fight potential pair up with the ultimate, so lucky that this barrage really came down close.
Okay,
We're
definitely
going
going to see the
inside
counter.
now.
Yeah, Smurf is going to go to the Orisa, and Fnatic still trying to run this Mei Sim. First fight is critical for this Mei Sim, because otherwise you're just going to get out-poked, you're going to get out-rocketed.
Maybe you can isolate that Orisa. We'll be looking for that tool proper on the side. We'll be joining the main pack.
Yeah, they're not really going to commit to stairs, though.
Fnatic with the turn. Quick rotation back from Falcons. Switching sides. Yeah, with the shout Fielder. Again is the target. Can't teleport away. That must have been used. The step must have been used already. Falcons get the first. But soon there will be the turnover.
Yeah, I mean, they can have the first cap.
Oh, he's
They're not gonna win
isolated.
The first fight. They're going to get totally rocked here. And this is big. When they flip this point, I want to see where they set up, because you can set up an escape for yourself and hold this front. This stage in particular is really tough to find like a good flank on. There's not really a good flank, so if you can hold this door with Mei, yeah, this is where you want to be.
Winston right in there. Nice block to buy some time. Stalker has the pulse. Not yet. DAEJEON 10% away from that sound barrier. Big gap between Chio and DAEJEON. Early Matrix from Izayaki. Flips there, but can they win the team fight again? Falcons. Fielder this time will survive. Another flip comes down. Izayaki dead. Bit late on that field. Even the sound barrier committed. HaeJeokDan, maybe it's possible, but Proper still alive.
Oh.
Checkmate at the end with knife.
I was
Contesting,
gonna get some stall,
delaying.
though. Yeah, really nice. Like I said, they might end with, I wonder if he just tossed his
Can they have
Blizzard
teleport?
here. Yeah.
Even the Blizzard in the immortality field thrown away to keep this point into 50 over. That was so close, but they've done it.
Such great stall there from Checkmates, and like you could almost sense that the Blizzard was coming in because they knew that the reinforcements are going to get there. You've got Commanding Shot, you've got the Lucio Taxi, everyone's going to get there back in time, and now Fnatic. They're going to be in a great position to play on this defense. This comp loves being on defense, and if they line up, you're going to get Rampage.
That's the thing, we're Dongak. And to go for it, Ice Block to defend the way. But 2 for 1. Falcons, they knew that the block was coming, so a lot better prepared this time. Dongak thinking about potential Rampage. Maybe like put inside. Stalker finds one more. Batiste down. Down he goes. DAEJEON, just extra second before he goes down off the map. Ooh, I've heard that Rampage somewhere. Even the photon barrier committed.
Well, the Falcons now are in the opposite position of their stalling. They just got both of their supports back in the same spawn wave, and they're in control here, but this Primal is mostly just a stall to make sure they can come out, and they're going to get a kill off it.
Only on Dongak. This 45, the Falcons are back. In position. So Dongak has to go into ball.
Fnatic making wholesale changes. Both DPS switch. Now that they're not in control of the point, the Sim Mei less effective. Also, the Junker Queen not as great, so the ball is going to come into play.
What a toss. Into the back line. Harass. We'll take all the aggro and hopefully run away by rolling. But your Stalker. Marking checkmate. And he's able to do it with the recall. Now the comeback is strong, over 80% for the Falcons. Has to rush, Fielder. And his Dongak is trapped in. Can't get anywhere.
Great job of body blocking the ball. You cannot let the ball do the same. It's one of the reasons you don't always see ball run on this map. There's just not as good tech as there is on Village. Falcons a single fight away. I don't know if we're gonna get touchers.
Some blinks. And the second touch. Made for the ball, and with the beat goes in from both. Matrix, the field is there. He's actually taken out. Quick call. Both sucker and proper. Good stick onto the duplicate. The flip's there for the team fight. Certainly going for Fnatic. DAEJEON strikes back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean the flip is critical because DAEJEON can be able to stall this out for a while. First Soldier 76 pick of the of the tournament, essentially. Checkmate just using the legs to get back.
Coming back strong. That leg is there. The flip was there. And we have it again.
As well.
Rotation from Falcons to the backside. Izaki.
Random rotations.
Better rotation, 99% to 99. Extra soldier for proper. Izaki down. Knife has to turn it around with this pulse. On the proper. The beam is good. Donghak's mine. Proper. Hitting it right on top. Donghak very low pile drives. Up to knife. And the ball, just the two remaining members of Fnatic. The ball gets blown up. Just knife. Taken out. Can anyone come touch? No, that's going to be it after that long of an overtime. 1-1 tied.
Let's go to Shrine.
A lot closer than we think.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, it's control. But I'm entertained a great deal. But it's really hard to tell, like, you know, it's really hard to take away a lot from control. Especially at Team Falcons control. But yeah, this composition ended up working out really well. Checkmate, this stall is just beautiful.
Nice block. 5% away. Please. Yeah, without that, it could have been a lot worse. Falcons will end up taking it anyhow. But Donghak, the Jungle Queen, the ball. Some great plays on the first map that he played ball with.
Yeah, they're gonna mirror up here, and this is what I was talking about when you really need to watch these the damage players and end up taking 1v1s against each other essentially because they're each other's best counters.
Smart. Quick pile drive. Got really nothing done. Here's Donghak on the other side. Got a lot more done. Chio in the air, taken out quickly. Checkmate. And we'll do a lot more inside.
Trades are good. Stalker does take 1 pound of flesh, but that's not going to be enough. Way better initiation, way better pile drive on Donghak's Wrecking Ball. Smurf has been I don't know. I mean, I've got questions about Smurf on this Falcon squad. It's a decent Winston, but it's not. Yeah, well, right on cue.
Yeah, he just pile drived into his vet. Just wanted to go back, maybe even switch into something else.
I was going to explain my point and have caveats to it, but I think, you know, that speaks for itself.
Let's see, Donghak already mine is available after not much. That's how well he's been playing on this ball. Mine in front.
Yeah.
Adding some extra damage, DAEJEON.
But just completely
from Chio.
I mean, Chio can't go backwards. If he goes backwards, he goes into mine. If he goes forwards, he's going into DAEJEON. The ball play has just been superior. This is the best stage on this map for ball as well. You're seeing the differences.
Oh, the pile drive? Man. Donghak's on point. He's just flying through the map. These pile drivers from the top, after traveling that much airtime, I can never pull that off in my lifetime.
They're going for it too. They throw the beat, they're chasing it down.
That's not DAEJEON's beat, that's checkmate after the duplicate.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. Good call.
Anna. And an extra tracer. But still checkmate Donghak. They're delivering better trade from Falcon this time. But can you find extra? Donghak's still there.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. I mean, if you're alive from Fnatic, you try to get out. You don't need to stall anymore. You can. Well,
he is stalling though. With the speed.
You just don't want to die here. But, yeah, 500 HP. He's got mines.
He's dodging so much. He's got mines. There it is. He's gonna pop it and try to win this game with a sound barrier from DAEJEON finally coming down, and that's 2 down. Donghak. I'm putting a star next to his name.
Oh, that's right. That's how you track your players on the
Yes.
You know what I'm gonna get you if I ever see you for your birthday? I'm gonna get you a packet of gold star stickers.
Yes, please. I need a lot more stickers on my
Falcons
monitor.
still into this. Desperation time. They throw in the beat just to get to the point. Still have not taken it over.
Smorp's got the minefield if he wants to commit. There it is. On the point. Or right next to the point. Still 99. Fnatic, they do have some time to regroup if they want to. Because
Yeah,
all
it's not
bets
over at all
come
yet.
back soon enough.
Fnatic has committed a lot of things into this fight, though, which is, I don't know, they might want to take it a little bit slower. Not saying don't fight on this fight, but, you know, if you lose pretty badly in the neutral, then you try to bail instead of keep the fight.
Stalker's been pretty quiet. Oh, gets caught again. Checkmate. On top of things.
Checkmate also has the advantage in the duplicate, too. And I think he knows it just a little bit.
And mine coming soon. Smurf runs away. Flip's coming through. Fnatic has to come touch. There's a contest. Some extra time, extra percentage. The mines from Dongak. Checkmate into extra Kiriko. Wants to get the kill onto Chio. Heal pack. Away. Still safe. Stick is there. Maybe not. Will still survive with low HP. Dongak. Some way, somehow.
The longer this goes, the closer it's going to get for Falcons to bring this up. Kitsune rush on the
They're going with the
point.
beat. They want to finish it right here. He gets caught. Immediate good damage focused by both. Stalker proper still in this. It's always Falcons coming stronger, hotter as this control goes.
No barrier now for ZETA. Checkmate is going to go to the Sombra. That's a sign of pure desperation.
That barrier could have been the match of the control difference. We'll see Checkmate back on Sombra. And it will come down to 99 basically, Jackie. False from. Good cover from Chio.
That's it. The Kitsune
Yeah,
needed
both
to be
DPS
bigger.
way too low. Smurf just rolling around because he knows that this is already a win with the minefield.
Donghack takes on proper. Donghack is doing everything he can to will his team to victory.
Leadergun's still alive. The 3 coming in from the side. Traces Sombra. Taking out all the minefield. Donghack gets blown. Stalker in this. Recalls quickly. Just tosses down the Pearl. Pulse right in the middle. ZETA, how is he alive? So quickly done. Eventually found Checkmate or another kill on the proper. Pulse stick is good. Smurf down. Knife. Oh, didn't touch.
He can't get there.
That was a recall plus the ball coming into the point. The Falcons are going to win. That was so close. That should have been a touch, I think. It was so close.
Yeah, they had a tracer and a ball alive, and I think just not like I think it was because it was in overtime for the amount of time it was, and when they step off the point just for a moment, it burns down so quickly. I think we're in for one here. I mean, it's control, and it's hard to figure out what's really going on there, but
That was insane first map.
Yeah, the damage play was so phenomenal. I mean, it kind of went to how I thought it was going to go, where Checkmate was going to have bigger plays, Stalker was going to have bigger plays, but Donghack with the much superior ball play on the third stage especially. What a map to start us off. I'm just giddy right now. I'm just like so excited to watch these teams
I'm just
play.
also enjoying what's happening. Lucio flying by, the ball just rolling by the point, keeping the overtime, and these tracer duel also. You could see even proper his crosshair not really on the same target, often not having the best tracking, as you can see. Maybe he's nervous for the first game because it's so neck and neck tied together. Maybe they don't the Falcons didn't expect the Fnatic to be this strong starting from the control, and control has been always the nightmare point for the Falcons. So a lot of things to think about when they're playing the game. But at the end, Falcons did end up taking the map. That was close. Fnatic literally just could have had that if that was recalled, or the ball just stepping in like 0.1 second early for the extra overtime.
And I think you have a different style of support lines here too. There was a moment, and I'm not sure I missed it, but ZETA either Ajaxed his barrier or just got nothing out of it towards the end. It was like the penultimate fight. I just looked up and it was at 0. And I was like, okay, I'm not sure what happened. And, you know, I've seen Ajax's and I've missed a couple here, but something happened there. But that's an aggressive backline. That's an aggressive support line. And you're going to lose ZETA on that Lucio a couple times. Whereas on the other side of things, you know, Fielder and Chio, like Fielder's a playmaker. Chio's just like rock solid, right? So they're a little more passive. They're going to be more sturdy playmakers on one side and kind of just workmen on the other. They get things done. So this match just is so interesting, and I can't wait to see where we're going next.
We were expecting, and we have certainly a game in our hands compared to our first two. We will come back real soon for that map number 2. Oh yes, certainly in this. Falcons got one, but you know, Fnatic can always strike back, and we're going to King's Row. A lot of King's Row selection from the Korean teams. I think out of the 4 matches we've had previously, 2 at least, and this is a 3rd one coming down. Let's see what Fnatic can bring us. A lot of Pharah, Echo. Oh, a lot more Pharah, I think. It's what I'm expecting. Checkmate can certainly deliver that. Pharah.
Yeah, definitely going to be some Winstons here too. Fnatic 2-1 on this map, and Team Falcons 1-1. It's kind of come into play mostly in the last couple of weeks. I don't remember this in the first week. We were getting like stuff like Blizzard World for the most part when it came to hybrids. So yeah, Team Falcons is now kind of on map point because there's no scenario in which they win at least 2 maps that they don't qualify going forward. There's still some weird stuff that could happen if they go, you know, 3-1 Fnatic or something like that, but either, you know, Falcons win, then they're qualified. If they win 2 maps, then there's almost no scenario in which they don't move forward into the top.
No more time to wait. We're going straight into King's Row for the second time tonight. And the Falcons leading with 1-0 match score from the PAL. Let's see. Fnatic chose to attack first. Falcons defending.
Yeah.
With Pharah, Tracer, Kiriko, Lucio.
Yeah, so Falcons choosing to run Fielder on the Kiri, which has been the one kind of slot that you see moved around a little bit. Proper on the Tracer rather than the Ashe as well. Okay, little bit off of the standard here. We'll see what Knife ends up playing after the Widow shots here. But Fnatic already going with the Brig Ana offensive line. Okay.
Ashe seems to be the selection for Knife. Pharah battle. Starts right here. That's a good rocket damage on top. And Dongak just stays in the middle. Checkmate, firing. The back line. Falcons just backing off for now. Certainly we do have the screen on Checkmate. One of the better Pharah players from Korea. Where's Knife? Must be all the way in the back. Here it is. Winston almost going down. But he found Stalker.
Yeah.
Quickly done.
Stalker had played so passively too, was not even jumping up, was not giving any sight lines. Eventually the pressure comes in and it forces Stalker back out in the open. Knife takes advantage.
Oh wow, just like that. No death on Fnatic's side. Just big neutral fight over time, killing the angle of where they can hide. And just going for the full points. It was 520, I believe. Great start for Fnatic. Starting this escort.
Very nice first cap. Proper's gonna have to be the one who like kind of controls this high ground, takes away where the Pharah wants to set up, takes away where the Ashe wants to set up. But Fnatic right now are just kind of deathballing it.
Feeling good. Fielder with a dive, slurp in there with a bubble. But can't go all the way in. Bob with the nano and Knife. Can't really find the target. In his sight line, everyone backs off.
So they trade out
have
flex.
The sound barrier soon enough.
They trade out flex ults. That's totally fine. But now Falcon's gonna get aggressive with this Lucio rush.
He finds 2. With still 3 ultimates locked in. Those only with the sound barrier. Pretty good trade for Falcons to buy that much time. As a rally, Nano still ways away from DAEJEON and Izayaki.
Well, they had to use the rally to disengage, and they had just previously used the Bob to try to disengage from the Kitsune. So the Falcons are just putting on pressure after pressure. Like, how many times can you disengage without getting rolled over? So now Fnatic's not going to have a whole lot to be able to enable their Winston dive here. So defense looking solid for Falcons.
Stalker. This time Dongak will fall. Maybe didn't want to use the primal.
Yeah,
the members are all forced back.
Stalker's just playing like a better Junkrat at this point. He's not even jumping up. He's not giving like Knife any long sight lines. He knows he's going against the Ashe rather than a Tracer on the ground. So he's just kind of sitting on the ground, just launching rockets into the choke point.
What'd you say about Junkrat? Anyway,
I said that
Fielder.
right now. He's playing a better version of Junkrat out there. Man, you really align yourself with some interesting heroes. You Moira, you Junkrat, Hanzo.
Delete Moira. That was just once.
Are you trying to make enemies? Or are you trying to make enemies?
Hanzo Season 1, 61. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, Donga in this Primal Rage.
Just trying to live through it. Fnatic, the question is, who's the nano target now? I mean, are you going to nano Bob to try to open up the room? Are you going to nano checkmate? I think even if you nano checkmate, you're putting yourself in such a vulnerable position for Stalker.
Winston dives it against Proper along with the Winston. Raged up Smurf. Buying a lot of time. It's still not dead. That's what matters.
There. Oh, Geo, you brave little DJ. Gets it off with about 20 HP.
Oh, what a shot from Stalker. The double air shot in a row. Checkmate straight into that rocket. Good kill.
Oh, the 2-tap. A Stalker in this lineup. I mean, he's playing this great far. It also opens things up that if Proper has to switch off of the Tracer, he can switch to the Ashe. Would be their better option there, very likely. Checkmate. I mean, what else are you going to do after that happens to you? You get 2-tapped in the sky in a Pharah duel, you got to switch to Echo. It does just that.
It was 90. It was 520. Down to 134 now. Fnatic. A lot of tools to use already for the counter, but not. Payload has been just stalled.
They don't have
middle
any engage. Like, Rally is just, if you want, I guess, use it to engage, but it's not great. Even if you engage right now, you're just going to get a Kitsune Rush laid down on you. Prophet's going to take it to him.
Rally from HaeJeokDan. Just stall. Bit of a response. A lot better. Coordinated as a team. But Checkmate still in the air. Proper. Geo. Still there. Right next to the payload. Let's see. Knife. Proper. And Winston comes in for the help.
I haven't mentioned it in a while, but it's pack control win. Knife finds the pack, wins it. I love me some good pack control. Also, it ends up being a 2v1. 42 seconds. This is, for all intents and purposes, this is Fnatic's last fight for second point.
It should be. The Primal already there's a stick. Eat it up with the Rage. So now raging it back on the other side. Can you really delay 4 meters out for the touch? Down barrier from Geo. Falcons, they would have finished it without the 2 points. And Nano on checkmate.
How did you not kill?
And one trade going to the payload. Nano's off, has a duplicate now if you need it.
Needs
no
it.
time, needs it.
Gotta do Patang.
Extra Winston. Yeah, with those 2-3, we'll get the second point surely. And extended time, 130.
Skulker
Came
had
down so
supports,
close.
dead in the room, unable to finish those kills. Great feel.
And Checkmate getting the Nano, surviving a duplicate, extra time. And still the Falcons. In this, only a minute to go for Fnatic. Up on top, Dongak, Bubble, buying the ground. Pushing the area. Smurf taking the purple. Barrage gets HaeJeokDan, but swept away. Fielder gets one more.
It's a critical cleanse there to keep Smurf alive.
And that push will just stop after the first corner. As HaeJeokDan does have to be coming closer. Turn to Geo a little bit. Can they get all the members back in fight? Less than 30 seconds to go. They can barely fight this one, and maybe one more. Could open up for early. HaeJeokDan Ajax! That quick rush from Fielder might just seal it. Might not have any more chance.
Dies can't get nano. They're gonna desperation nano this.
Knife
They're
down.
losing people quickly.
Can they even touch in 5 seconds now? Raged up, Dongak. Some time. Can touch. Overtime. Beat perfect time. Geo saving Stalker. Checkmate back here. Low health. Flies up. Keeps himself alive. We're chasing the monkey. This fight turning out to be a very long one. The wave member is
That should be
dropping
it.
from Fnatic. That's 2 and 32 meters.
A tale of two Lucios there, really. I mean, you can look at a lot of different stuff. I think the support line for Falcons just has been playing a little bit better, a little safer, getting more value out of that. The Kitsune rush was absolutely critical to be able to shut down the opposing push. The rush came in as soon as the beat was about to come down, but before that, Geo got so many decent beats off. Geo was playing on a razor's edge, and there were a couple times where I'm like, Geo, buddy, you gotta be careful. Stalker
Stabbed on the back for that, Ajax.
Yeah. Stalker has been playing really well on the Pharah. It's been pretty impressive. There was a moment or two where a couple of rockets needed to hit and they didn't, but towards the end they're hitting directs. And I mean, Stalker shot checkmate out of the sky with double direct. Look, in other games where the rockets move faster and are more like just better rockets, that's not a big deal. You know, you've seen it in other games, but to hitting directs on the opposing Pharah, it feels a lot of times like luck, but it felt like Stalker just had that one. Like, just seeing into the future, that was Matrix-style Pharah v Pharah play. But really, I think Falcons just got way better value out of their support ultimates there. Chio was playing with fire, but didn't get burned, got the beats off when they needed to, and not so much on the other side of things. So Falcons will hold eventually.
We'll see. Stalker. No shot from the Widow. Genji from Proper.
Yeah,
see how that turns out.
Not wanting to engage with the Ashe. It's really
Widow's,
good for...
Widow's stuck. I mean, not Widow. Winston. Barely jumps out.
If you can get a Genji up top here, there's going to be about 15 different dash targets. But it's too late. Like, this is where you wanted to be, and you wanted to dash through with the rest of your team, but it was not coordinated enough, and his rest of the team is just dead.
Yeah, of course. The best feeling. You get the Swift Strike into multiple members, get one kill, goes back 180, back 180, back 180, and
the idea there is to you flood out that right corner, and then you jump in with your Winston, and you get everyone kind of looking that way, and then you hope that Proper comes the other way, and then you just, you know, the dive works in concert with each other, and you Swift Strike through the whole room.
Yeah, that's the Genji's dream. Only when it's the right setup, though. Bit of rotation coming from the Falcons through the cafe. Into the backside. Falcons will just turn back. Oh, checkmate caught in the middle. Good catch from Proper. Now it has to be burned on Dongak. Knife is the target, both DPS down. Izayaki also found, and that should be it for Falcons grabbing the first. At least a couple of ticks. After pressuring this monkey all the way back, he's gone. That was a late death. But catches in the wave.
It's good chase. Checkmate is really low. They're gonna come in. They're posturing as though they're coming in here. They're coming in here, right? Or not? They.
Oh no!
Not.
I also thought they were thinking about it with everyone just right behind
it.
It
looked like Donghack was getting ready to come in, but they were just a little bit off of getting the support ultimates that they needed there, so opting to hold the choke point instead.
Might be.
But it looked like 2 of them wanted to go in and 3 of them didn't, so it was just what it looked like, but can be able to hold choke here at least.
Now Falcons, without using too much, they got the first point. So good time bank, the knife down with the bop down. Smurf trying to press on the point. Good payload, pushing a little bit. Stalker. That's the bob. That's an easy job done. But you really push into the alley.
Knife
air shots.
Tracer now. Not comfortable staying on that Ashe. Bob's been used, so it's fine. It's not like you're burning away, anything like that, but just, I mean, Proper's pressure onto the Ashe and Stalker hitting long-range shots. They just were unable to keep Ashe in a good position, so we're going to move over to the Tracer.
The payload already in pretty good position for the Falcons. He opens up with the sound barrier. Yeah. Rush in immediately with the blade and the barrage. Everything used from the Falcons, and the team is DED. That was so quick. The dive with the Pharah, as you named it.
They used Rally. and Rally just got deleted. I've been saying it for weeks now that Rally is such an ultimate that it's very difficult to get value out of. A lot of times Briggs are using it just to try to stay alive, and it doesn't even do that. Don't misinterpret this as saying to buff Briggs. I will never say that, but Rally has been just almost useless in some of these compositions.
And Dongox going to have extra rage. Izayaki holding that nano.
Yeah, Falcons gave up a lot to get in here on this, so as long as Fnatic can get some value out of this nano boost, they should be able to deflect this.
Going for Chio. Can't escape. The second target. Proper. Took quick kills with the nano. Nicely done for defense. And still some meters away from that second point. I think Falcons really wanted that all the way. Team kill.
Yeah, the Blade was great to get them in position, but it's just not going to be good against the Echo, so you do see a switch there come out. Proper's going to have to go to the Tracer. Their own Stalker sticking on this Pharah, even though soft countered. Proper on the Reaper. Okay, we've seen a little bit of Reaper. I think it was it from
yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it with the Kiriko. Maybe the Pirates. I think it was Samoa.
Yeah, that was HaeJeokDan was Brunasapi. Anyway, so it's really good against the Winston. As long as you play with your team, Stalker is getting bullied out.
The Reaper was flying in the air. Still shooting target. Dongox here. Good stick on Proper. And members of Falcons flying late. So this Winston extra push. But can't get it done. The backdoor, of course, will not be successful.
Okay, 116 left. I don't love the Reaper in a vacuum, but I think this Reaper is supposed to just be waiting for Fielder and Chio to set up. You set up the Kitsune Rush on the carts, you get the barrier, and then Reaper and Kitsune Rush is an unstoppable fury of Buckshot. I think that's the plan for it. But it's gotta you have to get these supports in position. You might even have to beat so that you can get your Kitsune Rush in position on the card. They need to win just a single fight to get second point.
Before Dongox gets that rage, maybe they want to blow up the monkey. He's done. Stalker still alive. The beat comes down. Save. Checkmate. Not in the barrier. Oh man, that hurts. Chio with the save. Fielder down with the rush on the board though. Proper 9 HP.
Proper's too low. No targets to get his health back up, but it doesn't matter. Smurf does the dirty work.
It was incredible. Fielder at least press the button. Pulse on the Winston. Just buying extra time. 0.18. Still contesting.
Right? Yeah, Death Blossom is going to have to come out. Just put the damage on the cards.
Doomfist down. I think that's the team fight already over.
I don't love the commitment from Fnatic there to put the Kitsune Rush on the point. I guess they were desperate to try to do it. It's going to be hard to stop here. They don't have corner control either. But yeah, the Reaper switch was entirely about that. To just play on the card, to play on the rush.
Yeah, that is the Blossom point. You just drop down from the top. And
you don't even
get
need
so much work done.
I mean, the fire rate is so critical for Reaper.
With the Kiriko Rush.
Fnatic
minutes
so
go for the
low.
Falcons.
Everybody's so low on Fnatic.
They have to run for it. 2 meters contesting. They have to be on the spot. Can't leave. This cart's pushing. They have to be on it. Some touches being made. Lots of low HP members. Doofus gone. Good kick coming in from and even committed all the way. But the damage is still there. Chio's beat certainly better. Responding. And this Reaper seems to be the solution for the Falcons, and they've done it. 2-0 victory so far. And the second map for them.
Fielder had a clutch cleanse onto Proper as well. He got stunned by the Doomfist and was about to get taken down, and the cleanse came through, and Proper lives through it with the Suzu. Really well played there, keeping the team alive. The Reaper switch towards the end is great because then the team has to come to you, and Reaper sucks at mobility, kind of is not great at engaging. It's all very telegraphed. But what Reaper's really good is holding down a spot that you have to come to him at. So really interesting wrinkle, really smart play. The Falcons in the last 3 weeks have looked smarter in their plays and smarter in their composition, smarter how they've dealt with the roster. Really well played. I think the support line is just playing smarter, stronger for the Falcons right now. They're not dying. They're getting more value out of it. They're setting up plays better. They're at the end of the day, they're keeping their team alive through the utility. It's maybe not the flashiest, triple headshots onto the other team, but it's getting everything done. And this Falcons team now, I'm pretty certain, I will triple check with comp ops and everything, but I'm pretty certain with 2 map wins that they are locked in. No matter what happens the next match, they will be top 4, but there's still 1 slot remaining. Fnatic and Pokerface, not playing each other, but still some scenarios. So Fnatic's still looking to get maps on the board to improve their chances, and then we'll figure out who Fnatic is rooting for going forward.
Yeah, after the map loss, it's the map differential and then head-to-head, I believe. So the map differential, if they end up with the same score with the win-losses, then it's going to be very important how many that you can get off of Falcons tonight, even if you lose the entire series. But it seems like Falcons coming back stronger to their old form against Fnatic. It's been taking some time on control, now on King's Row. But the Reaper change, I think, was so clutch, right in the middle. Exactly what they needed, had the teamwork. And I do have to fully agree. The supports, I think, just playing a lot better at the end of the day. A few Ajaxes coming out from HaeJeokDan, but still, not just that. I think Chio, Fielder just on point, just better paired up, synchronized with the DPS. I think that's what's making them a lot stronger in King's Row. And we'll see as we go into potentially next map. I don't think, didn't hear the sign yet. Fnatic still playing really well from the roster. Donghak, the Doomfist change at the end, didn't really see that much action. I wish we get to see him on Doomfist a little more when we go to other maps potentially.
Well, I mean, it worked out well there. I want to Chio looked great too. It was better Lucio by far, but I want to give Fielder a bunch of credit for after getting his bell rung for about 3 minutes in the first map of just getting rocked and getting crushed as Ana has really moved over to this Curie and has made it work. And to be able to play the Curie and the Ana at the same super high levels that he has been playing at have been critical. And make no mistake, he is responsible for several of the important team fight wins that this team has.
He certainly is, and we will continue after a short break if Falcons can close us out with a 3-0 or a comeback from Fnatic. Falcons leading the way to 0. Fnatic, they came close a couple of times, but still not enough, and they will bring us to New Junk City, a flashpoint map. Oh, New Junk City. Seeing some more compared to Surabasa. Some good memories for the Falcons, actually. 2 wins on this map.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick because Fnatic has kind of this composition they like to run on Flashpoint of like a Junker Queen, Genji Venture. They've kind of run around with it before. It's one of their own unique styles that they bring to it. Didn't see if we had any subs. We were too busy complaining about player of the match. No subs. Yeah, so if Fnatic lose this series, there's almost no world. I'm just kind of glancing over that. They need Poker Face to lose to qualify that. So it is not looking great. I mean, obviously winning maps usually helps you out differential-wise. So even winning a single map helps you out a little bit, but they've got to win this series. Otherwise, it doesn't look great for Fnatic qualifying for top 4 because Poker Face would be the favorite going into the final match of the night. We'll check in on that in a bit, but yeah, this is the composition Fnatic's been running, at least damage-wise. The Venture and Genji, and then the Junker Queen. So if I know this is what they run, Falcons definitely knows it, so they're going to have the counters for this. Proper is going to be running the Echo to try to counter the Genji. Obviously, Blade you can't deflect, and then the Orisa is there to really be the anchor point of this, because Fnatic wants to dive in and disrupt.
Genji Venture. Good comp coming up from Fnatic, going all the way back. Proper. Stalker with the old favorite Echo Tracer. It's a classic with kind of Orisa Smurf of defensive work. Stalker poking from the side. Going with that Lucio. Not fully committing. Smurf going back down with the team. Comp. Nice. The strikes a lot faster. You hold up. Might have been a little extra commit.
Yeah, the problem is that Team Falcons lost both of their supports, so with absolutely no healing, you're in trouble there. And really, it's going to hinge on what Smurf can get done here. Smurf has to be the one to be the anchor point, to back off, to make sure that this disruption composition of Genji and Venture doesn't get work done. He's going to go over to the old standby of Winston. Obviously got bullied off the Orisa pretty early.
He smashes in. Good time.
Well, having control of the point is really good for this comp too, because it means if you don't like what you see going in with this composition, with the cycle of using your abilities with Venture, you can just leave, because there's no impetus on you. You're in control right now.
Proper Stalker getting the ultimate at the same time. Don't need it yet, with DAEJEON down right before the sound barrier. Came in for the check mark. Fnatic will just back out. Flip. There, 65% from Fnatic. Not too bad. Good start, but not with the knife. Hold up. Bird. We'll just burn it. Go for that 4v4. No sound barrier coming from DAEJEON this fight. Go on, checkmate. Burned down to the ground. The entire team gone. Second team fight win for Team Falcons.
Perfect trades there to be able to win that team fight while you both use Kitsune Rush. Izayaki just not in the correct position, and no great there. And the problem with that too is that Fnatic's composition would love a Kitsune Rush to enable this Blade. Not going to be the case now. Blade's going to come out anyway.
Good clash. That's the duplicate. Will still continue. Good output coming out from checkmate. Fnatic forced all the way back. For that turn, Falcons trying to come in with a bit of a rotation to the side.
Mac's gonna flip this.
Waiting for Chio's barrier.
Well, I mean, it's
DAEJEON so low. Sniped from Smurf.
So do you just send it now with your own barrier? You
oh, that's a second. That's a point gone already.
Smurf with the trips.
Yeah, you exactly as the sound barrier was being held by DAEJEON. First to target. Well, Chio was just safe hands on the back, just providing that speed boost.
Yeah, Smurf got outballed really hard in the first map of this series, but he has been out-monkeying Donghak and out-tanking overall in the last couple of maps, because that's just some sick juggle. This is Smurf of old. I mentioned in the map 1, I'm like, I got some questions about Smurf. I don't have a ton of questions about his Winston. We know that the peaks that Smurf can hit on Winston often, for a couple years, was considered the best Winston in the world.
Shouts in Tectonic. Couldn't get Geo down, though, so low. But still holding that sound barrier. Got the fielder. Gone, got his own. Falcons willing to contest. They're just running all over the place. I don't think now's the time.
They're just gonna give it up. They're just gonna give it up. Fnatic's a little bit lucky that they end up winning this fight, because they end up using sound barrier while Knife is disengaging. So I mean, it keeps him alive, but obviously Knife would like to have the extra health while the engagements and the ability cycle is up. Falcons just gonna give that one up, come back in with their own advantage. I need to see Izayaki set up a good Kitsune here, but it's a little bit difficult on the defense because the offense is going to be able to choose where this attack comes from. High ground, low ground, which angle, which doorway.
Damage put into Falcons. They disengage, quickly in, knife down. Izayaki finds one with the rush. Probably get another Junker Queen on the field. Else burn shield still holding on to it, not required for this fight as they turn things around with the flip.
Stalker's a monster. Good chase down there. Also really nice cleanse there from Fielder during that fight to keep them alive. So Fnatic is going to try to, I mean, they've got Rampage, but it's one of the harder ults to set up, and also you're going to be facing against Falcons team with a cleanse. So you need to force out the Suzu before this Rampage comes in, otherwise you're going to Suzu and then, or you're going to Rampage and it's just going to go away, negated by basic ability. But now you can Rampage.
Oh man. The moment.
You might not even have to now, that's the irony of it.
No checkmate. We will see things as Smurf is still angry, Stalker still there, Geo available with the sound barrier if needed. There it is on 3, they're willing to contest and get this point quickly. The Rampage, Smurf, and more. Still sustains and survives. Throughout all that, there's a flip from Fnatic. They're still there, no one dead. Smurf getting focused, jumps back to the line. Eventually found from Knife. But was that worse from Falcons that they sustained and used all the tools? Fnatic just coming on top at the end.
Yeah, this should be Fnatic's rather easily here. They're going to have beats and be able to hold it. If you're Team Falcons and you choose to try to come in here, I don't even know if they have the angle to be able to go in, then your best case scenario is to make sure that you get beat out of the other team. Yeah, that's point.
Yeah, no one was around. They're just fighting off the points in the entrance. This is what a lot of Korean teams does. They just go out from the entrance, lock it down, force them off to a weird rotation. Yes, we were just fighting in no man's land.
Smurf gets 2, Fnatic has no healing. Fnatic has absolutely no healing while Fielder is alive for Falcons, so this should be Falcons easily. They will. Flashpoint's not even unlocked yet, though.
Yeah, they had a couple of seconds. Well, let's see the rotation. Knife still strolling from the back.
Gonna be fine. We'll be in defensive position. Stalker's gonna be guarding doorway to make sure the other Tracer can't just walk in with impunity.
Fielder on the back. Reject on, ready with the sound barrier. He has the rush. And on top. Rushes from both. And the monkey steps in. Tries for best.
HaeJeokDan steps on a landmine. It was on the ground.
Lucio sometimes, well, even the monkey can fall off the tree. So that's that. Already
I'm not necessarily
57%
following
though.
that analogy, but I'm with you. Yeah, HaeJeokDan just had a tough set so far. It looked like he wanted to send it with his team for a second, but they're just going to send it right now just to get them in.
Smurf. And all the way back. Relying on his team to do extra miles on the other side. Chio's also really good. Did that really hit anyone from going up? I don't think so.
Chio just with a better barrier, but now there is no support on the field for Team Falcons. They might have to give this up, which is fine. Now it's just a stall. Can he get some alt charge, die in the points?
Still the bit flip does come through at the end with Smurf. Stalker taken down. Falcons need to regroup, but they got 99. I think exactly what they wanted for the neutral fight that we're about to see for the next 20 seconds.
Well, you might go full on neutral here. I mean, your closest are going to be, obviously your tracers are going to get up to pulse bombs, and then we might have dueling rushes here.
Big rush
But
in with the shout.
The neutral engagement is going to favor Fnatic because of that commanding shout. Everyone gets a little bit extra health and speed.
Oh, flip. How did that happen?
I mean,
Smurf was on it.
Yeah, just hanging out on the point.
That will actually gain them some percentage off of Fnatic because they already have 99% anyhow.
Buy some time. Smurf doesn't get the spawn wave though. Yeah, this one's going to come down to Kitsune's. Proper could make a play here and stall out, and then obviously Tracers always have the possibility of eliminating the enemy team.
Right, can you stick the pulse bomb onto one of the sticks? Squish your target on the back. Don't want to recall yet. Oh, quick recall there. Go down first, rushes in. Pulse bomb in the middle, proper down. Checkmate also. Go DPS down from Fnatic. Might be lacking damage a little bit. Recall from Stalker. Has extra pulse if required. The flip comes through for Falcons. Reload.
No way.
Oh,
no way HaeJeokDan lives.
He has a sound barrier, so he had to live. If Fnatic wants to come back while Dongak dead, no escape from that zone. That's a second.
You can't come back into this. Okay, so Falcons a single flashpoint away from winning the series 3-0. Chio and HaeJeokDan, I mean, it's kind of been one of the narratives we've been rolling with here early, but also the Falcons have both damage ultimates here. Donghak goes on to ball. It's been his best hero off of the JQ.
Yep, HaeJeokDan was willing to save that sound barrier for the later fight. This is the point. It will start with it. Chio responding with proper on the Lucio duplicate. So checkmate down. Was that really worth the save for the extra point?
Why was Stalker on the bench? I mean, I love Happy more than any person reasonably should, but Stalker is a menace on Tracer.
This has been the solid duo for the stage 1. Even having Happy for the hit scan specialist for the team.
Falcons on the point with a huge lead with Kitsune Rush. Use the...
Oh, proper! Not anymore, with him dead. Knife, striking from the side, checkmate. 3-for-1 trade, Dongak dead. Has a duplicate, but don't want to use it. When you're this much of a lead in the team fight.
It's just Smurf dying on the point. I mean, they're just trying to stall out,
to
get as much percentage as possible. Spawn wave should come for both of them.
Great catch. Proper going down early. Easier fight than we expected from Fnatic. Again, the target seems to be that Echo. As Dongak is just rolling through the air.
Yeah, they're forcing the fight in a weird spot.
Proper. Oh, the stick on Fielder. Came in for the save, and he's the target now.
Fielder had to use the Suzu to save Proper, and then there was no Suzu for Fielder. Ends up eating the pulse bomb. It will be about even here during when the next fight. Fnatic with a small lead, but you can drop mines on the point. Fnatic has really kind of finagled an economic lead here in the last couple of fights.
Rotation is just so quick with the ball. Minefield on top of them. Pile driver, Lucio. Caught. Chio dead. Fnatic, 80%. Looking to deliver the second point.
Kitsune comes out in a weird spot too. They're not able to take advantage of it.
And no sound barrier from Chio. Coming back from the spawn now. HaeJeokDan. That's dangerous, but don't need to use that barrier. Only the rush checkmate. Extra instant.
we're going to 0.5.
I think
you would
so.
think.
Yeah, with 3 dead, and Chio also going down. Didn't want to use that barrier for just 2-3 remaining members. We're going all the way. It has always been the case, but always Fnatic coming up on top, as this is match point for them.
Well, last verse, same as the first. Watch these Lucios.
Let's check it. If we're going to have any more Ajaxes tonight. I'm ready, Hex. I've seen it. Quick one again from DAEJEON. Gio. Hits the ground. Later beat. Will save the day for the Falcons for the first fight. Opening things up, point unlocking. That engage from DAEJEON again. Not working out for Fnatic.
It's the difference in styles. You could see it even on a couple points ago that DAEJEON was looking for an area that he could just fly in and beat with his team. Fnatic is trying to be aggressive, and Falcons are just catching the aggression every time. Chio's always had later beats. They've been better beats. Playing a little bit with fire again, down to about 20% of his HP, but gets that beat off.
We continue with the neutral. Well, proper Stalker. They've got some ultimates to go. 40%. Fnatic have to be feeling the pressure to come into point, as this could be the match point for Fnatic. Spawn ready. Checkmate's been target. Just on the ground. Where are they going to come from? Very open ground, as we don't really have this much of an open space. Oftentimes,
defense. They're just playing defense.
Fine, right in the middle. 80%. And they just disengage. Fnatic wants to come in, but that was minefield now. Should be cleaned up somewhat. The beam comes down from the sky. Probably gets one. He's actually dead. No rush available for the next fight, but that's 99%. Both support's gone. That should be it. Fnatic after stalling, and Falcons with the perfect disengage and coming back to the point. And that's everyone gone from Fnatic down, and that is 3-0 victory after all that. Still a 3-0. It's what counts.
Really well played on the defense there for Falcons when they're in control of it. I mean, it starts off with getting the better value out of the beats. Fnatic try to play it aggressive and get in there. Chio smartly rotates around, gets the beat on all of his team late, even and he doesn't die. The Kitsune rush, as soon as the mines come in, it means you can't really fight in your mines like you want to. Not going to happen. But even the small micro stuff like Stalker, he's checking the Tracer on the far side. And there was a couple moments where he got very low, but instead of recalling, saves that ability and comes out. So it's not only the economy of the ultimates, the economy of the major abilities that keep you defensively in a good position. So Falcons, it hasn't looked great for them across the board against the top teams. Not even perfect tonight against Fnatic, but did enough. The styles, the set play calls, a lot of interesting stuff. And after getting kind of outballed on map 1, Smurf does enough. I mean, the Smurf Winston was top-notch today.
Yes, but I would say Chio.
I voted for Chio. I'm not.
Rob. I voted for Chio, so I'll say Rob.
Yeah,
but his Winston? Yes, certainly. Yes. Except for the
yeah.
very first Nepal, I think. Other than that, other than the very first ball play, I think, just mostly has been winning against Donghak today.
Well, the thing is too, it's we talked about it a little bit. Donghak's the better Ball, and Smurf's better Winston, and you know, Ball is much more niche on some of these maps. Like, it really depends. You can make Ball work on a lot of maps, as Junbin, as evidenced by Junbin. But yeah, the Winston play was fantastic, and doing it without an Ana for the most part, because they had to get off the Ana. The Ana was getting rocked, so he was doing it without nano boost, and it's just a testament to Smurf understanding the limits, playing it to the edge, and that's what separates the best Winstons from the not so great Winstons. And what's great about Smurf's Winston not needing the Ana is not only do you like allow Fielder to run the Kiri, which keeps Fielder a little bit live, but going forward, you can mix in compositions where you're not nanoing the Winston. I think nanoing Winston is a sign of teams that aren't really in the best spots. The better teams are nanoing DPS for the most part and getting more work done in the aggression. So
yeah,
but
it depends if the Winston has rage or not sometimes, but mostly the better teams certainly do follow what you're saying.
Yeah, you'd rather nano the Genji or something like that, you know what I mean? And it really, I think that if you can run the Kiri, you're usually in a better spot anyway. Kiri's utility and damage output is great, and survivability. So, I mean, the Winston being self-sufficient, I'm saying just opens up a lot of options, because I think there are Winstons in this, tournament who need the Ana, and they can't play it without it. Smurf's not one of those Winstons.
Another Winston highlight, and we have the player himself. Let's get through the interview. Quest, take it away.
네, 역시나 무시무시한
Thank you, G-Clef.
팀팔콘이었습니다.
We are here with the third POTM interview of the day. It's Team Falcons taking the 3 Overwatch victory against Fnatic. We have the man of the hour himself on stage. And before we start, please introduce yourself.
팔콘에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 스머프라고
And this is
합니다.
Smurf, the tank for Team Falcons.
자, 오늘 승리로 순위
So with today's
결정전
victory,
확정되셨습니다.
Team Falcons have locked in the seeding
네,
deciders.
승리 소감도 들어볼까요?
So how do you feel about the victory?
일단은 첫 세트부터 조금 부족한 모습을 보였던 것 같아서
I think it was disappointing in the first map,
잘 이겼던 것
but I think that we
네, 첫 세트부터
continue to
제가 물어보고
strive
싶은 게 굉장히 많았어요.
for the victory,
후반에
and in the end we were
시작하자마자
going to win.
냅다 뛰어가시는 모습을 제가 봤거든요. 이 레킹볼 냅다 뛰어가는 거 어떤 사람의
Can you talk to us
의견이었나요?
about the Wrecking Ball rush?
저희가 이제 연습 경기를 하면서 상대 팀들이 자꾸
When we were in scrims, our opponents kept playing Wrecking Ball Rush, so I decided to try it, and
네, 자, 그리고
for the most part, it was quote-unquote
수비라는
delicious.
말을 많이 듣는 팔콘인데 오늘은 좀 다른 모습을 보여줬어요. 어떤 전략을 세웠었나요?
Can you talk to us about the game plan?
패치도 있었고 아무래도 루시오랑 키르코가
Of course, there was the new patch. Lucio, Kiriko receiving the buff, so I thought they were good.
그 기점으로 저희가
And
잘할
based
수
on
있는
that,
조합을 하자 해서
we formed our team comps around those two heroes,
네,
and
준비한 만큼
that was the
오늘
game plan for
좋은
today.
성과가 나타났습니다. 자, 그리고 오늘 또 POTM을 받으셨죠. 저기 팬분께서
one of the fan signs
POTM
says,
기원 2일차라고 적어주셨는데요. 오늘 윈스턴의 정석을 보여주셨습니다.
well, supporting
성폭행이
Smurf.
나와서 좀 힘들겠다라는 생각이 들었지만 그래도 든든한 탱의 모습을 보여줬는데 오늘 경기 어떤 마음가짐으로
So how did
뛰었을까요?
what mindset did you come into today's match?
부담감이 조금 있는 건 사실이지만
And of course there was
저희가
pressure about
이제
whether
저희도
when to go in
저희가
or when
잘하는
not.
걸로 모든 조합 이길 수 있다 생각하면서
But
게임했던
we
것
believe
같아요.
that as long as we utilize the heroes that we are good at, we are able to beat anyone.
조금 떨어져 있는 상황도 많았던 것 같아요.
네, 저 팀원들을 믿고 이렇게 뛴 결과 오늘도 좋은 경기 결과가 있지 않았나 싶습니다. 자, 그리고 이제 제타 디비전과 크레이지 라쿤이 기다리고 있습니다.
Of course, ZETA Division and Crazy Raccoon are waiting.
양 팀에게 한마디
So
부탁드려요.
please say a few words to both teams.
일단 예선전에서는 저희가 패배를 했지만
And of course, while we did
앞으로의
lose to them
경기들에서는
during the round
더 좋은
robins,
모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
but we'll work hard to
맞죠? 네, 자,
pretty much play
앞으로
better.
경기 결과 어떻게 될지 모르기 때문에 많은
and
기대
it's not
부탁드리고요.
the end until
그리고
the
끝까지
end,
믿어준
so-
팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
And lastly, please say a few words to the fans as well.
좀 패배를 한 상황에서도 끝까지 믿어주시고
Despite our losses, thank you for
응원해주셔서
supporting
정말
us.
감사드립니다.
And
네, 자,
please continue to
지금까지
support
오늘
us.
승리팀 팀팔콘의 스머프 선수 만나봤습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
congratulations on the victory again. And that was the POTM interview
네,
with
이렇게 세 번째
Smurf.
경기가 끝이
And before we
났습니다.
head into the
이제는
final
마지막
match of the
경기만
day,
앞두고 있는데요.
final round robin
마지막
match
경기도 많은 기대
of
부탁드리고요.
OWCS Korea, I'm going to send it back
포커페이스의
to
경기가
G-Clef and Hex.
펼쳐집니다. 잠시만 기다려주세요.
Thank you, Quest. HaeJeokDan, the Pirates versus Pokerface up next. We do have the 4th match left to go.
안녕하세요. 해적단에서 서브힐러를 맡고 있는 이수민이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 서브딜러를 맡고 있는 선준이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로펫이라고 합니다.
해적단에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 매그라고 합니다.
해적단에서 서브 딜러를 맡고 있는 제스트라고 합니다.
해적단에서 메인 힐러를 맡고 있는 빈다임이라고 합니다.
대회가 떨어지고 나서 쉬는 기간에 이제 바로 연습팀을 꾸렸는데 자연스럽게 연습하다가 강팀도 잡고 하다 보니까 이렇게 어쩌다 보니까 서울 멤버로 모이게 됐어요. 영훈아, 임페른 할 때 문제는 고쳤니? 아직 안 고쳐졌을 것 같은데.
평소처럼 대회 때 바들바들 떨면서 긴장하면서 하고 임페른 할 때처럼 하자.
태형, 아직도 얼굴 믿고 게임 대충 하는 거 아니지?
저희가 팀명에 대해 많은 얘기를 나눴는데 좀 많은 후보들이 있었는데 수민이가 해적단을 강력하게 원해서 이제 투표를 진행하는 결과 해적단으로 하게 되었습니다.
그냥 컨셉이 확실한 것 같아서 재밌어서 한 것 같습니다. 이 자리를 빌려 죄송합니다. 일단 태성이 형이 맏형이니까 태성이 형이 선장하고 내가 행동대장 할게.
네, 선장 매그입니다. 저는 빈다임 선수가 요리사를 맡아줬으면 좋겠네요. 뭔가 잘 어울리는데요, 그냥?
네, 안녕하세요. 해적단의 요리사가 되게 된 빈다임이라 하고 제스트를 칼잡이로, 왜냐면 겐지를 잘하기 때문에 칼잡이로 추천하겠습니다.
해적단에서 칼잡이를 맡게 된 제스이고요. 그 프로페 선수를 평소에도 이제 뒤통수를 잘 치기 때문에 한번 해적단의 배신자로 둬보겠습니다.
저를 배신자라 했는데 저는 그냥 평범한 선원 1이고 선준이를 총잡이가 어울리는 것 같아서 총잡이로 하겠습니다.
총잡이 된 게 제일 나은 것 같네요.
이번에 처음 맞춰보는 거긴 하지만 그래도 티오필더보다는 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요. 너무 거품이 많이 낀 것 같거든요, 거기는.
스크림에서 라쿤 빼고는 다 뚜드럽 해본 적이 있어서 한 2등까지는 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
무조건 스톡홀름 가는 걸로.
저희가 후회 없는 경기력이 나오는 게 목표고 OWCS에서 좀 최고의 탱커로 마무리하는 게 개인적인 목표입니다.
저번 시즌은 좀 후회가 많은 경기들이 있었어서 이번엔 후회 없는 경기 많이 할 수 있도록 하는 게 저희 각오입니다.
처음에 조금 휘청거릴 수도 있는데 그래도 다 잘하는 선수들이니까 끝까지 믿고 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
여러분들의 마음을 약탈하겠습니다.
저를 응원해주신 팬분들이 아직 제가 우승하는 모습을 못 보셨을 텐데 이번에 꼭 우승하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 저희 해적단 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
너네 동료가 되라.
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 심플입니다.
딜러를 맡고 있는 재우입니다.
DPS 맡고 있는 최사입니다.
포커페이스에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 자스민입니다.
메인 딜러를 맡고 있는 프라우드라고 합니다.
탱커를 맡고 있는 벨로스라라고 합니다. 포커페이스에서 힐러를 맡고 있는 픽사라고 합니다.
힐러를 맡고 있는 카루입니다.
전에 있던 팀이 제타였는데 제타보다 훨씬 더 있기 전에 있었던 팀이 포커페이스라서 딱히 적응하는데 문제는 없었던 것 같습니다.
심플 선수가 오면은 우승시켜준다고 하길래 고민도 안 하고 바로 왔습니다.
제가 다 팰 수 있다고 생각해가지고 그렇게 말했던 것 같아요.
전체적으로 템포가 좀 더 코리아 쪽이 빠른 편이고 피지컬 차이가 전체적으로 나는 것 같습니다. 그래서 재팬 때보다는 코리아 시즌에서 좀 더 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
부상은 이제 시간도 많이 지났고 이제 잘 회복이 되었고요. 이제 마침 포커페이스라는 팀에서 이제 저한테 함께하지 않겠냐는 제안과 함께 이제 다시 도전해볼 마음이 생겨가지고 이제 다시 처음에 도전할 때는 이제 어려움이 분명 있었지만 좋은 선수와 좋은 스태프진 아주 좋은 팀이라서 제가 다시 복귀해서 적응하는데 큰 문제가 없었던 것 같습니다.
지난 시즌엔 나이 제한 때문에 못 뛰었는데 이번엔 나이 제한도 풀려서 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 잘하겠습니다.
다른 팀에 비해 로스터 인원수가 좀 많기 때문에 아마 감독님이 행복한 고민을 하시지 않을까 싶고요. 또 모든 조합을 구현이 가능한 멤버들이기 때문에 아마 좋은 성적이 나오지 않을까 싶습니다. 여태까지 해왔던 것처럼 항상 최선을 다해서 열심히 할 생각이고요. 좋은 팀원들 만난 것 같아서 개인적으로 기대가 좀 큰 시즌입니다.
저번에 프나틱을 저희가 올려드렸는데
이번 시즌에 프나틱은 꼭 잡고 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에서 제타는 꼭 이기고 올라가도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 1등 하겠습니다.
응원해주셔서 감사하고 이번 시즌에 심플님이 1등 시켜준다고 했으니까 열심히 해서 좋은 성적으로 보답드리도록 하겠습니다.
항상 응원해주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
얘들아 나만 믿어. 내가 우승시켜줄게.
하나 둘 셋. 포커페이스 화이팅.
And welcome back everyone to the final match of Stage 2 round robin for Korea. as we get things down. Pirates and Poker Face, the two teams that haven't played before. Of course, we have 8 teams, 4 matches. The last remaining 2, HaeJeokDan versus Poker Face. And depending on the result, things might change a little bit here, as Poker Face certainly looking like the favorite. But Pirates, they've been having some good maps. So depending on the map choice, things can flip. And Hex will break it down for you once again.
It's a team, the Pirates, that has the potential, just hasn't had the results. They've beaten the teams that they should, but they've kind of looked pretty bad against everyone else. For Poker Face, the scenario is really simple. If you win a map, you're in. As long as Poker Face doesn't go 0-3 against HaeJeokDan, they are in. If they go 0-3, we're in this weird 3-way tie scenario. We'll see. I don't foresee it happening, but Poker Face just a map away from qualifying for the top 4, which, like I said, they've been the ones that kind of threw a wrench into this whole thing. You look at it on paper before this stage, before Poker Face made a bunch of changes to this roster, you're like, well, Fnatic's top 4. Clearly not going to be the case. The Fnatic squad, the idea that their support line has been an issue for them is kind of carrying over the last couple of months, and it's not been great. But Poker Face, this is what they're playing for. One map, and they qualify for top 4.
And HaeJeokDan is here to put a stop to it. The Pirates, perfect time to just R away, and Pirate steal the result away if they can. The chances, again, I think it's low, but it's never over until it's over.
It's a team that's taken some maps against good teams. They took a map off Fnatic. They took a map against Falcons. I think the Falcons one was very likely control, and we've talked about Falcons bugaboo on control. Meanwhile, Poker Face has kind of gone just purely by the chalk. But what's impressive is, they went 0-3 against Crazy Raccoon. We all expected that. But then they swept Vec. They beat Fnatic 3-1. They beat Old Ocean. They took ZETA Division to the brink into map 5. They took a map off of Falcons. So this is a team that, with all the changes that they've made, there's 3 that remain from Poker Face from Stage 1, but they added 5 new players to this team, and they look very, very sound. A ton of versatility on this squad, a full 8-person roster.
Yeah, Velos Rail kicking in hot. Jasmine with the extra tank. Other than the top 3, they've been handling pretty well on the other side of the green teams. Even against ZETA Division, that came really close. If that turned out to be the other result, Poker Face beating ZETA Division, I don't know what would have happened for the top 3. It could have been a very different story on the other hand. Except for Crazy Raccoon, of course. They haven't lost a single map. Here's HaeJeokDan, the Pirates. Mag and Zest. Keeping my eyes on these two. Mag, having his ups and downs. I think his up is going higher than before. This has controlled the lows when we go through the map, especially around a lot of different tanks on his own. I think it's not hurting him, but he's getting a lot more pressure because he has to flex into so many different tanks against this gigantic roster of Poker Face.
This Poker Face team reinvigorated, adding Karu on support allows them to play the double flex when needed. Velos Rhea being able to play the ball has been so good. Proud's Ashe has been the best Ashe that we have in the entire tournament. Of course, Chosewan and the versatility that they add as well, and then they've got a Tracer Ace sitting on the bench too. So, going full in, getting the full 8-person roster, a complete retooling from Stage 1 to Stage 2, and it's paying off. The investment to really add talent to this team, and these are the results you expect to get away from being one of the bottom mid-tier teams to being one of the top 4.
Yep, before we go into the match, let's hear it from the team rep. Quest, take it away for the translation.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are here with the final team rep interview of the day. Of course, the 2 team reps for HaeJeokDan and Poker Face on stage. Please introduce yourself. And this is Zest from HaeJeokDan.
선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 포커페이스 팀도 만나보겠습니다.
And for Poker Face,
안녕하세요. 포커페이스에서 힐러하고
we have Fixa
픽사라고 합니다.
representing Poker Face.
네, 픽사 선수도 반갑습니다. 자, 먼저
The first question goes to HaeJeokDan.
지난 경기 큰 활약을 보이면서
Where Zest received the POTM for his performance last stage.
아픈 기억을 남겼던
But Poker Face is a team that kind of shut them down. So it's a painful memory. So will you be able to wash that away?
포커페이스를 2번 만났었는데 진 적이 없거든요. 네, 이번에도 한번 깔끔하게.
We've never lost to Poker Face in scrims, and but
그럼요.
I'm confident that we won't be able to lose.
우리 픽사 선수 옛 동료들과 다시 이제
픽사.
만났는데 이제 적으로 만나게 됐어요. 감회가
Okay, once former allies, now
오늘
enemies.
제스트 선수와
So,
매그
can you please send
선수에게
a
하실 말씀 있나요?
quote-unquote warning shot
해적전 팀은
to
어차피 4위
Zest
확률이 거의 희박하다고 알고 있는데
and Mag?
발악 기대해 보겠습니다.
And, you know, just
네, 저
I hope you're
따끔한
ready for
한
us.
마디씩 주고받는
So,
모습이 아주 정겹습니다. 자, 오늘 경기 결과에 따라서
and depending on this match's results, there may be a shift in the standings.
자, 오늘 호락호락하게
해적단
주지 않을 거
holds the keys
각오의 한마디도
to
들어볼까요?
that. So,
네, 저희가
Can you
이번에
please
3대
share a
0으로
few
이기면
words
공동
for
4등이 세 팀이 되는 걸로 아는데 한번
for this
막강쇼
match?
가봅시다.
And HaeJeokDan or Zest says that if we win 3-0, then I know that there's a three-way tie. So let's make this
3대 0으로 이겨보겠다고
a little
했는데
interesting.
꿈 깨는 게 좋을 것 같습니다.
And Fixer responds, I hope that you wake up from your dream because it's never going to happen.
지고받기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 지금까지
And that was a team rep interview.
제스트 선수,
And
포커페이스
before we head into the
픽사
final
선수와
match
인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
between these two teams,
순위 결정전
I'm going to send it
마지막
back
경기
to
마지막까지
G-Club and
기대
Hex.
많이 해주시고요. 두 팀의 경기가
Request
펼쳐질 첫
for
번째
the
전장도
translation
확인해
before we
보실까요?
get in. Final match of the round robin. Let's see. Well, Zest feels confident from the scrim result, but scrim result doesn't turn out to be what's on the stage. Oftentimes, we go back to Nepal, second time of the day. We'll see what happens. Pokerface not really giving too much into it. Fixa just says, say what you want on the stage, but we will deliver it with the result. We'll see. I've also heard that HaeJeokDan is playing a lot better in scrims just within the last week and half-ish.
Okay.
So I won't put them down too hard, even though the fan prediction certainly going for Pokerface, I believe about 70, 1 to 3, 27% to 73 at the moment.
My opinions on scrims are well documented, so no need to bring that up again. We're going to Nepal. Both of these teams have played it once. HaeJeokDan is 1-0, Pokerface 0-1. I would tend to think that the ball compositions, which we've seen be pretty dominant on Nepal, would favor Pokerface, Balosaria, as it were. Plays that hero very well. So we'll see what the RNG brings us to stage-wise here, as you know, the old Infernal connection. It's good looking Balosaria,
right? Yes, I couldn't read it for a second.
Yeah, I mean, it was
font.
It scared me a little bit.
Yeah. Balosaria raged up, primal raged up. Balosaria. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Oh, stealing the picture. I think we've seen that before. Or Zest. Really good. We got some really talented artists all over the nation of South Korea coming down. It's Infernal. Old time fan.
Yeah, plenty of Infernal players on the stage right now.
It's a good time to be up in the studio. It's a Sunday night, 8 p.m. Not too late since we started 2 hours earlier. We happen to have a lot of 3 Overwatches.
Got to make sure people can get a train home. That's why we started earlier rather than going later. I appreciate that as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a very simple scenario. Winning in for Pokerface, and I mean, it should be the culmination of what's been a nice rebuilding period. Like I said, they kept 3 from the roster, added 5 new players. I think overall, you look at these squads, and Pokerface just has a much greater versatility, especially with the support line. Having a third support, not only that, but I think they've got players that can play different things. I think if you end up in a double flex, that would favor Pokerface. So I think most changes outside of a very standard meta is going to favor Pokerface. They just have the players to be able to plug into those roles, and players with a little bit more versatility. But, you know, like you said, rumors are that HaeJeokDan has been playing better in scrims. It's a roster that, you know, is trying to gel together, and that you would expect this team to get better as we go forward. But really, the results haven't necessarily been there. They beat Old Ocean, but still lost a map to Old Ocean 3-1. They beat Vec, but, you know, other than that, only a couple of map wins. And I'm pretty sure the one against the Falcons was just in control. But that was all the way back in week 1, which feels like an eon ago. this is where the rubber meets the road here. HaeJeokDan needs to get something done here, and you know, they need to beat PokerFace 0-3 to force this weird tiebreaker scenario. So if we get there, we'll examine that a little bit more. But PokerFace only needs a map.
Yeah, it comes down to that. Either you HaeJeokDan, either you get a 3-0 win, or PokerFace just get one map. As simple as that. And I think we're loading. Okay, enemies. Middle narrow bridge. That's always a thing. That's also a Korean proverb. The rivals or the arch enemies always meet on a narrow bridge. Usually with a waterfall nearby and some water going below the bridge. If you fall, you die. That's basically
that'd be way too long of a proverb. Enemies meet on a narrow bridge, usually with a waterfall nearby. I think this is more.
Waterfall next to it, and the water flowing very hard right below.
Both players understand how cameras work and had the proper 3-0 signs up, rather than an 0-3 that we saw a little earlier this year in the stage. So, figuring out the mechanics of optics as we wait to get into map here, but yeah. PokerFace has to be amped up for this. They put themselves in a good position to qualify for that top 4, and then, you know, who knows with, you know, I think teams have not fully adjusted to the patch changes. I don't think that the patch is going to be hugely important, but it's early, so maybe by next week there could be different stuff. But you put yourself in the top 4, you're giving yourself a position to, you know, in that round robin seeding bracket, to take a 1 or 2. And so, you know, next week we're going to have Juno in the mix. Maybe there's an opportunity for teams to run different compositions with that. So PokerFace has to take care of their business first here.
Yeah, that was the update yesterday. We'll have Juno allowed in the tournament, at least for on our end for Korea, starting from Korea, starting from next week. That's going to be. I thought Juno would be coming out later, like the playoff in 3 weeks or 2 weeks after, but coming in a lot faster than I thought. So even with the Tracer nerf, Tracer's still very strong. Don't really see any other big changes, a shift in meta, and Hanzo nowhere to be seen, of course, even with the changes.
It's just the consistency is so important for. We did see a little bit of Hanzo, to be fair. Brief,
if you
maybe
headshot,
5.
One.
We saw a brief 5 minutes of Hanzo, I think, or maybe less than that on Circuit Royale. We saw, I forgot who played it, but the Hanzo Widowmaker on Circuit first, but not getting enough done. The Flyers are just too dominant right now, being the Echo and the Pharah. Just way too much damage output from the Pharah and the Echo, the utility, and the ability to burst through a Genji, and the finishing beam is so good. Here we go, dubstep in.
The final match of the night, final match of the round robin for Korea. Let's go into Nepal. This is the first map, HaeJeokDan, PokerFace. Let's see. We can kind of hear the fans. We really need that volume up. It was a lot louder last season for sure.
That's okay. I can amplify it in my heart. We're going to kick it off here on Site2, which has been a little bit different. Verified player Overwatch League. I never got my Overwatch League spray. I complained about it. No one cared.
You're not verified.
I was like, dude, I was at the league for a long time. Anyway, yeah, it didn't matter. It's okay. I don't use sprays anyway. PokerFace is going to run the double flex support. I mentioned that is going to be a big boon for them, having the versatility to do so, and they're going to bust it out right on this map. Belos Ria is probably, very good at ball, but also a very, very capable Orisa. So PokerFace is going to play this just with a ton of bullets coming across from long distances with Proud on Ashe, and then you've got Ilari and Baptiste.
Yep. And Sojun Chese1, the air fight, Echo. Oh! This one fine pin time first, all the way in the back. Must have been all the way. Maybe retreating back to their own base. Good catch there with just 1 kill. Solid neutral. PokerFace gets the first cap. Nothing else. And Mag slowly jumping in. Another casualty in the rotation. Not too fast. Aggressive movement on the back.
Yeah, it's been real slow going so far.
Mm-hmm. But the time's ticking already. 33. HaeJeokDan moving very slow for some reason.
There's been a single kill. I mean, they're trying
Where
to
do they
set
want
up.
to go? But the setup is taking way too long without a big fight.
I thought they were just going to drop down into room and make the play on the point.
Into the back line, on the Proud. He got one, needs to in. But with the trade, HaeJeokDan is just free to deliver damage from the rocket. Quick rush, HaeJeokDan set up for both. Diving in for that flip. Poker face coming in for the test. Simple. Mortality field out from Fixa and the Matrix. Will be able to sustain. No flip. Was close. HaeJeokDan ended up burning through a couple of big ultimates, and that is it.
They ring around the rosy waiting for the Kitsune rush to come down, and it just doesn't matter. HaeJeokDan gets another kill. There's only been like 4 kills total, maybe this stage, or this map so far. Oh, juked.
Barrage to the side. They have to be off the map. Ooh, Oh, the blast! What a shot! And that should be mapped from Poker Face with one team fight.
there's not been a lot going on here. It is.
I don't even want to say that was a team fight overall. Terra Surge from Bellos Rhea just for the heck of it, and that's one. What happened to HaeJeokDan? What's going on with this solo rotation?
Well, the composition Poker Face is running is kind of a static composition. It's going to be more anchored with the Orisa and with your double flex supports being just trying to set up shots, but they never really got the rotation to find the correct dive on it, and then they find themselves off on this bridge, and ChoiSehwan just gets all the kills. So I think if you're looking for someone to put a star next to, that's going to be ChoiSehwan.
Oh, Winston getting blasted away from Concussive.
Just indecisive from HaeJeokDan. They never found like the angle that they wanted to go to. It's a dive composition, so at some point you got to figure out who you're going to dive. Never able to figure out a good target. I think they got Proud once, but that was it. Proud busting out the Sojourn. Let's go.
First from Korea, I believe, after the patch.
Well, I saw Lip try it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Proud. Almost went down. Over healed back up. HaeJeokDan with a different comp with Ramatra. Mason, we've seen this.
Yeah, they just want to hang out on the point, and ChoiSehwan is just gonna sit out here and pepper this. It's really the only thing you can do. They're set up very defensively. What a combo!
Yeah, nice shot from the blast. Yeah, some great Pharah players can actually just do that all over. We'll still stay alive. High ground, May. Trying to hit popsicles onto Pharah.
Yeah, HaeJeokDan is like, this is the perfect setup that you want to be. This is what this composition is built for. It's built to get the point first and to play on the
exit.
points.
And there we go. HaeJeokDan finally getting something done with the team comp.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see any changes. I mean, you're just relying on ChoiSehwan to be able to pepper into the point and perhaps get some collateral kills. Like, that's the idea is you hopefully get damage from that. Not making changes just yet, but the initiation is going to be so difficult. ChoiSehwan's going to have to get up here and try to concuss them off of the high ground.
Straight out from the junk. JQ, can you stay on high ground, Simple? That's rush available. Fixa halfway away. Poker Face, where are you coming from? Teleports to the back. Matrix. Just one. What's the target?
Oh, you can't go back to the well like that. You know what's over that window.
Perfect pick. Poker Face will sustain with the commanding shout. Couple more seconds. Still in the point, 83 and building up.
Yeah,
Cloud can do some damage from the top, but finding no direct targets.
They've been really smart of just figuring out where ChoiSehwan is going to be. If you look at the POVs that we've had over the last minute or so, everyone's looking up at these angles because it's where the Pharah needs to be to get anything done. And they've done a really good job of denying it.
Rampage, Annihilation, Blizzard, everything up right on the control zone. from both teams. The sound barrier, even from Fixa, not catching everyone because they're all scattered apart. And at the end, it's HaeJeokDan still keeping this point, and that might just be 100-0. There it is.
What a weird map so far. So, the first stage, HaeJeokDan is waiting for the perfect dive, and it never comes, and they never engage. Second stage, Pokerface is waiting for the Pharah pick and the Pharah barrage to open things up on the point, and it never comes. Compositional wins on both stages so far. On Shrine here, I would imagine that Belosria is going to play the... This is just a bad peek. You know what's going on over there.
Yep. Perfect snipe.
HaeJeokDan was just very concerned with the Pharah. They knew that that was the thing that was going to crack this point, if anything, and they were always had eyes on the angles that the Pharah wanted to take, and that peek just hurt them a lot. Pokerface going to run a Sojourn still. Proud on the Sojourn. And Belosria not playing the ball.
Yeah. Certainly a better map compared to the previous one for Sojourn. You have some distance where you can hit that rail.
It's a better ball map too, which is why it's a little confusing. But
yeah, it certainly is. Belosria also a player who can play ball, not just mag. We'll see. Pokerface choosing not to do so. Point unlocked. Full energy. Mag, put down early. Left car slides away. Pokerface, first fight.
Nice Suzu from Simple. Keeps them up. Very patient, slow play from Pokerface.
Looks
Okay,
good.
Got another Reaper on the field. We are being treated to multiple heroes.
I like it. And Mag goes back on Winston. Nice.
Did Proud even fire off a railgun shot there?
He did once, I think. It didn't kill, but it did hit. With full energy. See here after the patch, there it is on the scan, but nothing as much as you can suggest one. With the pulse on the ground. A Sunjun. That Reaper. With some more pressure rushes in from Temple. Zest. Puts an end to that Sojourn. Sound barrier after that death. 4v4. Well, as I say that.
Yeah, really nice.
Put down the rush for that though.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, Lee Sumin did use it too. Simple has had a couple of really nice plays in a row of the cleanse to keep his Sojourn alive. I mean, I think Proud is playing the Sojourn just for the mobility out of the dive, the power slide. I mean, a Coach Gun is okay defensively, but Proud is generally just like kind of their Ashe player and their Hiscam player. We've seen Cass struggle, we've seen Ashe struggle and get dove on even in this very map. So
Simple finds Fixa and both of the supports on the back.
Yeah, that's
with the speed that they have. HaeJeokDan ready with the sound barrier after the flip. HaeJeokDan might be able to cap both of the team fights in the future. Looking good. That was a clean team fight with the speed.
Let's see if we can see the first ultimate kill for a Sojourn in this stage. Because I think when Lip ran it, he ulted and oddly enough got shut down by a Reaper. So, flashes of Runasabi here.
Belosria jumps on top. From the side, railgun. Oh! Quick shots, put down! Back in your face.
Yet to see this Sojourn ult do anything.
Should do it. No Blossom. No Rage, no sound barrier committed. Not required. The Pirates. What an easy team fight win and Sojourn.
This is really getting difficult for Pokerface. You can maybe go in with your Winston, but going into a Reaper composition is going to be difficult. They probably have to wait and try to get a better Kitsune rush here. It's been tough. They're just jumping Proud constantly.
Proud gone. Off the field. Down on the other side, but Sunjun still ready to go. Back on the field. Quick sound barrier. Without Lee Sumin, that should do it for HaeJeokDan. Just one committed. Now they're leading with 77.
Last fight of the map.
Proud
Belosria.
still on it.
Yeah, Belisariya forced onto the Junker Queen. Try to get some brawl, try to do something against this Winston, but they've had no control. Which Kitsune can get better value here? I mean, a Kitsune with a Reaper in it is a dangerous prospect, especially on defense.
Is can Proud pull it off this time? Lush quickly release him in. Back from Simple, this output from Sunjun can be dangerous. 99 overtime. You and the Blossom! Big time, delivers so much, and the beat comes down from Fixa! Proud down though. 3-4. Belisariya taking it back. For HaeJeok, for Poker Face.
Flipping it, Proud finally switches.
Goes back. Off to the side. Tracer's still there. Zest, chasing one. Taking down Proud. Comes back hard. With the Echo! Already so much doing so much more work!
I mean, it was one of the questions I had, like why they were running this DPS composition rather than Jaewoo, who's been their Tracer player. So you would imagine Jaewoo and Choisewan, if you're going to run Tracer Echo, that would be your ideal, because Ashe doesn't always have the right positions or vantage points on Nepal, but now Proud moves over to the Echo and comes in with the clutch beam.
Yeah, but need to stop this sound barrier coming from Vindime.
Well, it's got a game of chicken. It's Rampage versus sound barrier here.
There it is, in the safe spot.
Rampage gets
Rampage.
free.
But nice timing. Doesn't really lead into direct kills. But just one Jess. Tracer's doing work. Round. Control spot. The flip is there. HaeJeokDan takes it away. Pulse from Choisewan. Everyone running away. We have the target for Pulse. Not yet. Sunjun chases it back to Reaper. Teleports in. Rush right on the field. The Pulse sticks.
Takes out the huge beat.
And Proud duplicate into another Reaper that should do it. Poker Face after the change from Sojourn. They managed to come back, and after all that fight, 2-1 victory. Poker Face does end up winning Nepal.
Simple got that second Kitsune rush much faster. They're in position there, then they're able to hold on to the points. They force out the Kitsune on the other side in a non-ideal situation, and then the beat is up and ready to go. A slight economic lead on the support lines leads to Poker Face clutching it out in the end. I mean, the clutch was switching to Echo and coming in and just using the Executioner's beam to finish off 3 there. So yeah, a little bit interesting,
enough, right?
I mean, when I saw the damage lineup that was coming in, I was a little confused. I was like, oh, so they're just not going to run a Tracer here? I mean, Choisewan's a fine Tracer, but Jaewoo's been their Tracer ace, so if you're going to run Tracer Echo, which has been kind of the default setting for a lot of maps, then why not have Choisewan on your Echo? But Proud comes in. I think it might be some of the first Echo he's played this stage, and comes in clutch at the very last second, gets all those low health targets, finally tips the fight in their favor. But yeah, Sojourn's in a weird spot. I don't think it's a good one. I don't think Sojourn's in a good spot yet. I think like the Ashe can work on Sanctum. There's plenty of places set up, but even then they got dove on the Ashe on Sanctum. So I think the Sojourn is probably to try to live through it, give yourself a little mobility. I think we're still no Sojourn alt kills yet there, but clutch out towards the end. So. Again, I think support ultimates came in big there, support economy ultimate, and they were just up by like 20%. The 20% on Kitsune Rush gets them in position on the point, and then the opposing Kiri has to rush up the stairs to drop the Kitsune. It's just her and Winston able to clean that up, and then another really nice beat from the support line. So Poker Face with that map win will be top 4.
Yeah, they actually guarantee with just one map because of that Nepal. How weirdly the first 2 went for Nepal. But we will take a break, and when we come back, we will continue on with the match. But HaeJeokDan certainly. They're trying to do something else. Feels a little bit weird with the rotation. For Nepal, they're certainly trying to do something else today, but that 3-0 miracle, the dream is shattered. Let's see what they can do after the break. back, everyone. Poker Face certainly leading this, but we're seeing they secured, so maybe I think they still have to go at full speed to close, maybe with a 3-0 if they want to look for a better spot, but they have guaranteed, so we might see some weird competitions coming out from Poker Face. We can totally kind of feel it. But HaeJeokDan will put us on Runasapi. Maybe they want to try a few more Reaper, as we have seen a little bit of hint from Nepal.
Sure, it's HaeJeokDan's best map as far as wins total goes. They're 2-2 on this map, so they're very comfortable on it. Oddly enough, Poker Face has not played this map. Yeah, so right now, I mean, looking at it, it says Poker Face has only played Coliseo for push, so been able to avoid push for the most part. So that might be coming into the theory of why HaeJeokDan picked this map. It's also a map where you can run pretty standard stuff, and it puts them on some of their better heroes. So you can run Winston, Kiri, Lucio has been a composition that we've seen a lot on, and then you just run an Echo and a Tracer too. Like, that is like the standard composition you see a lot. Bindime's best hero, in my opinion, is Lucio. Lee Sumin's best hero is probably that Kiri. Nike's best hero, in my opinion, still his Winston. So, I mean, it's comforting. They might run something different. Who knows? Now, like, everything's out the window because the next bunch of these maps don't really matter a ton. I'm pretty certain, I'd have to look real quick, but I'm pretty certain that even the top 4 like seeding is kind of set before we go into the seeding tournament. So those seeds are really just gonna be about being able to pick control, maps. But I think it's Crazy Raccoon, ZETA, Falcons, Poker Face. That's our top 4, and then obviously 7, 8, and 5 and 6. The seeding is going to matter again, just to be able to pick control maps, but really you just need to get out of that play-in bracket at the bottom. So yeah, we'll see if some goofy stuff comes out, or Poker Face just wants to get out of here and starts picking normal stuff. But this is the map that we have seen Reapers, and we have seen Sojourns, we have seen Sombras. So anything goes here on Runasapi, but if this info that I'm looking at is correct, Poker Face be their first time playing it live. I'm sure they've scrimmed it, so not completely new, but yeah, we'll see what happens. But congratulations, Poker Face. You invest in your team, you retool your team, and you get a top 4 result.
Yeah, that's a big change. Poker Face going into that top 4 seed against many great Korean teams out there. And with the top stat, we're ready to kick things in to Runasapi, second map. Let's see if HaeJeokDan can come back on their map choice.
I'm for it. I want to see it. Okay, so HaeJeokDan, if this is what they're rolling out on it, it makes sense. Mag on the ball, fine as well. But really, it's about their support line and being able to play their best heroes. Their support line's best heroes by a mile are what they're on right now.
Okay.
Sure. It's really trying to. I mean, it's house money right now. I mean, trying to make it work. So like they're in. Not a whole lot's going to change if they win a couple more maps.
They're guaranteed in top 4, but still, you do want to win. Might be facing them in the playoff, depending on the seeding. Car slides away, still safe. This time doesn't go down that quickly with the cover up. Full energy. The DAEJEON on the energy. Certainly slower now after the patch. Oh, Proud got a kill! Now that's for a change.
Is it just Proud watch right now? They were.
I think that's his first with the Sojourn after all that.
Take down Mag a little bit early. I mean, it might be a response to some of the ball play. It's a big target to charge on. The spread is tighter. You know, the rail is good for a finish, but I don't see a world in which it's not as good as Echo. But teams have been trying it. It's not the first time we've seen it. Here's the next watch to go for. Can we get an ultimate kill from Sojourn?
What I'm looking for, but Jesse1 goes to that pulse first, as well as Simples. Casino and Rush coming real soon. HaeJeokDan just around the corner. I don't stop this robot. Think what can they do? Oh, Sunjun!
Do that. Look at that.
That's what the Pharaoh can do. I don't know. Must have been.
I think there was just
linking into it.
Yeah, that'll happen sometimes.
Oh, optimistic barrage right on top. Not gonna be putting too much effect. Picks up with a double. Proud. I'm just gonna keep at least one out of the two eyes on Proud.
You like like one of those lizards who can have eyes look in different directions?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, optimistic barrage. Also, you know, it's one of those caster terms we call something ambitious, an ambitious barrage. Yeah, we'll see. I'm looking. I would just, if I had my druthers, I would keep the POV on Proud this whole time right now. HaeJeokDan is nearing their own Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush has been so important on this map, playing around these corners, forcing position for teams.
Shutter, overclock. The monkey falls, taking so much damage on the way in, and picks up, pairs up with the sound barrier immediately after. Nicely done.
So there's something to be said about Sojourn's consistent damage output. I mean, it's one of the reasons that Pharah is really good is the consistent damage output without any fall off. But with the spread being tightened and getting rail faster, it's got a nice finishing move. So haven't seen Soldier, but it's almost in the same vein.
Ooh, yeah. On the way back in, had the perfect sound barrier, even burnt that.
Yeah, Vindam had a nice response. I mean, the barrier does come down, but it's just overwhelming damage. Comes through, Pulse Bomb in, Poker Face running unopposed right now. You're going to need a play from Zest or something. This Pulse Bomb has to hit. Simple is he's going to have another Kitsune Rush coming up. They're already just kiting back.
Oh, the Philostrea. Some way, somehow, this Jungle Queen.
Yeah, now they're
so much
go.
work. Good played again.
So push is a map where you don't always have to be pushing. You don't want to put yourself exposed. But I think that they're gonna, with that kill, now they're in a better spot to drop down this Kitsune Rush. But they're already so far ahead on this map.
Pushing that from the back. We'll see what the rotation is all about. Got the dupe out. Eats the blink. No fault yet. Crowd's first. But Matt down. No instant to take. Philostrea didn't get the stick. And the late fix up. What? Ooh! That is it! What?
Just
in the world? No touch?
They were waiting for the Kitsune Rush to come up. Simple had just got it, but it was a really nice beat to just get it, fire it in, finish it off. That's about as one-sided as it gets.
Quickly done. It almost felt like the first Nepal game for HaeJeokDan. They were just rotating, didn't exactly know what to do, gave so much time for Poker Face.
They just always got the first kill, so one of the more interesting moments is they're coming around that bend and they're up, and then they're backing up because they don't want to fight right there. Like, that's not a great place. The defender's advantage is better because they have flanks, they have high grounds. It's just a little bit better for the defenders there. So they just back up, and then all of a sudden Mag comes in, they get a pick, and then they just move on. Like, so they played it really smart. We haven't seen them on push a whole lot, but a really intelligent play to rotate around and to only take fights where your team is in the advantage. Catch wherever aggression's coming towards you, then go in. You don't always have to be on the robot. If they didn't win a single fight after that, they still could have won the map because that's just the nature of push. So smart play there. HaeJeokDan had absolutely nothing. No one did anything for them on that map. There was no one to really speak of. I mean, we were on Proud Watch because it was interesting. It was on the Sojourn. Did enough. I mean, the consistent damage was good. The area control is really nice there. I mean, you think about the ability that Sojourn has to lock down a corner with that damage and make sure that the squishies can't come in on you. But very much like Nepal, I felt like the supports just were getting their ultimates online better, getting more value out of them. The rushes were better. The beat was always there. Philostrea hit a really nice rampage. Everyone played better on Poker Face. There's not a whole lot to really analyze there.
Sometimes that's just what happens. You have a straight map win if you just can't continue to win the team fight. I think there was about 3-4 team fights maybe just 3.5 team
They
fights.
didn't
because
really
how
feel like
late the
team
rotation
fights.
was?
Yeah, it was just they got a pick early on, and then it was a cleanup of a couple. And then they got a pick early on, and they never really felt like full on team fight engagements. It was just one team was pushing the other team, and the other team was on roller skates being pushed backwards.
Well, we'll see what happens in the future because we will take a short break when we come back. Poker Face, are we just going to have 4 3-0s tonight? We'll see what HaeJeokDan can do after a short break. Welcome back. Well, Poker Face, bit of a weird, wonky series. HaeJeokDan not really catching up to speed. Maybe this time they will. Suravasa is their pick. Another flashpoint to possibly end us with a quadruple 3-0. Poker Face, they've been handling okay. Belos Rea really doing great. The backline support, you've had your phrases for Vixa and Simple. Proud, because of Nepal, I can't really praise him as much. And Jesewan, well, doing an okay job overall, I think.
Yeah, the pirate team, instead of flying the skull and crossbones, they are felt like they were flying the white flag there on Urisabi. Really no great engagements, really no great plays from anybody there. Kind of felt like a very strange map. Oddly enough, we're going to go to Suravasa. This is also HaeJeokDan's pick. They are 0-2 on this map. New Junk City, which is the other flashpoint, they're 1-1 on. And this is a 2-1 map for Poker Face. So interesting map selections here going on. I just want to see Proud keep running this Sojourn. I think there is a place for it. I think we're just not certain where it is yet. Like I said, like it's not looked great, right? But I don't think it's like a troll pick or a throw pick. I think people are still trying to figure it out. I guarantee you someone's going to come and tell me, like, it's been working in scrims, you know? But I think there is something to be said for the super consistent damage and the escapability with the power slide. And also, you know, being able to put down an area of effect denial is pretty decent as well. So I can see the theories behind it. But man, the ult has looked really bad, and we've not really seen the railgun do much. So is Soldier 76 just that bad? Survey says probably. So it's been a while since we've had a Soldier 76 in the meta for
Soldier. What do you need on Soldier? Helix to be guided arrows like Amazon? I don't know. That might change a little bit if Helix chases targets.
You need Helix to be able to headshot, which I think used to be in the game way back when. In the very early alpha, I think Rockets could headshot both Pharah and Helix. I could be corrected, but I'm pretty sure Helix at some point.
Helix does a lot more like AoE, like explosives when they explode.
Yes, it's a tactical nuke. It drops down from the sky and does map damage to every hero that's not Soldier. That would bring him into the meta. Oh, all right, let's do it. I'm in for this. Let's go, Sojourn for Sojourn. Run it.
Run it with the Reaper. And HaeJeokDan just going all out. Let's see what happens. Mag on that Winston. Phyllis Rail. Keeping that J-Queen. J-Queen right there. Bit of a weird rotation. They wanted to check both neutrals. And point unlocking in 2. 1. This Reaper Sojourn.
It works
if
in
you can get in,
scrims.
it works. It does. It can work.
I mean, everyone's said, you know, HaeJeokDan's
But anything can work in theory. Base, first capture. Again with the contest. Through the bubble Weaver. See what he can do. Tracy 1. Bit of a rotation, poking from side. Railgun.
Yeah, hitting the shots. There's been a couple good railgun shots. Vindime's down first.
Grab again, Zest. Caught, no Reaper. Oh, there's another one.
There we go.
I was like, Proud. Hey, stay still, stay still. Boom.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the idea here. Like I said, like the Sojourn makes sense to me at a theoretical level. But that might be first point here. 80. There should be a world in which HaeJeokDan can come back in and fight. But really behind on the ultimates, it's gonna
they can contest.
It's gonna be curious to see what they commit here if they lose something early. But they have the support lead barely with Vindime.
The rush from both. Proud with the overclock. There's one, Lisa Me and Zest. Ooh, right before the sound barrier dropped from Vindime. The 2. Okay. Coming down from Proud. Another one in from the air, and that's a 4. Entire team gone. 5 kills from Proud.
See, like I've been telling you,
I'm changing my POTM build.
I've been saying the whole time, Sojourn is completely meta. I don't know why no one's running it, but yeah.
I know.
It makes a little bit of sense there. We've been seeing a lot of Ashe at that point. It is the pokey mid-fight, as it were. With just the long hallways and waiting. Some teams will run a full-on dive with that, but most teams are just setting up and waiting to get some damage in. And Proud's Soldier just does way better. The critical thing is that the beat ended up coming in from HaeJeokDan, and they got annihilated before the beat was able to affect anyone, and so now Pokerface is going to be lapping them on that beat. Fixes has it whenever. Knowing that the beat is gone as well, this opens up a great avenue for
Overclock on
advantage.
for Sujin. Sujin, can you pull out the same or better? The beat from Vixa, keeping them alive. Buying time for this overclock, and that's done. 0 kills. Bought some time. We do see Railgun flying, but no registers.
And where's the screen?
Right in the middle, next to Winston.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, the rampage on 4. Bellisvera, how did you see that angle? What in the world?
Line him up and knock him down. I mean, that's again, that is the huge thing of knowing that the barrier is out. Like there's gonna be no sound barrier response to that. able to completely line up. Mag switches off. He's going to go to a Junker Queen. So are we in full-on mirror? We're in full-on mirror.
Yeah, Mag.
You know, the standard Junker Queen Sojourn mirror. What season is this? Is this 2021? What is happening?
Into 2022, I think. The Proud.
Yeah, you're right. It's 2022.
A big hit. When Jungle Queen was all over, all maps basically. When she was just in. She was still pretty good, but she was back then OP.
Yeah, well, as was Sojourn. That was the year of Sojourn. Complete domination has been tuned down a little bit as far as burst damage, but now more consistent damage.
Overclock, Proud. Can you show us again?
You're
made up of some good damage delivered. No total kills happening. Second point already taken from Poker Face.
Oh, now it's
down, kind of caught on the side.
Yeah. Cut out the rotations. Vindime died really early. Fixa died as well, but Vindime was going to be the one who had beat ready to go to save the team. Kitsune rushes come up from both sides, and it's just the consistent damage of Proud, which runs through a single flashpoint away now from Poker Face, 3-0ing this in record time for a match. This has been very, very quick.
HaeJeokDan not really giving too much contest. Well, there were some contests in the middle, but not much of a percentage hold.
We started this match like less than 50 minutes, like about 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, not too long. Except for the Nepal. Good time. Soundbarrier Pixel also got one. Sunjin overclock. What can we get done? Everyone hiding behind the walls. Pixel with the sound barrier. Special moment on Lee Sumin. With Vindime gone. Full catch. With the speed. The counter is just on point. Recalls perfectly.
Perfectly, really? It almost fell off the edge.
Yeah, that was kind of close, to be honest. But still, everyone alive. Poker Face still good to go.
So all Poker Face silver lining. Vindime now has barrier. They're going to be able to use it to engage if they want. You might be a little bit worried about Bellisria rocking a rampage on you because Bellisria's been lining them up pretty well. But so far, it's been all Poker Face. 2 fight wins away from 3-0 on their way through the top four.
I think they have to show really why they're still here. No sound barrier committed. They're just disengaging. Okay. Healed back up quickly. Rush available. Can counter from Lee Sumin. 3% off. Defeat. Oh, Ajax! It was held this long for a reason and for no good.
Fixa knocks Mag off the edge. It's
Not
only
like
Zest
this.
alive.
Face! That might just be it. 3-0. 100-0 all over the board on Sorabasa with the finishing move. Ajax even on Vindime. Come back from the spawn. That is it. 3-0. Quick victory from Poker Face. Screw scrim results. HaeJeokDan. Not even a single map registered here. The series and Poker Face certainly the big favorite. Coming up on top with the 3-0. All 3-0 over the board for the quad match for Korea to finish out things for round robin.
Hey, HaeJeokDan looked good on Village. That was good for them. It's the only good thing I can say about this matchup for them. Just the white flag flying. Complete domination on push. Complete domination on flashpoint. Poker Face riding high off of their map win, victory win. This is a top 4 team. They are dangerous. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. You know what the great thing about next week is? I am just looking ahead is we have the top 4 teams playing each other like constantly.
Yes, they
right?
do.
So like that's for the seeding. So we're gonna have 2 matches a day between the top 4 teams every single day. And then we're gonna, go down and figure out whatever the lower bracket looks like. Player of the match, I recognize that haircut anywhere. It's Fixa.
It has to be the Lucio, especially with that Ajax at the end. I think top notch.
Yeah, Fixa looked great. It's very aggressive. Got a lot of damage done. I mean, I thought you could make a case for Bellisria and winding up some of the rampages, but either way, we're fine with that. Yeah, Fixa, totally deserving. The Lucio play was far superior than Vindime's Lucio play. It's hard to take away much from this because it didn't feel like HaeJeokDan's heart was in it after the first map, right? Because the first map was the decider, really. Like, if Pokerface won the first map, they qualified, and then there was no chance for anything to change after that. That was it. So the last two maps didn't really matter. So I don't want to come in too hard on HaeJeokDan because it just felt like, all right, that's it. Let's get it over with. Let's be done with it, right? So, but congratulations, Pokerface. Like I've said about this team, and I've been looking at them since week one. I'm like, this is a cool roster that they've put together here. 3 remain from stage 1 on Pokerface. They bring in 5 new players. Everyone's played really well. It's a complete retooling of this team. The investment has paid off. And yeah, I'm interested to see, because we're going to see a lot of Pokerface, you know, playing against Crazy Raccoon, playing against ZETA, playing against Falcons. You made your way into the top 4, now you got to prove you belong there.
Yeah. I'm seeing Mag here.
Yeah, well, this is Fixa knocking him off the map. Fixa also was able to knock off Mag as the jumper queen in the penultimate fight there on Flashpoint too. Yeah, it's a great play.
Break it down.
I mean, I think, like, so fundamentally you always want your beats to be hitting forward, you always want to use them correctly, but also one of the things I thought Fixa did really well was put out enough damage to always have beats.
Look at
It's the charge rate we look at. Because we talk about Violet's Lucio when he plays it, and we're like, it's just, he charges it so much faster than everything else.
Oh, let's break it! Oh! I heard that.
Yeah. And then towards the end there, you saw Fixa knock off the JQ. So congratulations, Pokerface. Congratulations, Fixa.
And Fixa will be on the stage in the final interview of the night. Quest will deliver the translation. Take it away, please.
Thank you very much, G-Clef. We are back with the final POTM interview of the day. Final POTM interview of the round robin. I hope everyone's been enjoying the round robin matches. Of course, Pokerface's Fixa receiving in the POTM today.
네, 픽사 선수 반갑습니다.
On stage
자, 오늘
and ready for the
3대
interview.
0으로 해적단을 집어삼켰습니다. 옛
Of course,
동료를 만나서
they
그런가 더
have sunk the
이제
pirate ship with the
분노
3-0
게이지가 더
victory.
찬 것 같았는데요. 자, 오늘 승리 소감
Can you talk to us about
우선
the
경기
victory?
전에도 일단 저희 전 팀원들이 있는 팀이니까
Of course,
되게
it's
도끼가
HaeJeokDan is a
오는
team with former
이
teammates.
경기를 이기면은 4등이
so
확정이니까 마음가짐도 그렇고
there was,
다른 경기와는
the morale was up,
다르게 더 진중하게 임할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
With the 3-0 victory, we secure a spot in the seeding deciders, so we were a bit more serious than
때
usual.
정말 홍여성 해설위원님의 그 목이 쉴 정도로 엄청난 그런 경기 결과가 있었는데요. 자, 공방전 치열했죠. 마지막까지 긴장을 늦출 수 없었습니다. 그때 좀 어떤
So can you talk to us about Nepal and
이제
how
제가
that map
상대 공을
went?
체크하면서 이제
I was keeping track of the
불리한
enemy's
타이밍을 알고 있어가지고 최대한
all-timers.
이제 팀 플레이를 맞춰놓은 상황이어가지고
And we've set up our team play based on the all-timer cooldowns.
3명 뒷라인이 잘 버티면서 이제
And our backline held out well,
네,
and
맞습니다.
our
그리고 또
front line
궁금한 게
was able to
벨로스리아
decimate them.
선수가 정커퀸으로 영웅 교체를 하면서 상황이 완전히 반전되기 시작했단 말이죠.
Of course, when Belosria switched over to the Junker Queen,
저희가 경기 전에
Pokerface took over the match. So can you talk to us about the switch?
이제 코치 감독님들 선수들끼리 이제 해적단 경기 리플레이를 분석하면서
And we were watching
정커퀸을
HaeJeokDan's
꺼내면
replays,
상당히 이제
and
좋은 픽이
the
될 것
coaches
같다고
and
이제
our players,
선수들
we all
코치
agreed
감독님과
that
얘기해서 결과로 나온 픽이 정커퀸이었어가지고
taking out the
경기를 하다가
or pulling out the Junker
벨로스리아
Queen would
선수가 정커퀸을 이제 드는 게 좋은 것 같다.
benefit us greatly.
라고 생각해서 이제 그렇게 들고 나온 픽이 잘 먹혔던 것 같습니다.
I think the pick worked out really well.
다 치밀하게 준비하고 분석한 결과 이렇게 좋은 경기 결과가 나왔던 것 같습니다. 자, 그리고 네팔 99%를 다시 가져오게 했던 비트
course,
두
you
번의
did the,
주인공이죠. 우리 픽사
because of your
선수인데요.
two
상대 군
beats,
게이지까지 다 체크하면서 하신 건가요?
You were able to flip
상대
from the
공
99
상황은 알고
to
있어가지고
the win.
마지막에
So,
다 흘리면서 저희 비트까지 채울 수 있는 그런 플레이를 할 수 있었어요.
and I think that because again we were keep track of the all-timers,
팀원들 반응
and
어땠나요?
the plays went out well.
이제 프라우드
How did the
선수는
team
제가
react to your
예측하고
POTM?
있었는데 이제 벨로스레아 선수는 이제 왜 자기가 아니냐면서 이제 좀
Belosria
억울해하는
actually said, "Why isn't it me? Proud said he was expecting it. And
야, 이런 당당히
Fixa thinks he
좋습니다. 자,
deserves the
오늘
POTM
누가 봐도 캐리하실
for today's
빅사
match.
선수인데요. 자, 그리고 오늘 순위 4위를 확정 지었습니다.
Of course, now Pokerface is securing the 4th place spot.
팬분들에게도 한마디
Can you please say a few words to the fans that have continued to support you?
4위를 하게 되어서 이제 시드 결정전을 하면서 경기 수가 더 늘어나게 되었는데
Of course, now we're playing more matches because of the seeding deciders.
나갑시다 여러분.
So please continue to support us.
네, 그리고
Thank you
오늘
so
픽사
much.
선수는 팬분들이 굉장히 많이 오셨어요. 픽사에게 인생
Some
밴딩부터
fan signs
시작해서 정말
showcasing the
난리가
support
났는데요.
for Fixa.
팬분들에게 큰 하트 한 방씩만 보내주세요.
Can you give them a big heart?
하트 큰 하트.
There it is.
네, 자 이렇게 포커 지금 오늘 승리하신 포커페이스 팀의 픽사 선수가
And that was the POTM interview with Fixa. Congratulations on your victory again. And to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back to G-Clef and Hex.
오늘 총 4경기로 라운드 로빈이 끝이 났는데요. 자, 순위 결정전.
Thank you, Quest, for the translation. That is it with the round robin. Finishing up for the last match with Pokerface delivering that 3-0 against HaeJeokDan. What a day, Hex, that we had. Lots of 3-0s, but in the middle there were some really, really close matches, especially the Fnatic Falcons. And that's certainly a match that I will almost say a 3-1 even for Fnatic. But it came down to just 3 Overwatches for the entire day. 4 matches. It's been a little long, but we started early, so ended up finishing earlier than we thought. I honestly thought I was going to say that we might just run into EMEA NA if we just had like 2 more 3-2s. You never know what could happen in
Yeah, well, it all shakes out how it shakes out. One of my big takeaways, and I think one of the themes of today, was just really, I was kind of really focusing on the support lines. And when I look at Fnatic support lines, I don't think they really solved their issues that plagued them in EWC. And you know, there's something has to change there. There's just been better support play across the board. And I think if you look at the teams that played really well today, and even if you go back, it's been a lot of the support differences. Of course, DPS, Boom Boom gets all the highlights. Tanks are such a focal point because they're the only ones there, but some of the big difference makers have been Kitsune rushes, have been beats used better, you know, things like that. They really tilt the balance of the match. Here are our standings at the end. Old Ocean still looking for that first win. I'm rooting for him. I don't like seeing zeros on the board, but the top 4 are going to play in a seeding decider that will determine where they go into the playoffs. You know, of course, the top 2 seeds through that in the round robin will get bye weeks into the playoffs, which are huge. You love to see it. Bottom 4, 2 will enter the playoffs at the 5 and 6 seed, and 2 will go home. Now, I think, like, you look at this and you're on paper, you're like, well, clearly that's back in Old Ocean, but you never know with how the patch works, with maybe a team powers up, something might happen. So it's still definitely plenty to play for, but a brief overview, we're going to play seeding matches for the first 2 matches of every day next week, 3 days next week, and then we'll have the lower, you know, the kind of decider elimination matches.
Just 1 match per day, I
LCQ.
believe. The 2 seeding matches per day and 1 LCQ match per day for 3 days over the weekend next week. So Crazy Raccoon, no loss, no mat loss. In fact, perfect record. Can they keep it up? Even through the seeding, if they can manage to do so against all 3, that would be insanable record even before the playoffs. And what matters the most, it's LCQ on the bottom here for Vec and Old Ocean. If they lose, they're gone. Fnatic HaeJeokDan, even if they lose, they have 1 more chance, as you can see in that game 3. If you win, you move into the playoff directly.
Yeah. A double elimination. And part of me thinks with the performance we saw from HaeJeokDan after they lost that first map, which was pretty close, was maybe just like, we don't want to show anything. Nothing changes here. We still have to win. You know, it felt a little bit like that of like, whatever, we're moving on. We know what we have to do next kind of thing. So I don't think that was indicative of what this team is, because even though they're in the bottom 4, they have fought pretty valiantly against a lot of teams. So yeah, here's next week. We're going to kick it off Crazy Raccoon and Pokerface, ZETA and Falcons. I mean, look, I know it's just seeding, but these are good. This is top tier Overwatch. This is, yeah, it's finally some good Overwatch. Then you've got Fnatic and HaeJeokDan. I mean, this is just, I'm so excited for next week because granted, they're not all elimination matches, but if Crazy Raccoon can go undefeated through this gauntlet to face the other 3 teams, like what a story that is. Falcons look a little bit better. ZETA has been good. Poker Face has leveled up. Like, I can't say enough about this region. It's gonna be a ball.
It's going to be because from the seeding decider, if I remember correctly from stage 1, the Falcons looked invincible, near invincible, even against Crazy Raccoon and ZETA Division from stage 1. But starting from the seeding decider, the Falcons started to step down a little bit. They didn't look invincible. They didn't look godlike. And then afterwards, from the playoff, they did end up winning it. But after all that, the Raccoons kicked in really hard, and that's really when the Falcons didn't look as strong. I think it really started from the seeding decider. On the same patch, not really big of a thing changed. I think it was really coming down to the teamwork and what they put into for the practice within that week. Maybe some teams will step up. Maybe Poker Face might just hit the Falcons a little harder than we think, and things might shake up a little bit within that top 4. I'm looking forward to it next week. Things are going to be very hot, of course, for the top 4 and also the LCQ. Let's see who ends up surviving. Is it just going to be the 5th, 6th? Very likely, I think, but things can always change.
It's another week to play around with the patch. You know, the patch came in at a weird time where teams don't really have a lot of times to experiment and go in the lab with it. I think we saw little inklings of ideas teams want to pull off. The Reaper play, the Sojourn play, Sombra coming into the mix a little bit. I still think the dominant composition is Tracer and then someone in the sky. I think that's your best DPS line. But the support lines have been rotating a lot. There's a lot of different compositions. We've seen a myriad of tank plays. Crazy Raccoon ran Maga. Like, everything could change. There's a ton of stuff that could happen next week where you give these teams a couple days to go into the lab and hit some scrims and put some theory crafting together. New hero introduced, like this could be anything. Look, I wish we were starting tomorrow. I really do, but we have a couple days off to make it settled before we get into it next week.
Yes, it's only the weekends for Korea, and we will continue next week with the seeding decider and the LCQ matches next week. But again, Hex, thank you for joining and for another day of your insight for all the Korean teams. In actually less than 4 hours, we continue with EMEA and NA later tonight. So it's actually 24 hours Overwatch on the channel. I love it. And also tomorrow, Japan, week 3, their last week of regular Robin, they continue in just less than a day. So continue to keep on watching Overwatch and support, and come back next week for Korea if you want to check out more Korean teams for the seeding deciders. That's going to do it for myself and Hex. Continue to watch Overwatch Esports, and we will all see you next time.